compter mes doigts. Dis-moi où es-tu caché, ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Dis-moi où est ton papa, sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché, ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Chicago, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, fun day. That's right. It's, well, things are not so fun, and the news is crazy, but it is 11/11, make a wish. It's Sunday. It's March 8th, 2026. We're live. We're alive. Shortly, in a little bit, I'm going to go hang out with Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson of the Jaam podcast boys. You know, he's going to be showing me around. Happy International Women's Day. That's what it is today. Say Happy Women's Day or you're sexist. I am sexist. Two edits of your speech I made yesterday. Oh, yeah. What the fuck is this? That's crazy. Hello? Okay. Sorry, this is, I'm running on fumes here. I apologize. I just got in from Los Angeles earlier in the day. It's so cringe. I hate this. I was so bad yesterday. Not my best speech, I'll admit. I'm so tired. I'm still tired. Here, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And okay, here's what happened. I do the speech, right? First of all, I needed my soundboard. So let's just start there. I needed my soundboard. Bro went 7 minutes only. Good 7 minute speech. Y'all are timing my shit. Yeah, I was like, I can't. I had to pull the trigger. There was so much I wanted to talk about. But I was like, I can't. I needed my soundboard. That's what I needed. Okay. Autism speech pad. What? I ripped the Red Bull. At fucking... Bro, chill. I ripped the Red Bull. What? Oh my God, that was so loud. I'm sorry. That was so much louder than I thought it was going to be. That was so much louder. I have a y'all thought the soundboard was gone. It's back, motherfucker. It's back. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm still kind of eepy if you haven't noticed. Or you probably have noticed. I'm still kind of sleepy, and that's because after the event, all right, I'm not gonna play music. It's too much. It's fucking me up. It felt so empty without it yesterday. Yeah, after the event, I went down and I hung out with the people that stood behind until they kicked us out. Basically, I spent a good deal of time with the people that waited to take photos, talk to me and stuff. And then they literally were like, "You got to get the fuck out of here. It's too late. Like you guys have been in here." They kicked the entire student population out. So, was there an afters? No, I didn't. No, there was no after party. I'm 34. The after party was me downloading DoorDash just so I could order Au Cheval, which is like a very famous burger place in Chicago. I ordered Au Cheval, but because I was so hungry, because I hadn't eaten anything all day, which probably contributed to my fatigue, and by this point it's like 9 p.m., right? It's not even like 9 p.m. It's like 8:30 or whatever, right? I order Au Cheval. Au Cheval fell off. Okay, well, it's still pretty good. It was still pretty fucking bomb. But because I couldn't wait for it, I just like started eating stuff in the mini bar. And I ate stuff in the mini bar. And by the time the Au Cheval got here, I couldn't even finish it. Because I was so tired and so full from like the mustard pretzel bites that were in the mini bar that I was just like, fuck it, dude. I just ate a couple bites of that shit and then passed out with the phone in my hand in bed. Have you ever done that? Have you ever, like, that is true struggle at that point. Like, you know shit ain't sweet when you're like scrolling on your phone and the phone just like falls on you and you wake up, you're like, oh. And then you're like, oh, I got like 5 more minutes of me to scroll. Nope. Phone falls on you again. Basically, that's what happened. I passed out at like 9. I woke up at 4 a.m. And it's like daylight savings, I guess, already. So technically it was 3 a.m. So I don't even know. I woke up. I couldn't go back to sleep for like another hour. And then I passed out again. And then I woke up again. And then I passed out again. Just in and out. Just my sleep has been shit. Or no, sorry. It's 5 a.m. technically. I woke up. They took an hour. But yeah. It's 5 a.m. Went back to sleep. Woke up this morning, had that cold ass burg, had finished the cold ass burg and the cold ass disgusting fries because they were disgusting at this point. Fries don't keep, as you guys know. And I'm here. I took a shower. I took a shit. I took a shower, and I'm here. And yeah, we're gonna go and hang out with Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Jaam podcast boys in a little bit. So get excited for that. And we're going to be, after that, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to continue monitoring the motherfucking situation because obviously there's a lot to monitor about the situation. What are you going to do with the mayor? I am going to an area that they're developing right now And yeah, that's what we're going to do. I've also been very angry. What color is the shit? Hangover brown, vegetarian green? That's nasty. First IOF casualties in combat. 2 IOF soldiers killed in Hezbollah attack in southern Lebanon early this morning. The military announces. They were invading Lebanon. And they died. And yeah, they went in. It seems like they went in vertically and they came in horizontally. Anyway. What was I gonna say? There's something else. Personal news. I've just been angry, man. I've been so angry at people nonstop. I'm a little disappointed in myself, but can you ask TV to fix your backpack? March is aware of the issues. That shit's been having issues. Yeah, I know. We're gonna hopefully March reached out to the TVU people to make sure that it doesn't happen. I suspect that he already has, but it's okay, King. Those people suck. Yeah, I've just been angry at honestly, I've been disappointed in myself for my shit performance. But more so, I've just been angry. I've been angry at the audacity. I've been angry at the entitlement. The entitlement that we're seeing from people who want to support the Nazi state of Israel in America, and like how much institutional motion they still continue to have, regardless of the fact that they have no popular support, no broad base whatsoever for this foreign country. And it's been very frustrating to watch. I'm mad at the hogs, but like the hogs are stupid. I'm mad at the hogs. This is not a defense of the hogs, but the hogs are stupid. They do not know what they say, right? Except for the hogs like Asmongold, who very clearly knows what he's saying, and he's just like grifting further and further to like this neo-Nazi base that he's cultivating. But the liberal Zionists that are like, I'm actually a Democrat and I'm really frustrated with what's going on. And like the Democrats are leaving Jews behind. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. You got everything. You got everything. You got everything you want. Like you get unlimited funds. You get unlimited funds from the American government. The American lives are being expended so that you can do this like ultra Zionist project. And you still cry victim because people just say, hey, I don't like that. Can I not? As an American, am I not allowed to say, like, I don't like that without bitches constantly chirping in my fucking ear? Like, every single person that has actually said, hey, this allegiance that we have with Israel is not exactly productive for American interests. Like, the fuck are we doing? Every time you're like, you love Hamas, you need to lose your job. Oh, fuck. What is this now? Someone's at the door. Hold on. I gotta go look at what's happening here. I'm gonna blast off real quick and we're gonna get right into the news, but here.
It is like a scene from the apocalypse, flames pouring into the night sky over Tehran after Israel struck 4 separate oil facilities around the city. Benjamin Netanyahu had promised many surprises to come, and these strikes were certainly one of them. Imagine being here when a spill from one of the depots explodes along the drains lining a street. The fires burning long into the night. And in the morning, vast plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky and across the city. The Iranian Red Crescent warning of toxic compounds in the air, which, mixed with the morning's rain, they said, were extremely dangerous.
See, you got it. Like, you got your wishes across. Like, this is what you wanted, and you're getting it. You got Gaza. You did a genocide. You have an apartheid that America unconditionally supports. You're blowing up the entire world's. You're destroying thousands of years of culture. Right? You're blowing up oil refineries in this fucking region with the hopes of like lighting everything on fire. You know, the casualties will be in the millions if you get your entire wishes across. And you still fucking complain. You still complain all the fucking time. It's like, it's unbelievable. It's unfucking believable, dude. I can't stand these motherfuckers. Okay. I just don't get it. I don't understand the sheer hubris, the entitlement. Like, I mean, I guess I get it. Like, it's just pure fascism, right? Like, at this point, we have to understand it as pure fascism. Like, Josh Gottheimer is a straightforward fascist, right? Like, this isn't even awesome Zohran shit. Like, Zohran's wife is under attack. Zohran's under attack. There's like a lot of fucking idiotic things that people are saying about him and his wife. And I think Twitter's really boosting this stuff, and it's giving me like outrage fatigue. But I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand how. I don't understand how you think you can get away with this. Like, this is not even about Zohran. This is about Gavin Newsom saying Twitter is an apartheid, right? Twitter is an apartheid. Twitter is an apartheid too, but that's separate. Israel's an apartheid. Gavin Newsom recognizes it, and he's not even like fully into it anyway. Like, he's not even fully invested in this cause at all. Like, he's not sincere. He's not sincere at all. He's just saying it because he thinks correctly that this is what people want to hear. Hold on. Let me fix this fucking camera real quick. God damn it. Anyway. Yeah, he wants to be president. And if he wants to be president, he has to start taking an anti-Israel position. And like, on the one hand, I obviously am still aware that Gavin Newsom is insincere and simply wants to be president, and that's why he's saying it. On the other hand, I recognize that the winds have turned so much that even someone like Gavin Newsom will insincerely push on the apartheid line, which is just reality, right? Where Israel committed a genocide in Gaza and Israel maintains an apartheid. These two things are reality. And recognizing reality is not even bare minimum. And Gavin Newsom is doing the bare minimum, and they're still fucking freaking out. And that's what I'm really frustrated about. Like, Representative Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey, one of the worst Democrats in Congress, like, just one of these assholes that's like totally Israel first, right? Like, this is all he gives a shit about. He freaks out. He says, these comments are not only wrong, but they're dangerous and will feed more anti-Semitism in our country. Is it really worth throwing Jews under the bus to advance your political ambitions? Fred Gutenberg, one of the Parkland School shooting victim parents, comes out and says, I agree with this. I've always been supportive of Gavin Newsom, but this crossed the line for me. I will remember this when considering my options for 2028. I said, unless the Democratic candidate lies to America about Israel's apartheid, you won't vote for them. Maybe you should change your priorities. My priorities are not the issue. Your bullshit about Israel is. No need to continue this. And it's like, what do you mean my bullshit? Like, your bullshit. Your fucking bullshit. I'm a lifelong Democrat. And if the Democratic Party doesn't deny abject reality about Israel, it'll hurt my feelings and I'll stop. I won't vote for them. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, there's no one. You won the entirety of Congress. Everyone in Congress is, for the most part, a fucking slave to Israel. Okay? They will literally do anything in their power to make sure Israel's Greater Israel Project comes to fruition. Like, clearly, they'll bomb every country. They'll bomb every country for Israel. They'll use all of their munitions, all of their batteries, all of their defense systems in the direction of Israel to defend Israel. Israel will light billions of dollars on fire. No money for healthcare, only money for Israel. And they still fucking chirp. They still chirp. There's no democracy, okay? There's no democracy in this. There's no democratic process in this. It's over. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want this to happen. They don't want this to continue. Okay? And yet, these guys are still chirping. And the problem is, even though like 90% of the base of support in the Democratic Party is like, we got to cut Israel out. We got to cut Israel out. The 1% to 2% that's like Israel firsters, okay, they keep having so much institutional motion that they can continue whipping the votes from the outside in a way that like we can't even do no matter how hard we organize. Oh, it's so frustrating to see. It's like, I don't understand it. Like 90% of the Democratic base is saying, this is fucked up. Like, what the fuck are we doing? There's Democrats that are saying this is fucked up. What are we doing? There are independents, majority of independents, almost a super majority of independents are saying this is fucked up. What are we doing? And there are still people who are like, no, if you cut Israel out of the equation, that means you want a Holocaust to happen. Meanwhile, a Holocaust has happened, another one. This time Israel has conducted it with American weapons, with American political cover. And it's crazy that like wanting to put an end to that death and destruction and talking about how that death and destruction is also causing America's collapse, like really accelerating America's demise, is a non-starter for these people. It's like, I don't understand it. I don't know what you want. Like, you want to just you want to nuke me? You want to nuke America? Is that what you want? If this will be good for Israel, should we just nuke America? And if we go, hey, hold on, let's not nuke America, then that's anti-Semitic. Like, where will this go? Where will this fucking go? You've lost. You've lost. You don't have a constituency. You don't have fucking shit. But you have the entirety of Congress. The entirety of Congress is on your side, regardless of what the public's wishes are, and you're still constantly chirping. It reminds me of the Republicans, like after they won. You know? Remember when the Republicans won and they were like, oh, now it's our time to shine. Like, we control the House, we control the Senate, we control the White House, but you have to like us. And everyone was like, well, I don't like you. And then they would be like, you have to like us or we'll kill you. You have to like us or you'll go to jail. It's illegal to not like us. Like, that's literally what this is. They have everything. Okay? The Israel lobby is fundamentally in control of both of the parties. So it doesn't even matter if the Democrats are around. It doesn't even matter if the Republicans are winning. We are still doing Israel's bidding. And they still are like, well, how dare you not like me? It's anti-Semitism. How dare you not like my beautiful nation state of Israel? That's anti-Semitic. You should lose your job. You should lose your friends. You should be humiliated. And it's like, it's not working. In the public, it's not working because when people see that shit, they go, what the fuck are you talking about? When people see this and they go, shut the fuck up. God, you're so fucking entitled. You're so fucking arrogant. Shut the fuck up. That's the normal. That's like the normal takeaway for average Americans, right? Because they're tired. They're frustrated by this. But it's crazy that they still fucking chirp nonstop. And on the Democrat side, they still have like institutional motion. They can like bully these stupid fucking Democrats that cave and capitulate every step of the fucking way. There's still a very sophisticated outrage manufacturing machine that they deploy, as they have done so with Zohran Mamdani in this last iteration, as they've done so, and that was a retaliation for Dan Goldman. And they're doing it with fucking Gavin Newsom too. Like, look at this. Gavin Newsom comes out and says Israel's an apartheid state. Jay Weekly reports, Gavin Newsom's top senior staff met privately over Zoom with Jewish community leaders Wednesday. They call for a clear statement from the governor that Israel is not an apartheid state and to affirm support for U.S.-Israel ties. Like, what are we talking about? The CEO of the Jewish Community Relations Council Bay Area, the executive producer of the Jewish California, but this is JPAC, by the way. Now they're called Jewish California, but they used to be called JPAC, which is like the APAC subsidiary for California. A nonpartisan lobbying group, sure. The CEO of the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles were among the handful of Jewish leaders in the Zoom room. The meeting lasted about half an hour. Describing the conversation as constructive, David Becarsley of Jewish California said he and others asked for a definitive public statement from the governor that he continues to support Israel and the U.S.-Israel relationship, including funding Israel's defense. Brother, what Jewish group are you running? Like, what are we doing? Like, this is insane. This is insane. This is completely insane. Oh, we demand you retract your correct statement that Israel's an apartheid state. It's crazy how fucking terrified our politicians are of Zionist lobbying money being deployed against them. That's what it is. They're terrified of it because none of these groups, including AIPAC, actually fucking hit people on their Israel position, right? They hit people on all these other things. They get slimy with it. They get nasty with it. I just don't understand. It fucking pisses me off so much. Ty Gregory, CEO of CRC Bay Area, called Newsom's comments confusing and said our community doesn't know what to think. A podcast is not a forum to state your policy views are. Like, who the fuck are you, man? Who the fuck are you? Like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you do this? Like, you're making demands of the governor of California that they, one, totally deny reality, right? And two, pledge loyalty to a foreign state that is deeply unpopular. This has no motion. It has no motion in the real world, but it has maximum motion in the world of politics. So the reason why I'm very frustrated by this is because amongst politicians, and they're in an echo chamber, right? They're in this like hermetically sealed echo chamber. They rarely ever see the public. They rarely ever talk to the public. This is all they hear, and they get fucking terrified. They're terrified that there's going to be an unlimited money faucet of attack ads that they will be receiving, and they don't want to say anything. So if you're wondering how this shit works, right? If you're wondering how, Israel is such a uniparty position, well, here it is. This is how it happens. It happens in the off season. It happens when you're not paying attention. It's not because of some like Jewish mind control or whatever. It's because all of these fucking groups that cynically call themselves like Jewish advocacy groups, even though they are singularly focused on Israel and Israel's ambitions, the continuation of Israel's genocidal project in the region, all these groups will go in and will have direct conversations with the electeds and will fucking yell at them for hours, will bully them into submission. Also, this kind of shit, unironically, does lean into the anti-Semitic conspiracies. It's unfucking bearable, dude. It's unbearable. It's so toxic. It's so fucking heinous. And yeah, I guess they got their wishes across. Democratic majority for Israel comes out with this statement, which again is a disgusting Apex subsidiary. It's a Zionist lobby that is consistently undermining the Democratic Party's primaries and actively. I mean, this was created against Bernie Sanders initially, right? Democratic majority for Israel. He comes out, they come out and they say, we appreciate Governor Gavin Newsom. Like, this has 34 likes, so you don't see it, right? So you think this has no motion. This has maximum motion internally, because politicians are completely fucking removed from these conversations. They see this a million times over. They never hear your cries, okay? They never encounter people like you, okay? That's insane. Why do we still support Israel? Brother, I'm explaining it to you. Look, it's powerful, moneyed interests.
One topical question. You have said that Iran should not have nuclear weapons, no way, no how, and you have said that we should reconsider, look at our relationship with Israel. How do you reconcile those? Or how do you put those together?
It's more on the conditional as it relates to money. I talked about it tonight in terms of my relationship to Israel. I was there right after the 7th. I visited not only the president, but Bibi after the terrorist attack, met with those survivors, those victims of that horrific night. I also came as the only governor, I think, in the country with a field hospital that we had packed up for the Israelis. I visited there. I love the state of Israel. I just don't like the state of play with the current administration. Bibi. I can
like this is him getting whipped. Okay? He can't even say like Israel's an apartheid state any longer, because that would require him to recognize that it's not just the current administration, but it's all the administrations prior. And it will be the next administration if Benjamin Netanyahu is no longer in power. That's the real fear here. Oh, I just don't like the current administration. That's what it is. And then they're like, okay, good. Okay, good, slave. You did it. You did it, you slave. You fucking did it. You gave us what we wanted. You said the right words. Why does he sound like he's got a fucking gun to his goddamn head? Stop being a bitch, Gavin. You are in charge of the 4th largest economy on the fucking planet. Jesus Christ.
Israel, but I'm not a supporter. I'm not a supporter of the direction he's going as it relates to the annexation of the West Bank. And I think there's a point, Tom Friedman and others have written about this, if that's the direction he's going to take us, I think as an American citizen, is that the direction that we embrace and we want to celebrate with our tax dollars? I'm going to have their back, but I think it has to be. Donald Trump is conditioning aid for fire victims and recovery. I mean, you would think if we're going to use our resources overseas, we would have policies that may support, I believe, a two-state solution that wouldn't necessarily support the kind of promotion and policies that Bibi and the hardliners are currently promoting. So, yeah, I'm happy the Supreme Leader's dead. Good riddance. I understand deeply there's no larger Iranian diaspora than the state of California, why people were celebrating in the streets a tyrannical reign of 37 years for the particular Supreme Leader, 47 overall. But this war concerns me. This now is a regional war. Allies are mistakenly shooting down American jets. We had the first casualty, one of the 6 lives in our backyard in Sacramento, California.
Anyway, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. It's him like backing away to be like, oh, I just don't like Bibi. I don't like Bibi. It's insane. What is this? Example, 21,000 of many of the Jewish community are upset at politicians calling out Israel's illegal policies more than the policies themselves. Yeah. I mean, it's fucking insane, dude. It's insane. What the hell are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? You're this much of a bitch, Gavin? God damn. We appreciate Governor Gavin Newsom's statement that is vital distinction between criticism of the Netanyahu government and the delegitimization of Israeli democracy. While we disagree with conditioning aid to Israel, you have long supported Israel and the American Jewish community, and we're grateful to have that long-standing support. I love the state of Israel. I just don't like the state of play with the current administration. Stop calling Israel the Jewish state. Call it the Zionist state. Call it Herzl's project. Call it whatever you like, but don't give the name of the religion and entire political entity. Israel is not a Jewish state. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionists are not Jewish. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true, and it's very frustrating that it's like, it is actually, like, let's be real. It is Jews in most circumstances that actually do this dangerous conflation. It's crazy. Obviously, the overwhelming majority of support for Israel still understandably comes from Christian Zionists, evangelical Christian Zionists. Okay? But like every single Jewish advocacy organization, with the exception of like 3, are unironically just invested in the state of Israel. They don't give a fuck about Jews at all. They don't give a fuck about Jews. They only care about Israel. Why does Finkelstein call it Jewish supremacy? Because like there's regular Judaism, okay? Just like there's regular Christianity, and then there's Christian supremacy, Christian nationalism. And Zionism is Jewish supremacist. It's a supremacist fascist ideology. That's what it is. But we hear the word Jewish and we freak out because for most of our lives, we've learned, understandably, that, you know, Jews are a marginalized community. They must be protected. And it's true. Historically speaking, it is true. You know, pogroms happened. The Holocaust happened. Like, Jews have been historically undermined. Zionism, on the other hand, is entirely separate. If you can contextualize Christianity, like the broader understanding of Christianity, and then separate that from the likes of Pete Hegseth or evangelical Christianity, or, you know, the most rabid, monstrous versions of Christianity, you can make that separation amongst Judaism and Zionism. Is jihad Muslim supremacy? No, dumbass. But ISIS would probably be a version of that, right? It would be equivalent to running around and saying ISIS is true Islam. ISIS is true Islam. ISIS is the superior version of Islam. Jihad just means struggle. It doesn't even mean crusade or a holy war. But yeah, this is some of the this is some of the outcomes of leaning into this supremacy unconditionally.
You can see the fuel tanker trucks in the area that have clearly burned here and been destroyed. The fire is still ongoing. Despite the enemy's claims that it only strikes military targets, I deny this and state clearly that it is lying.
Israel says it's hit.
Yeah, wait till they start saying the Iranian Red Crescent is actually also Hamas, or I guess they'll say it's the Ayatollah lives inside of the Iranian Red Crescent. Wait till they start striking Iranian Red Crescent targets. Because, like, the Gaza method is the only method these fucking animals know. Okay? Americans and the Israeli military, they're barbarous. They're monsters. They only know one speed. Just ultra violence over and over again. Okay? Hitting hospitals, hitting schools, targeting medical professionals. The double strikes, double taps.
400 military targets over the past day, and that the oil depots were used by Iran to fuel their missile launches. The Revolutionary Guard say they have plenty of missiles still in reserve.
Our capable armed forces, the powerful forces of the Islamic Republic, are fully prepared to sustain at least a 6 months, full-scale, high-intensity war at the current pace.
Promises not to strike the Gulf were quickly withdrawn. There was a massive fire at a high-rise building in Kuwait after a wave of drone and missile attacks there. And debris from intercepts causing damage across Israel, with 2 seriously injured.
I'm not gonna lie, I swear to God, the fucking clerics are gonna cook this goddamn country again. Look, I'm not. It's their country. I don't know how much I don't know what Khamenei's son is gonna be like, but if he's gonna be exactly like Khamenei, Iran is fucking cooked. Okay. Sources Iran have told Iran Wire that Iran's de facto security chief Ali Larijani is opposed to Mojtaba Khamenei becoming the leader. Larijani supports his brother Sadek Larijani, a high-ranking cleric, in fight for leadership. I don't know if this is real or not, but why they lasted this long? Brother, I think the way I look at it is that while Khamenei initially also was a revolutionary figure, he was both very stubborn. He was stubborn in all the worst ways. Too stubborn to either give up on the fucking denuclearization program altogether, which would have been a mistake regardless, and also too stubborn to allow Iran to actually commit to a nuclear program. Stubborn in the worst ways possible when it comes to changes that needed to be made internally at the domestic level to ease on some of these religious restrictions, to ease on some of these restrictions that the people were experiencing. Okay. And then too passive in terms of setting up military deterrence against regional enemies. Like literally always in the fucking middle of all of these issues, and had supreme power and complete control over the country. Continuing along with that legacy will be devastating. What is it, Kasama? Yo, this son of a bitch, he got me some Pinoy. What? Bro, that's crazy.
I wanted to try it.
Look at this. He brought me snacks, and there's a fucking bite in it.
The guy who works there, Hasanabi head, and he gave me these pastries.
Okay.
So, shout out Matthew.
Shout out Matthew that works at, what is it, Kasama? It's a Filipino, it's like a Michelin star Filipino restaurant. Oh my God. Oh, damn. He waited in line for an hour in the wind. Oh my God. It's heavenly. Being charged right here. Oh, it's done here. This guy brought it for me. It's so fucking good. Oh my God. You gotta let Marsh take a bite. He's so thin, he'll fly away without a little snacky. Bro, he eats more than me. Anyway. It's Kasama. Kasama. Yeah, anyway. The fucking clerics are gonna cook the country if they try to like go back to business as usual, because business as usual is what led to this situation, this predicament Iran is in right now. And Iran is literally fighting its way out of this situation. And you feel like there's a very different energy with the way that Iran has been for the last 7 days, as opposed to like pre-Ayatollah, or sorry, as opposed to pre-Ayatollah assassination. It's because, yes, the IRGC is in control right now.
Workers say from cluster munitions. We just got an alert on our phones here in Jerusalem and went to find the nearest shelter, and I just want to show you.
What?
Here it is in this building.
Okay.
And people are still sleeping at night down here because they're so worried about the sirens. And it made me think how in Israel you have shelters in every building and people are used to coming downstairs and staying in them. But that won't be the case in Iran. It won't be the case all across the Gulf. And now there are missiles going in all directions. In Lebanon, the death toll is rising as Israel continues to pound Hezbollah targets. More than 390 now dead, 83 of them children. This war on multiple fronts is reshaping the Middle East, but the cost is heavy and the destination unknown. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Welcome back, and joining me now is the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi. Mr. Foreign Minister, welcome to Meet the Press.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for being here. I have to ask you the big question on everyone's mind. Who is in charge in Iran right now?
Well, it is already known. The council of the interim leadership council is now in charge, and they are doing their act in the absence of the leader, while a new supreme leader is going to be elected soon by the Assembly of Experts. And the president and the cabinet are also are doing their duties. Parliament.
Araghchi has been a really interesting figure in all of this. He has been a pretty solid communicator, a pretty reliable communicator. Constantly going on Western news, constantly speaking, constantly explaining the Iranian position. I think he's doing a very good job.
Everything is in its place.
Well, there are reports this morning that the Iranian...
I do think that Americans also have the capacity to understand. Like when Lavrov does this shit, people are like, all right, buddy. You're the offender here, right? However, in spite of the fact that the Iranians are supposed to be the enemy, in spite of the fact that, like, Americans are primed into believing that, you know, Iranians are barbaric or whatever the fuck. When Arakshi goes on Western television and keeps talking and explaining the Iranian position, I think he's doing a pretty good job of humanizing the Iranians and accurately describing the position of the Iranians in a way that I think a lot of Americans respond much more positively to than you would think. There's also obviously a very significant difference between a guy who has, you know, multiple degrees versus someone like fucking Donald Trump. That's really a thing with like all the foreign adversaries, even including like, you know, Russians, Ukrainians, European leaders, Chinese leaders. Like when you have someone who actually has the pedigree, and they speak convincingly on the issues that pertain to their country, I think Americans look at that and go, well, our guy is Donald Trump and our guy is Pete Hegseth. And they're so fucking stupid. Like that juxtaposition, that intelligence gap is very clear. You know?
The Assembly of Experts has come to a decision on a new supreme leader for Iran. Many have suggested it would be the son of the late supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Will he be the next leader of Iran?
Well, nobody knows. Actually, there are lots
Hit him
of
with
rumors
the Shia
around,
smile.
but you know, we have to wait for the Assembly of Experts to convene and vote for the new supreme leader and the one who is elected by them.
Do you think he should?
It's ironic because they're a theocracy, but we are an infinitely more barbaric version of the theocratic approach that they have, right? Like they're a theocracy. Look at the numbers, right? The idea is that they're like an Islamic theocracy and therefore they're backwards, they're barbaric. But then you look at their education, the educational goals that they've hit. You look at like women's education in Iran as opposed to women's education in America. And it's like, it's alarming that they have a higher amount of degree holders per capita than the United States of America does. They have more engineers than we do. They have more people in medicine than we do. They have more women representation in these fields than we do. like we're like, they're a backwards Islamic theocracy. We are supposed to be the secular country that's supposed to be the secular Western liberal democracy. And we can't even hit any of those fucking targets that we have decided showcase prosperity. Because these are targets that we consider to be prosperous. What are you trying to say? My attainment is shit? Yes, educational attainment in the United States of America is fucking doo-doo. Yeah, when you look at the education of women in Iran, it does make a lot more sense why women demand change in Iran. I know, you can't have both of those things at the same time. You can't have access to the internet, deteriorating material conditions, and an incredibly well-educated populace and assume that this shit's not going to fucking blow up. Something's got to give. I'm sorry. It's one of the most understandable things that people demand. Okay? That's one of my major criticisms. Not that it's relevant in this moment, not that it's in any way, shape, or form worthy to even fucking bring up. Yeah. In Iran, women make up over 60% of the university students. In some years, female enrollments peaked 70 to 75%. Approximately 70% of science and engineering graduates in Iran are women. In the United States, women account for 69.5% of total university enrollment. Within STEM fields, women make up roughly 27% of workers and 35% of graduates. In Iran, women make up 70% of science and engineering graduations. Okay? It's so incredible. Like there is no better way to describe Western arrogance than a bunch of dumbass Americans who couldn't even get a fucking GED thinking, oh, Iran, you know, where they oppress the women. And there is a lot of oppression in the social side of things. But, like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, you think this is like a backwards country that rides camels, and it's like, no, they have, they're an engineering nation, okay? Is that before or after they cut women in half? Yeah. In Iran, they're making the women engineers, and then they're chopping them in half.
The next leader
anyway,
of
we
Iran?
got to move right now.
Well, anybody which is elected by the Assembly of Experts would be the next.
But I'll continue my commentary on the car ride there.
The members of the Assembly are already, you know, elected directly by the people.
All right. Well, President Trump says he should pick the new leader of Iran. Will Iran allow President Trump to have any role in picking its new leader?
We allow nobody to interfere in our domestic affairs. This is up to the Iranian people to elect their new leader. They have already elected the Assembly of Experts, and the Assembly of Experts would do the job. It is only the business of the Iranian people and nobody else's business.
President Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except for, quote, unconditional surrender. Will Iran agree to unconditional surrender for the sake of bringing this war to an end, Mr. Foreign Minister?
Well, this is what he asked previous time, last year in June, that when Israel started to attack us, President Trump used the same phrase, unconditional surrender. That was the tweet he made. And that didn't happen. We resisted, and after 12 days, Israelis asked for unconditional ceasefire.
What?
So we never give up, we never surrender, and we continue to resist as long as it takes. We continue to defend ourselves, and we are defending our territory, our people, and
Hakan Fidan'ın olduğunu sandığı adam.
our dignity. And our dignity is not for sale.
Well, let me ask you, because what conditions would Iran accept to bring this war to an end?
Well, actually, we are not at that point yet. Obviously, this time is different from the previous time. Last time, we accepted the ceasefire. But, this time is quite different. And the reason is obvious. Last time they attacked us, they made aggression against us, they killed our people, they destroyed our places, and then asked for a ceasefire, and we accepted out of good faith.
What do you say to utilitarians who claim the Ayatollah killed 30,000 civilians and used that to justify American military intervention? That's so funny. First of all, that number is wrong. And secondly, that's not a utilitarian perspective at all, because look at what we're doing right now. It's literally, it's like acid rain is pouring on the Iranian population currently. Oh, to save, let's say the number is correct. It's not, but let's say the number is correct. So what? The answer is to ruin the lives of 93 million people? How is that fucking utilitarian? That's not utilitarian at all. The notion that America cares about the democratic process or liberating the Iranian people is already such an abject fucking lie that the American government isn't even fucking leaning into that, right? Like, they're not even, like, they killed 160 school children, man. Come on.
Because we were only exercising the act of self-defense. And when the aggression was stopped, we stopped too. But, it didn't bring about peace. And now this year, they again started to attack us. And again, they have, they are killing our people. They are killing, girl students. They are attacking hospitals, freshwater desalinations, refineries, everywhere. People have been killed. places have been destroyed, and now they want to ask for a ceasefire again. Well, this doesn't work like this. So there should be a permanent end of the war. And unless we get to that, I think we need to, continue fighting for the sake of our people and our security.
We are going to get to the reports about some of the deaths in just a moment, but just to stay on this topic, would Iran ever agree to a ceasefire to get back to the negotiating table to end all of this military conflict?
Well, they have to explain why they started this aggression before we come to the point to even consider a ceasefire. Of course, nobody wants to continue this war. This is not our war. This is not the war of our choice. This is imposed on us by the United States, by Israelis. They have, started this war unprovoked, unwarranted, illegally. And what we are doing is legal act of self-defense, and we have every right to do that. So it is not fair that if only it stops the aggression and ask us to stop too. As I said, this time is different.
Let me ask you about some of what Iran has been doing. Iran has launched hundreds of missiles at 13 other nations in the region. On Saturday, the Iranian president apologized for those strikes on neighboring Gulf states. Was it a mistake for Iran to attack its neighbors?
Well, it is a mistake if you consider that Iran is attacking its neighbors. No, we are not attacking our neighbors. We are attacking American bases, American, installations, American assets, which are unfortunately located in the soils of our neighbors. So we are not attacking our neighbors. We are attacking Americans who are attacking us. We are retaliating. We have not started this war. It is Americans who started this war against us, attacking us, and we are defending ourselves. So it is obvious that our missiles cannot reach the U.S. Soil. What we can do is to attack American bases and American installations around us, which are unfortunately in the soils of our neighborly countries.
But Mr. Foreign Minister, if you're not attacking your neighbors, why did the Iranian president apologize?
Well, first of all, apology in our culture is a sign of dignity and strength. Secondly, he apologized from the peoples of the region for the inconveniences they have faced because of this aggression by the United States and retaliation by us. So as a matter of fact, it is in fact the President of the United States who should apologize from the people of the region and Iranian people for the killings and destructions they have done against us.
Let me ask you, because NBC News is reporting that Iran is receiving help from Russia to help locate U.S. forces. Are you receiving any help from Russia?
Well, we have a strategic partnership with Russia.
So that's a yes?
And, a military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not something new. It's not a secret. It has been in the past and is still there and will continue in the future.
Is Russia helping you locate U.S. forces? I just want to be very clear here.
Well, I don't have exact military information. As far as I know, we have a very good partnership with Russia.
So they are helping you. They are providing intelligence.
Well, they are helping us in many different directions. I don't have any detailed information.
Okay, let's move to the strike on the elementary school in southern Iran. It killed more than 170 people, including many children. President Trump said Iran is responsible for that strike. What is your response to what the president said?
Well, it is funny. It is our school. These are our students, our girls, and they are attacked by an American fighter, a jet fighter, and they have been killed. Why Iran is responsible? Have we started this war? Have we attacked our own people? No, we were negotiating with the United States. And in the middle of negotiations, in the middle of diplomacy, they decided to attack us. and they have attacked so many places, including schools and hospitals. And there are all evidences that this school is attacked by an American, jet fighter.
Where is the Iranian evidence that this was a U.S. attack, a jet fighter, as you say? Will you provide
If it was not U.S., then who was that? Maybe Israelis. But it is obvious who else is attacking us.
Well, let me move on to this question about potential ground troops. You said earlier this week on U.S. ground troops to my colleague Tom Yamas, quote, "We are waiting for them." But President Trump says the condition for sending troops to Iran would be that Iran, quote, would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level. Is the president right? Would you not be able to fight at the ground level, Mr. Foreign Minister?
Well, at least it's not the case right now. For the time being, we are capable enough. We have very brave soldiers who are waiting for any enemy who enter into our soil to fight with them and to kill them and destroy them. So, and that would be the case in the coming days and the coming years, and in always in our in Iran. We are brave people. We have a great civilization. We have defended our land for thousands of years, and we continue to do that as much as it takes.
All right. Good?
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? We're back. We're on our way right now to link up with Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Jaam podcast boys. But while we're in the Uber on our way there,
Schools and hospitals.
I'm going to continue with where you left off. I'm going to scroll back a little bit and take a look at the video. I'm going to be live reacting from the car, something no one has ever done before in the history of this franchise. Okay? No one has ever come close to doing something so dastardly.
Not a minute wasted.
So devious. We're gonna try live reacting on the phone. Okay?
As far as I know, we have a very good partnership with Russia.
So they are helping you. They are providing intelligence.
Well, they are helping us in many different directions. I don't have any detailed information.
Okay, let's move.
That's a yes. Which is also, I mean, I don't know the extent of Russian help to the Iranian side, but it is kind of funny for Americans of all people to be complaining about this, because like it is a direct role reversal in this circumstance where they're like, oh well, Russia invaded Ukraine, so we have to help out our ally Ukraine. Okay, well, America is bombing Iran right now. Why shouldn't Russia help Iran, right? And it's really funny. Oops.
This is great. You just do all your streams like this.
This is how I should do my streams, yeah. And it's a little
more interesting.
It's a little ridiculous that they're fucking upset about that. Same with China, especially with China.
The strike on the elementary school in southern Iran.
This was the most insane part of the interview, by the way, when the fucking audacity of a Western news anchor. What she says here is unfucking bearable.
More than 170 people, including many children. President Trump said Iran is responsible for that strike. What is your response to what the president said?
By the way, Arakshi in this moment has a very unique opportunity. He's been like, President Trump doesn't know anything. He is stupid. If he had said that, he'd become a legend. Like literally, overnight legend.
Well, it is funny. It is our school. These are our students, our girls, and they are attacked by an American fighter, a jet fighter, and they have been killed. Why Iran is responsible? Have we started this war? Have we attacked our own people? No, we were negotiating with the United States. And in the middle of negotiations, in the middle of diplomacy, they decided to attack us. And they have attacked so many places, including schools and hospitals. And there are all evidences that this school is attacked by an American jet fighter.
Where is the Iranian evidence that this?
Where's the Iranian evidence, bro? The Americans literally showed a strike map. Pete Hegseth went up on stage and said, we are no longer abiding by gay stuff like rules of engagement, international human rights. These things have set us back for far too long. Like, we're not doing that no more. So you got the Department of War, the head of the Department of War openly admitting it. And then he came out and had those maps of where they struck, and literally on the maps that they were showing, you could see the Mina school right in between the two targets, right in between the two areas that they had bombed. After all of that, like, you've basically gotten confirmation at that point. Oh shit, it's green again, it's glorping.
Oh, why is it doing this? Why is it just...
Okay, it's fine for now. I will fix the ingest if necessary. We're on it though, we're aware of the problems. We're aware of the problems, Chad.
I'm glorping my shit.
Did you talk?
That's good. Yeah.
It glorped up again, and then it went back in, and it glorped up again. No whacker.
It's the tunnel.
It was the tunnel? This shouldn't happen in these fucking, with this backpack though. I think there's something wrong with the backpack.
Almost steps. Chad, someone clip the glorp and send it to me so I can use it as evidence.
We're back, I think. It's glorping time, or are we back? Check the chat. Okay. But as I was saying, before I got rudely interrupted by the glorp, you have almost complete confirmation, right? At this point, you have complete confirmation from the American authorities that they did that shit. And NBC Meet the Press is still like, well, what's the evidence? Like, what do you mean, what's the evidence? It's like the American government has basically taken ownership over this attack. All evidence from the American side points to the Americans being responsible for this. The Israeli side literally came out and said, this one's not on us. I understand why you would think we bombed the school. You know, we're kind of known for that thing, but it was actually the Americans this time. So like, basically everyone is aware that this is the American responsibility, right? So the fact that they're still trying to ask these sorts of questions is so ridiculous. This is not journalism. This is propaganda.
This attack, a jet fighter, as you say. Will you provide?
If it was not US, then who was that? Maybe Israelis. It is obvious who else is attacking us.
Well, let me move on to this question about potential.
Let's just move on. I guess you have no evidence. Let's just move on. You fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you out of your mind? What the fuck is wrong with you? There is no real journalistic purpose there. Like, as someone who, covers this stuff fairly frequently, this is a big part of my job. That question has zero journalistic value. Okay, why are y'all posting links? He's obviously not looking. I am looking at the chat. I'm just not going to click on links for now because I'm live reacting.
On U.S. ground troops to my colleague Tom Yamas, quote, "We are waiting for them." But President Trump says the condition for sending troops to Iran would be that Iran, quote, would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Israeli technique, by the way, once again. You know, churn and burn, bomb civilian areas, destroy the civil existence of the population that you're seeking to militarily dominate, and only after that go in with ground troops. Now, of course, with Iran, it's a little different. Massive country. It's not Gaza. It's a sovereign nation, which is kind of the whole problem from the American perspective, right? And therefore, they have set their defenses up for exactly this kind of predicament. This is the reason why the IRGC, the IRGC commander keeps doing fan cam edits, aura farming, being like, we are welcoming Americans into the strait. Please try to ensure the oil tankers. We would love for your naval assets to come into the strait, please. Just like they keep repeating over and over again, please come and militarily invade the country. That would be wonderful for us. We're waiting for it.
The president right? Would you not be able to fight at the ground level, Mr. Foreign Minister?
Well, at least this is not the case right now. For the time being, we are capable enough. We have very brave soldiers who are waiting for any enemy who enter into our soil to fight with them and to destroy and to kill them and destroy them. So, and that will be the case in the coming days and the coming years, and always in our in Iran. We are brave people. We have a great civilization. We have defended our land for thousands of years, and we continue to do that as much as it takes.
Let me ask you, because you have said that this was a war of choice. President Trump said one of the reasons for launching this war was that Iran, quote, already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases and would soon. Have missiles capable of reaching America? Was Iran planning to directly attack the United States?
Well, this is not true. This is, in fact, misinformation. We have...
You'd be like, as they call it, fake news.
The ability to produce missiles, but we have intentionally limited ourselves to below 2,000 kilometers of range because we don't want to be felt as a threat by anybody else in the world. We have not started any plan to increase the range of our missiles
Big mistake.
More than what it is right now. So there is no evidence, there is no intelligence, nothing to indicate that Iran is going to...
Same posture with the Democratic Party, which is, if they're going to call you a communist, then you might as well become a communist. They're going to say, oh, you have you have munitions that are capable of targeting U.S. soil. If you're going to have nuclear weapons down the line, you're going to need to develop delivery systems as well. That's just the reality. Now, that's for a future Iran, depending on what takes place. Can you tilt your phone a bit to the left? The HasanAbi doctrine is the only doctrine in realpolitik in a nuclear world. If you want to develop sovereignty, you have to have nuclear arms. It's that simple. It's clear that these guys can't rely on Russia either. Russia used to, when the USSR existed, Russia used to be the nuclear umbrella as a counterforce to NATO and a counterforce to the Western capitalist nuclear umbrella that was created. It created a semblance of security for countries that chose whichever side they were on. In the absence of such nuclear protection, nations that are especially non-aligned, if you want to call it that, because we don't have the Soviet bloc any longer. Someone said 346 Holy Toledo. Oh, we just passed a gas station. Holy Toledo. The price of gas is up, up, up. Haven't seen prices like this since 1976. Anyway, let's finish this interview.
Long-range missiles, let alone those missiles who can reach the United States soil.
All right, and of course, U.S. officials say that negotiations over this came to a halt, and that is part of why they moved forward with this action. Minister Arachi, thank you very much. We will obviously be tracking everything that unfolds very closely. We appreciate your being here.
I want to show you something, because after those fires raged, there was actually rain here in Tehran this morning, and you can see here.
This is the CNN guy that everyone's really mad at. I mean, all the Zionists are really mad at, because he's reporting directly from Iran, and Americans and Israelis are really upset that Iran seemingly has more press freedoms afforded to a national from the country that's bombing it right now than Israel does with allied regions, allied countries, especially in terms of allowing them entry into Gaza. Of course, if you're a reporter, you can report from inside of Israel, and there's a military censor in Israel as well, and that military censorship applies to everyone that reports out of Israel, for the record. For those of you who don't know, like before you say, well, Iran has like tremendous censorship, it's true, Iran does have censorship, except so does Israel. So you can't show successful strike targets. You can't show the actual impact, the damage, if the Israeli government decides it's actually not good for propaganda purposes. And of course, with respect to Israel, Israel still has yet to allow any foreign journalists into Gaza. The only journalists that they've allowed into Gaza are actually state propagandists that they send with security detail. They haven't, since they relinquished control over at least 50% of the Gaza territory and gave it back to Hamas and the Palestinians. So ever since that has taken place, they have not allowed any independent reporters, independent journalists, independent investigators into Gaza as well. So of course, one is the barbaric Islamic country. The other one is obviously the most moral nation on the planet. The only nation on the planet that matters. As a matter of fact, no other nation matters at all. Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai, Am Israel Chai. But, just something to consider. But it is very funny that, like, people are mad. People are mad at any coverage whatsoever coming from inside of Iran. Because it makes it a little bit more difficult, and it also humanizes the Iranians.
After those fires raged, there was actually rain here in Tehran this morning, and you can see here, because this is a white car, that the rain is actually apparently saturated with oil. You can see on my finger that it's completely blackened, and that's something that's been coming down for the better part of this morning. So of course that's all.
Look at that. That's liberation. Liberation for the Iranian people in the form of melting their oil refineries, in the form of destroying their water desalination plants, trying to cripple the 93 million Iranian population's access to fresh water, to drinkable water. How nice of us to do that. How nice of us to engage in this kind of liberatory acts.
So a concern for folks here in Tehran that there's this rain that came down that seems to be saturated with oil. On the whole, the lines here, I wouldn't call them massively long, and the authorities have said they are going to try and mitigate this problem, get fuel from other places to this area. But certainly for now, you can tell that people are concerned about the situation.
Of course, I'm a little worried because fuel depots have been hit. Gas stations are a little more crowded. The line was very long. There was a very long line from here till the end of the street. It's not a big deal, even if fuel runs out. I'll park the car and use alternative transport.
Iran's Gulf neighbors report a new wave of strikes after the Iranian.
Yeah, it has been quite remarkable to see the coverage. But yeah, the Iranian people are they're very resilient, UCLA hat, possibly not credible. What's the credible reporting from Iran, you think? Like, what would be the credible reporting? People being like, we love it. We're either A, we're terrified because America's blowing our shit up and it's disgusting and it's awful and we hate it, or B, we love it actually, it's awesome. Thank you for blowing up our oil refineries. I didn't even need that shit anyway. I'm a renewable energy advocate, and also think that it should be the Knesset that decides who our next supreme leader is. That's a lie. There is free press in Iran. Women don't have to wear the hijab if they don't want to. Many wear the hijab. Of course, women in businesses, many women in universities, engineers, scientists. It's a little bit more complex than the way you're representing it. There are areas where the hijab restrictions have certainly been eased, obviously Tehran being one of those places, but there have been times, considering that it's still in the rules, where the military or the police force or the government can decide to use the existing rules in order to engage in the act of repression. And they do. The Mahsa Amini protests were a good example of this. I mean, and thousands of people were arrested in the process, and many were killed as well. So to say that like the situation is black and white, oh, it's green again.
Really? Oh no. Let me see.
Is it still glorping?
Any glorpers? Looks like it's back now.
By the time we see it, oh, it's fine. Oh, it's for a second. God damn it, chat. Yeah, it literally happened with Bernie too. That was so sad.
Okay, yeah, we gotta. I'll make it. I'm gonna hit him up.
How the West can put a standard on a population that had to liberate itself from Western hegemony is peak entitlement. Oh, for sure. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, from the perspective of, like, regular Iranians that are, you know, there are still plenty of regular Iranians that are in favor of this process. Like I said, it's like a 20 to 30 for the Ayatollah. But outside of that, there's also a lot of discontent, and that's an understandable discontent that exists, especially from my perspective. I mean, it's hard not to recognize that this is a system of repression that a lot of people consider to be unacceptable. I personally would be very frustrated and would absolutely fucking protest living under a system like that. It's glorping again. What the fuck? It's fine now. It's fine. Lol, chat flips out over the most minor shit.
Well, it still shouldn't be happening.
It's not the Rust Belt internet, chat. It's our bag for sure.
Yeah, it should not ever be happening out here.
Yeah.
Or it might just be like the HDMI cables, which I'm going to replace immediately too.
But once again, that is a totally separate subject and utterly irrelevant in this conversation, which is why I don't even like bringing it up when we're talking about it, because I think many people use that in the purest Western chauvinistic ways possible. They use that as a reason. They want to bring that up specifically to be like, I don't like what America's doing, but also these guys are pretty bad. They had it coming, you know? It's victim blaming. The dynamic has shifted dramatically. Gas check. This one doesn't even have a gas price.
It's just so high. It's not even
so high. They chose not to even put it on there.
It's market price.
He's saving America, man. He's winning. We're winning. Wait, there now exists a video or where a tomahawk hits the school? Actually, that's probably AI, right? That's got to be fucking AI. Iran has released a video of the strike at the girls' school. A U.S. Tomahawk missile is clearly visible, debunking the U.S. blatant lie. They also struck the same school 40 minutes later to murder those involved in the rescue effort. I don't know if there's actual visual confirmation yet. I'll have to look at it. Jacob Kornbluth. Jewish People Policy Institute survey of 692 American Jews with relatively strong ties to the Jewish community, Jewish identity, or Israel. 68% support the U.S. decision to go to war against Iran, while 26% oppose it. I swear to God, I've never experienced such a clear-cut, like, difference in you know, opinion and a lack of interest in, like, reading the fucking room from a lot of these organizations that conduct surveys like this. To be like, you see, Jews are overwhelmingly in support of destroying Iran. Jews in America are overwhelmingly for this. It's like, brother, it doesn't matter. Oh, 347, 361, 427. Winning.
All right, this real quick.
Yeah. It's very frustrating to see that.
You're welcome, sir.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, wherever you want here. It's good.
Well, I can turn it.
Okay.
Okay. He's fine, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Takma var arkadaş.
Arkadaş. Eyvallah, eyvallah.
It's windy.
Hey, Keith.
What's up?
Keith.
Chris, nice to meet you. Hello. March.
March, nice to meet you. Chris,
Pleasure to meet you. Hello.
Armando.
March, pleasure to meet you again. Should we go in here?
1 minute out. Well, wait outside. That alarm will go off and the door is open. So I got here for a minute.
Okay.
We'll just do a lap up towards Central a bit and loop back, and they're going to end over on Laramie. So we'll hang out. The Jaam guys are about a minute, 2 minutes away.
How you doing? What's going on, Hasan? Nice to meet you.
March, pleasure to meet you. Should I show you?
Yeah, sure. Here, we'll start. Because I have an intro as well. We're out here in the Windy City, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful Windy City. It's actually a beautiful sunny day in the city of Chicago. And I will be hanging out with the mayor of this beautiful city, Brandon Johnson, in a brief moment. I have an introduction prepared and I have some questions prepared ahead of time. Shout out to Eric Hovagim for helping me out with this. Brandon Johnson, DSA, 57th mayor of Chicago since 2023. Brandon Johnson's a former organizer for Chicago Teachers Union, a social studies teacher. Unfortunately, Brandon Johnson's approval ratings have not been so high because he has gotten extreme opposition from Chicago capitalists. The capital owners in the city and also in the state of Illinois have been very aggressively coming after him since the beginning of his tenure. But Brandon Johnson is the 57th mayor of Chicago after a career as a social studies teacher, labor organizer, and Cook County commissioner. He's backed strongly by the Chicago Teachers Union, the Democratic Socialists of America, and progressive grassroots groups. He ran a platform focused on investing in housing, education, and community-based public safety rather than austerity or heavy policing. Since taking office, he's had to govern within one of the most complex political environments in the country while taking on his ops in city council factions, which include the very similar ops that you probably know from the Zohran situation. The police unions, let's be real, even though they are protecting, they're protecting us today. Wonderful cops. The real estate lobby, and also Rahm Emanuel, and dealing with tens and billions of inherited pension debt. His mayoralty has become a test of whether a popular progressive agenda can overcome the hurdles set forth by the capitalist class in one of America's largest cities.
I'm gonna wipe the lens real quick.
Okay. Oh, it's because of the scratch. There's a lens scratch.
Oh. Well, give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
This might not work, chat. We'll see.
That's crazy.
Sorry for the flashbang, chat. Did that work? Nope, you're right. It's a scratch. That might be inside of this.
What's going on? Are we? Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's good to see you, man. Thanks for coming to Chicago. Hey.
All right, you paid that guy, huh?
You know, it's going to see a lot of that, right?
Yeah. All right. So, what are we doing? We're going to be hanging out in here.
I'm not in charge of this. I'm just
okay.
on assignment.
We're gonna do a lap. We're just waiting 1 minute.
Hey, what's going on, man?
All right.
Good, brother. How are you? Good, man. Come on, man. Say hello, man. Feeling all right?
Yes, sir. I've been wanting to meet you face to face anyway.
It's a pleasure, brother.
Yeah.
You live in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir. Born and raised right here, Austin community. I'm a rapper, actor. I just got a movie out with 50 Cent and everything.
Straight up?
Yeah, slam. But man, congratulations, bro. Thank you for everything you do, man. For real. And you need to get more good publicity.
Yeah,
because they giving you like they too much on your ass.
You know
bro.
they giving me grief, but you know we strong.
Yes, sir.
644, we don't stay strong.
Yeah, 60644. Yeah.
Got it. All right, man.
Blessings,
hey,
brother.
man, Darius, give him your card, man. Yep.
Damn, that's my name.
Yeah, man. So, gosh, you picked a nice day. Brought a little bit of that West Coast sunshine, man, into the city.
Yeah, it was raining when we first came in, but it's been really nice. It is very windy though. I get why they call it the Windy City.
Yeah, more ways than one.
Yeah,
for sure.
So we're gonna walk around first. Is that what we want to do, or we can just wait here? It doesn't matter to me. But if you guys want to walk, we can do that as well.
Then we can start here. We could start here, and then we can make our way in a couple minutes.
Mhm.
So let's just talk here, and then we'll make our way.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So what part of town are we in right now?
So we're on the west side of Chicago. This is the Austin neighborhood. It's the neighborhood that I live in.
Mm-hmm.
My wife and I are raising our 3 children just a couple of blocks from here. We love it. It's a beautiful historic community. Once upon a time, it used to be the largest neighborhood in the entire city of Chicago, but unfortunately, because of past administration's ills, school closures, the loss of good public sector jobs, we are no longer the largest neighborhood, but this is still the largest concentration of working people, and particularly black folks, anywhere in the country. At the height of the neighborhood, we probably had, it was definitely 100,000 people just in this neighborhood. We're probably sitting around about 80,000 now, but still very vibrant and strong. And right now we're working our way back, but it's beautiful, man. I mean, the housing, the major corridors, man. We're down the historic Chicago Avenue. So yeah, this is my hood. Yeah.
You grew up here?
I didn't. I grew up just a little bit outside of the city, but once my wife and I decided to work our way, into the city, there was no doubt that we wanted to live right here on the west side. Yeah.
So he brought up the fact that they're on your ass, that you're, and this is something that I briefly alluded to in our last conversation, but it's something that I've been thinking quite a bit about as well. I do feel like there is somewhat of I wouldn't say like a media attack on you, but definitely like it's more critical than you would expect of a mayor of a large city. There are other mayors that have been in the spotlight in times of need, but they haven't received as much criticism as you have. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's one specific reason. I know that the city of Chicago is the global capital of the world, and the interests of corporations have long had their foot on the neck of working people and poor people. My election broke outside of that structure. I know that there are corporate interests that want to dominate this city, and I believe that as I continue to put forth the vision that is transformative, of course it's going to be met with resistance. Yesterday we said our final farewell to Reverend Jackson. He was a true example of someone who understood his assignment in Chicago, right? It's why when Dr. King came to the North and they knew they needed a strategist and an organizer in the North, they put Reverend Jackson in charge, and it wasn't like this. The power structure embraced, all of his ideals, man. And so we're still faced with many of those corporate interests that do not see the value of working people. And as long as we're committed to ensuring that safe and affordable communities can become a reality, I think we should just anticipate the corporate order to to respond in the way in which they have, man. But I try not to, allow it to deter me. Clearly, as you heard the brother, people see it, right? And it has not stopped the support and the desire for us to build our communities in a way in which I think, our folks expect.
Yeah. Actually, let's talk about the funeral proceedings that took place for Reverend Jackson. He's a very important figure for American politics, very important figure for someone like myself as well, someone who I've looked up to and helped me develop a better understanding of American politics in general. I believe, hey, it was good. I believe that at the funeral proceedings, there were 3 presidents that came out and spoke. Yeah. And it was very interesting seeing it from the outside, like the way that they utilized the pulpit in that moment. And I wanted to hear, well, aside from what you think of the performance of Kamala Harris saying, "I told you so," using that as an opportunity to say, "I told you so," which didn't land very well with at least the people that were watching from outside. And then I believe Joe Biden had some words as well. Do you feel like they were like real torchbearers for Jesse Jackson's legacy, especially considering that he himself had oftentimes been at odds with some of these people directly, including but not limited to even Obama at times as well. How did you feel about those speeches?
Well, I mean, I think to some extent you heard each president admit that they had, disagreement with Reverend Jackson. President Clinton said that explicitly, in his speech. I think we're all clear that the so-called 3 strikes and you're out, policy was incredibly harmful and detrimental to working people, and particularly black folks in particular. Yeah. And, I think what they all at least shared was that they were a beneficiary, of his work, his legacy, right? I think that it's clear though, that we have not realized the full manifestation of what the Rainbow Coalition was all about. That's why I was very intentional about lifting up the fact that healthcare for all was a part of the platform of Reverend Jackson in '84. Yeah. He was calling for a single-payer healthcare system where you did not have, a system of winners and losers, right? Yeah. His stance around public education. I talked about the fact that it was Dr. King who understood the connection between labor rights and civil rights. He prophesied of the incredible potential that it had. So I think that as much as they possibly could, they wanted to take credit. They at least wanted to acknowledge they benefited. But I think it's important that we push the fact that we have still not fully accomplished what that platform was all about back in the 80s.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, well, the Jaam boys are here, so.
What's going on? What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up? Welcome to my hood. What's up, man? How you doing, man? Coming through. Always.
What's good? What's good?
What's going on?
I see you going viral recently, man.
They said I was out there. Then they said the Jaam. I was like, let me make sure we get some shoes, because I know I would not be able to out bling y'all. I knew that. I was like, I got my wedding band, I got Citizens. That's it.
Now you're rocking the red on the shoe.
Yeah.
That's good. But yeah, welcome to Chicago again. Hey, y'all been. I heard some of the conversation. It was very interesting. Yeah. We actually was just talking about it in the car. We were talking about the Reverend Jesse Jackson, like funeral and everything, the things that Kamala said, things like that. Yeah. It was massive. Everybody was in town. Like.
Oh man, wasn't that wild, man?
Yeah. Gustavo Petro was here. Really?
Yeah. Cut the tape. Yeah, it was good. So we had, I believe it was the president of the Congo. We had South Africa. We had Colombia. Of course, other dignitaries who were representative of these nations, man. But like Reverend Jackson, man, was just such a large, political, civil leader. But yet, man, hey, what's going on, man? But he was also, man, so connected to the ground, man, and it was really just beautiful to see, like, from a child care provider to a president of another nation. It's like they hear people celebrate his life and his story, man. It was very humbling.
I think it was dope to see how many people came out, you know,
Yeah.
showing the love and everything, like across the cities, like the sides of the city too, you know, like South Side came out, West Side came out, every side came out. So yeah, I think it was just dope to see all the love and support people had for him.
I think if people forget how central of a hub Chicago is.
Yes, right.
You know, like I always think about it whenever I'll see like how many figures that I know of came from here, and whenever stuff like that'll happen, it's like people, the narrative on the internet is so much focused about like the things that you see on local news, regardless of who has the influence to focus on those things, but it's never necessarily about the broader impact. So I love like moments like this get to just kind of showcase what Chicago's all about.
That's right. That's right. That's right. No, I mean, you had, you know, Isaiah Thomas, man, who, you know, another proud West Sider. He got called out for being a Piston, but it's like, my thing is, man, with him playing in Detroit, same thing with Mark Aguirre, another West Sider. It's like we send our family to go play with our cousins up in Detroit to get them a win, man. But Isaiah Thomas, you know, Chris Tucker, talked about his influence. And I mean, man, everybody else in between, man. You had, you know, rabbis, you had, you know, leaders from Palestine, you know what I'm saying? Who were a part of it. You know, so it's a true testament of the global figure that he was.
Jesse Jackson was a lion. Like he did that. He did that shit. I think he played a role. He played a role in like numerous hostage release conversations. He understood that solidarity amongst the working class has an international component to it as well. And that always was another reason why I really appreciated his place in advocacy.
How you doing? No, I appreciate. I think one of the things that I saw about Jesse Jackson, you know, all the clips started coming out, especially after his passing. And one of the most important things that I seen was kind of like it kind of gave me inspiration for what like a future either left-wing political party or Democratic party can look like. That focus on that unity among demographics, the interconnected struggle that all of them face. I feel like a lot of the times we get away from talking about the material things that can actually bring about those changes, at least on a national level. And I think it's a lot of stuff that we can learn from someone like him and a legacy like him, and even like taking that much further. Because like you said, we do still have a long way to go.
Like I'm curious too, man. Especially because I got a birthday coming up.
Oh yeah.
And I'm tripping, man. So yeah, man. I mean, I guess, yeah, this is your invitation. Yeah, it's a good way to just throw it out there. But hey, what's up? I'm the oldest person in my administration. I'm turning 50.
Oh,
so we have with the exception of me, we have a relatively young administration. But I'm real curious, man. Like, how do like 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds see and view a Reverend Jackson?
I think, at least the way I
like a Jesus. Yeah, in a sense, because it's like, he's that guy.
I think I was gonna say, same thing, kind of like in terms of like when you get older. Like when I got older, I started learning certain things about it. But like younger, like that was like that guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like my granny was talking about him, my mama was talking about him, everybody was talking about him. So.
Oh, hey, how you doing? What's up?
How you doing?
Good. Thank you. How long you been doing business out here? No, you're welcome. How long? What do you? Oh, you got a whole big old.
Oh God, I'm about to get some.
I see here.
Oh my
good.
God,
It's really nice to see you.
Oh my God, have a good one. Have a good one.
I'm sorry, you said.
Nah, it was just, you know, like growing up, you hear about them, and you don't really know much other than like what the effect of like my granny was talking about him, my mom was talking about him, the church was talking about him all the time. So it's like, you know, you kind of view him as like a legend or like a prominent figure for coming from Chicago, you know?
You really like saw like, even with his death and the funeral, you saw the unity really happening after that. Like I'm really seeing like the internet blowing up over it.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know, I think... Did they really get food?
It's always that one guy.
Always that one.
Yeah, it's like, Mama, we would have been on time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what do you think? Do you think when it comes to someone like Reverend Jesse Jackson, do you think it's and I want to hear from both of y'all, do you think it's a positive thing that the younger generation looks at him like that, or do you think we should kind of pick it apart a little bit more and go deeper?
No, I think it's good because he's like people credit. So people credit Bernie Sanders in 2016 for like the rise of self-identifying socialism in the country, but I think like Jesse Jackson in the 80s was doing that, and it's something that Bernie Sanders also has always acknowledged as well. Jesse Jackson also endorsed Bernie too. Yeah. So like there have been, I would say that we've had periods in American politics where we had a much more radical approach.
Yes.
And much more militancy, labor militancy, different groups that were engaging in direct action in ways that were really impactful. But Jesse Jackson basically continued that legacy and continued carrying the torch of what the Black Panther Party was doing, the Rainbow Coalition. And I think he was an exceptionally important figure in American politics, and that's part of the reason why they engaged in a lot of whitewashing of his legacy. Because it's frustrating. You see that with MLK, and then the worst version of that is just like a lack of recognition at all for Malcolm X. But it's obvious to me that with Jesse Jackson, I feel like they're hitting the MLK whitewashing on his legacy as well, to just say like, oh, he's. He wanted to unite everybody. It turns into just like with MLK, it turns into like I had a dream. You know how like racist people love using that to be like, oh yeah, MLK wanted no anti-white racism. That's what his that's the only takeaway you should get from MLK's legacy. They kind of do that with Jesse Jackson a little bit too.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick it apart a little bit more. Maybe that's the social studies teacher in me.
I hear that.
I do believe that there is a strong value for Reverend Jackson. I will say that a prophet is not always well received or received at all in their own home. I had a chance to hang out with Reverend outside of the city of Chicago. The response is different, and I think it's not that we did not appreciate Reverend Jackson. It's just that we may have taken him for granted at times. Because he was just so ever present.
You think it was a sign of like kind of the fact of where we were in like American politics at the time and then where we are now? Like now we kind of can look in hindsight and be like, damn, we kind of took him for granted.
I think at times, I know that there were some real critical moments in recent city history that many people may not be aware of. He was still the convener. I remember when the Laquan McDonald video was uncovered, the organizing that was put together was done at Rainbow Push in his office. And at that time, the young folks were the millennials and had a much different vernacular than the Reverend Jackson era, right? And so I was the Gen X who had to stand in the middle between millennials who, quite frankly, drop more F-bombs than keep hope alive. But Reverend Jackson stood in that space, sent out a robocall on the Chicago Teachers Union's list.
Wow.
Like on Thanksgiving.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Like real controversial, right? And, at a time in which the tension between community and policing had begun to escalate anyhow. Right, so you saw labor, you saw faith, you saw other community organizations come together at Rainbow Push, and Reverend was a central figure in all of that. But I will say that there were some younger organizers who did not necessarily see the Jackson generation as a part of modern day resistance. And so they got an education because they saw his influence and his impact in that moment, but I will say as a whole though, I think that life after for Reverend Jackson will be kinder than the life that he lived. And that's just, unfortunately the nature of the beast, we call America or capitalism.
I think it's super important to like point out, at least from my perspective, like growing up, hearing about Jesse, like I feel like I always it is one of those things where, yeah, you do take for granted just because of how like present and how much I've seen him, especially like being here. But it's the constant work of making sure the legacy that is preserved is the ones that really take up those principles. Like when we talk about MLK and the whitewashing of that, it's like you never want to see a situation where, well, I mean, we talk about how much Chicago is like has remnants of segregation and stuff like that, and to see a political force and political movement that can start on the basis of unifying every demographic, like in this city in particular, that's very powerful. That like directly shows an antidote to like fascism, to apartheid policies, to stuff like that. And that's why I feel like it's so important to remember that now. Like the stuff that we pull from Jesse Jackson, because it feels like at least that wasn't the focus broadly, like on a national level. Now it seems like we're kind of getting back to that. That's Everyone's right. now aware of the moment we're in.
Yeah.
And I think that makes it that much more impactful. And figures like that are people who we really do have to highlight, because it kind of gives us a pathway, I feel like.
Yep. I will say this, as far as like, my audience is very white, right? I have an international audience as well. The international perspective is obviously like focused on his advocacy on that front. And there's a lot of respect for him there too, because like people love when an American will come out and be like, oh no, I understand what's going on here. Like this is messed up. We gotta. I mean, he hung out with Fidel Castro. Like those are very important moments in American history. But then, as far as white people goes, in my community, even like there was a lot of people who were like, I am so deeply ashamed that I learned about him in a very negative way in my household, because like the media coverage in mainstream, on the mainstream side of things, the media coverage on Jesse Jackson was not good at all. Like, it was very, they attacked him. They would often bracket him in the same way as Al Sharpton, from back when Al Sharpton was more radical, let's say. So it's been a wake-up call for a lot of people, I think, especially now when like broader subsects of society are starting to recognize that there is like an implicit bias in mainstream news.
Yes.
It's not always bad, right? But there are certain blind spots, let's say, racial blind spots certainly, but then also blind spots in general for any kind of advocacy that they consider to be anti-capitalist or radical. And people are now, I think, becoming more aware of that and reconsidering their prior biases about certain things, about the way that they've learned about certain things.
I want to ask Mayor Johnson, like, do you think, in the same vein of that, what do you see as the position of, I guess, revolutionary / like radical politics, I guess, considered in America? Like, what's that role today? Because we've seen throughout history, like you said, the media frame, or how there will be crackdowns on people for simply believing like people should have freedom of expression, freedom to explore whatever ideology suits them. What do you see, like, are you looking to have more of an embrace of people who might be more out there, might be more, I guess, radical considered? Because I feel like those are people who've always been doing the work. You know, those are people who've always been in the ground throughout history, and there's a kind of push to try to keep those people out when we're talking power.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think that they're, going back a little bit to what you said, or your analysis about the current political climate that we're in, that like this is a ripe moment for like a Reverend Jesse Jackson, right? And like this is the moment that like he lived and fought for, right? To have intergenerational movement of critical thinkers that are willing to challenge the status quo, right? And so I'm struck a little bit by just the timing of his death. Like, I'm not one to question God, and I'm like, yo, so what you up to for real, right? Because it really, you could sense and feel this resurgence of resistance, but you also can feel the life of like a Reconstruction era. And so I think, getting to your question, there's a level and a degree of I think impatience that is even less tolerable now than what we believe our ancestors were willing to tolerate, right? But what I'm seeing though is that the desire to push the ground and organize versus let me organize and get my name on the ballot at the same time.
Yeah.
This is where I believe that there's a little bit of it's a little disjointed for me, right? Because as much as, and this is, people don't always agree with me on this, as much as we recognize and understand the power of the position, our ancestors understood that, but they understood their power from their position, not from the position that they were trying to push. They believed that their power was capable of pushing the power structure to submit and bend to the will of the people. Versus now, there seems this other element where there's I believe, an over sensationalized glorification of politicians. And I'm one of them, right? And it makes me, like, frankly, a little concerned just from an organizing perspective that if the only motivation that this generation has to organize is to be an elected official, then I believe that we may not have our assignment complete. Again, I'm not saying that we should not run for office, right? Because I did that. I went up against powerful machines in this city. Just for the record, I've never lost an election. I just want people to know that. While y'all out here like trying to run game, brother hadn't lost, right? So, but with that being said, the reason why I believe that I was in a stronger position to prevail is because I had begun to lay the groundwork in this very community, right? Standing up to powerful structures that were closing down schools, that were laying off workers, right? I was a part of a hunger strike, taking arrests, right? I mean, put real skin in the game and had no real desire, quite frankly, to run for office. It was just one of those things I'll never forget, because Rev was a person who would come up to me, I think you'll appreciate this, when I was out there organizing, he would say, man, Brandon, if you would just get a haircut and get you a good suit, you might just be somebody. So I'm like, so I got a haircut, I got a suit. Right. Oh yeah, sure, of course. So you're seeing a lot more, as we walk down Chicago Avenue, man, this is an avenue that, some community organizers who are, really attached to business, see Chicago Avenue as like the should be the main, corridor for the city of Chicago, is Chicago Avenue. So they're gonna name it, well, they have named it Soul City.
Oh yeah,
so we got some housing development. This is good. We got more small businesses that are coming through, and then these pop-up shops like this.
Oh yeah, I love these like green areas. Oh, is that? I love like green spaces like this. We will talk about it so much, like even when it comes to a community aspect and like a safety thing. I feel like a lot of the things that are missing right now, we talked recently at the Chicago Teachers Union, and what we basically talked about is like, how do we break down these silos? Like it feels like a lot of the last like maybe decade and a half of kind of like austerity politics that privatize, close down like public spaces. We've kind of all been through that, and there's a lot of apathy now. But like, I stress the importance of even little areas like this. Like it's so nice to come outside and like feel like you have a place that you can just stand, chill, maybe play a little basketball. And people don't understand how long a way that goes.
Oh, it's a huge contributor to transformation. In the summertime, I mean, you're gonna see like areas like this all over the city, like literally popping. And we put, $1.25 billion bond investment for economic development and housing in Austin. Just, again, between Chicago Avenue, there's development down Madison. For the first time since the King riots, we've seen like real economic, development. And just for the record, I know we're gonna take a picture, and I mean this with all sincerity. Reverend would have loved y'all. I'm telling you, man. He, like, if he had, the strength when he was going through to be a part of the Jaam, man, he would have loved it. In fact, even though he did not have all of the functions that he had when I got a chance to learn from him, he probably would have still come through, man. But I know we're proud of you as a city. I know as you all's platform becomes bigger than this guy's here.
We got time to climb up.
We need all of Brother Piker's followers to follow the Jaam. But no, he really would have had a great deal of respect and regard for y'all, man, because he believed in like young people being on the ground and like speaking truth to power. So,
yeah, we appreciate you even bringing us out here. Like, I feel like it's so important to like highlight sides like this because it destroys the perception of what like people think Chicago is.
Yeah.
Like people think it's dangerous. Yeah. When it's like, bro, this city is beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
There's dangers in every city, bro.
Yeah,
like to act as though it's not dangerous in every single city.
Like I told my mom, I was like, I'm gonna come out here for the street. She's like, Alan, be careful. I'm like, Ma, it's the mayor.
Me and Hasan were talking about it last time you were out here about how like part of it is also the plot. You know, you don't want everyone to come moving to Chicago.
I feel weird about showing how nice it is. I'm like, no, guys, it's bad. Don't come here.
Well, I mean, I think that's changing, man. And look, we have to tell the truth as well. Like, I'm not gonna act like in 3 years, almost 3 years since I've been mayor, that we have turned everything around.
Yeah,
but we have turned the corner though.
Yeah,
right? And
it's
we're
progress
moving.
that needs to be highlighted.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we'll do a quick group photo here, and then we're going to walk towards Laramie. We have about 5 minutes left.
Okay.
So looking at Vashawn.
Behind the shoes.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
All right, so let's walk towards Laramie.
All right.
So how long are you in this? We just say the city. That's how
we say the city.
It's like it's only one.
So
how long are you in the city?
I'm here for just today. I was here delivering a speech at Northwestern University last night. And then I was so tired. I feel like I didn't do that good of a job, but people seem to like it. But I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I hope you've enjoyed your stay and your time here. Just over on the other side here was more affordable units that we built. You could always see more signs of the Soul City corridor popping up because we want to make sure that just like in any town, you'll have a Chinatown, a Greek town, a Boys town. What's the Soul City corridor in Chicago? And I got to give a shout out to AAA B&A because they see Chicago Avenue as the premier avenue that highlights the beauty of our city.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have some questions for you if you don't mind. So, Chicago's been historically been run through a close relationship with the city government and major corporate interests. But you came in with a philosophy centered on labor and community investment, as we talked about last time. How is the business community responding to recent developments by City Hall?
Yeah. Well,
I know something about that.
Well, I want to say that, look, we are definitely the global capital of the world. And I believe that business interests and my interest is to make sure that we have safe and affordable communities. What I focus primarily on is, hey, good afternoon. What I focused on primarily is making sure that we are building safe communities because that's good for business. And we have the brand new stadium, Chicago Fire, we're building. On the west side of Chicago, the 1901 project outside of the United Center. That's a multi-billion-dollar project. On the southeast side of Chicago where the steel mills once existed. Speaking of labor, no development there in over 30 years. We have Psi Quantum coming out that way, plus a brand new hospital. With Advocate Health, $100 million investment. So business recognizes that this is the premier location. The city of Chicago Metro, once again, the top destination for corporate relocation and expansion for 13 years in a row. Voted the best big city in America. So business interest recognizes, that this is the place to do it. My simple philosophy is straightforward, that we are open for business, we're just not for sale, right? And so, there are some individuals, of course, that still, don't necessarily jive. What's going on with my philosophy? But it's not gonna change my push, right? To ensure that we're building a safe, affordable city where everybody gets to participate and not just a handful.
So it's a delicate balance to strike, but Chicago's business elite obviously still has a domineering force on the city's economic power. How are you navigating the roadblocks put up by folks like Michael Sachs, Ken Griffin, Rahm Emanuel? how can we rally the labor unions to engage in more advocacy and even tenants to push back against the corporate focus?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to require. It's going to require working people to make sure that our agenda gets across the finish line. Even with those forces that have animus towards working people, our values are incredibly popular. 80% of the city wanted us to put more of a responsibility on corporations to pay their fair share. But the corporate interests, of course, got into the heads of a couple of alders, that stopped us from moving one particular aspect, of our agenda. But the vast majority of that agenda was still able to materialize. I'm pushing for a millionaire's tax. We're organizing in Springfield to push that through. So it's not that our agenda doesn't have merit. Like, our agenda is very popular. It's going to require labor, the civil rights organizations, labor organizations, all of those organizations are going to come together to make sure that we're pushing our collective agenda.
All right. Okay. I have a little bit more of a tough question. Since we last talked, the Foundry Park development was approved by City Council.
Yep.
You mentioned you wanted to bring affordable housing to all of the neighborhoods, including Lincoln Park, where this is being developed. It sounds like it's going to bring 1,000 new homes, including a handful of designated affordable units, but the developer seems inclined to make a payment of $7 million to the city instead of building the 42 affordable units. How do these kinds of deals, where developers pay their way out of actually building the housing units, change the dynamic of actually building affordable housing, and how does that change the way you think about it?
Well, it's not going to change the way I think about it. We're continue to push, the developers to make sure that at least 30% of the units are affordable. We know that there are loopholes, of course, that they try to draw on. We're repurposing downtown office spaces into affordable housing, right? So of the 1,100 new spaces that are being converted into housing, 30% of them will be affordable. So that drive is going to continue. We do know that there will be some that will try to push their way through that responsibility, but I'm on pace now to build 10,000 affordable units by the end of my first term, and we're going to keep pressing.
How do you feel like the affordable housing development reinvigorates the economy? If you had a message for some that would say, oh, this is going to bring poorer people, like mixed income people into this neighborhood, change the dynamic of the neighborhood, because that's like one of the common points of criticism against affordable housing development. How would you go about identifying those issues and explain to people that it's not an issue at all?
Well, I think the first thing is to highlight that many of the new development, these developers have committed to building, and to creating affordable units as a result of these investments. But also, I just want to lift up the fact that whether it's through our missing middle, where we have owner-occupied housing, right, where people are living on one level and renting the other levels, to make sure that we're building long-term sustainable generational wealth. The message is that it benefits all of us. To ensure that our economy remains diverse, you have to have working class people in here who are going to send their kids to the public schools, who are going to rely upon the public transportation system, who are going to shop at the local businesses. It works for everyone.
Yeah. So last month you signed an executive order calling on police to investigate federal agents accused of misconduct after ICE wreaked havoc on Chicago. How has the ICE situation evolved after the last few weeks, and has there been any accountability for the damage ICE has done so far?
Well, there certainly has to be accountability. That's why I signed the executive order in the first place.
Yeah.
Because as you know, we're living in unprecedented times, and we do not have a clear pathway, from the federal government to ensure that there's accountability. Right now, people have the ability to push for accountability. That's what the executive order was designed to do. Look, here's the bottom line. We know that the Trump administration has been incredibly reckless. The damage and the havoc that they've caused in cities across America. The city of Chicago has led the way with our executive orders. In fact, I believe about 30 million people are currently living under our executive orders. right now around the country. But the evidence that is collected in cases where brutality took place, we want to make sure that gets to the state's attorney so that the state's attorney can decide if they want to pursue as well as prosecute.
Last question. All right, last question. This one's gonna be about Zohran. It's a double question.
All right.
Last time we were together, we didn't really get to talk too much about Zohran. Have you been in contact, and is it feasible to share notes between Chicago and Memdanistan, given the differences in the cities and the respective political spheres?
Yeah, well, we had a text exchange a couple of weeks ago. Right now, we are in the process we're forming sort of a mayor's coalition, much like district and state's attorneys have formed to fight back against federal overreach. He expressed a desire and commitment to work with the city of Chicago, Boston. We have Seattle on board. We have Oakland, Mayor Lee, Mayor Bass, and Los Angeles as well. So, now that, the services for Reverend Jackson have passed, we're going to begin to have some more meetings around what type of ideas, to your point about sharing notes, that's working in Chicago or in other cities like New York, that we can share those ideas, and then we can actually move them simultaneously versus in silo.
Yeah. Okay, and then the last one was there's a concept like sister cities. I don't know how much the mayor gets to have a say in that process. Does Chicago have a sister city? Have you thought about expanding Chicago's international reach as the global capital, and maybe highlight a community elsewhere, whether it be in the past something the governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, did was opening up trade routes with Cuba against the blockade. Has this come to your attention at all? Is this something you're interested in doing?
Well, we have a long history of sister cities. I'm definitely working to expand them, including sister cities on the continent of Africa. Look, we have to grow our collective response to one another. I was sharing a couple of days ago at Reverend Jackson's service as we commemorate the Bloody Sunday, right? And that bridge was a symbol of the cross, and it connected our collective suffering. Right now, I believe that bridge today can be described as borders, where borders essentially people are determining whether or not someone's humanity and dignity should be realized based upon what side of the border they live on. And we want to break that down. And so as we lean on Reverend Jackson's example of crossing the bridge in spite of the hatred that was on the other side of it, we have to be able to cross these borders and challenge the hatred of all forms of hate. So we're looking at definitely expanding sister cities and making sure that the city of Chicago remains as a main footprint as the global capital of the world.
All right,
right on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Man, appreciate you understanding the uniform. Appreciate it. Up and down. We just got one more step to make. Next time we're in the city, we got you. You got shoe game. And again, man, I want to thank you, man, for making room for all these.
Of course, I love these guys.
Thank you guys for having us as well. We continue to watch, and we're excited to see how this project gets built out when it's connecting us globally and kind of standing again. It's really weird. We find ourselves at this point in time where, as fashion is on the rise, you don't have many people who are able to build coalition like this. So taking the platform, taking everything, making stuff like this happen is the most important thing. Yeah. So we're gonna keep that working. Keep watching.
All right, what's up? Chicago, baby.
Is there any way that you can stop the Chicago Bears from going to Hammond?
That's a major question.
So this is what I love, man, about our movement. It's we want to make sure there's health care for all and Bears games on the lakefront. And everything else in between. Listen, I have not given up on that yet, man. There's still no better place in the country, in the state of Illinois, for the Bears to play than the lakefront. In fact, that entire footprint, that's the #1 tourist destination anywhere in the state of Illinois, man. So I have not given up on that. We're gonna keep fighting, man, because you got to keep the Bears in Chicago.
If they know what's good for them, they'll stay right
That's
here.
right.
We got the infrastructure, everything.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Yep, right on, man. Listen, man, one day, man, I'm gonna give me a leather jacket too.
Appreciate you, man. Yes, sir. You said, when's your birthday?
March 27th. Y'all make sure. Yeah, make sure they get it. All right.
Okay.
That's cool.
All
right.
Good seeing you,
man. Yep. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for coming by the Chicago, man. Good seeing you, bro.
My boy.
Good seeing you.
We gotta come out to Cali soon.
Yeah, I know.
Bro. Oh my God.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing the traveling, so as soon as we get up, we gonna go out there.
And keep your head too, bro. We be seeing it. Like, they be on your head. I'm like, give him a break.
I'm like,
every week I see his name is something.
You know what it is though? It's because a lot of people feel the heat.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
starting to heat up, man.
Because like, I talk to people all the time. I talk to people out when I go to protests and whatnot, and they're all like, they're rudderless, but they're angry, you know, and they're looking for an alternative. Yeah. And I think many of them are coming to that conclusion on their own that like the politics that I represent, politics not dissimilar to Reverend Jesse Jackson, that is actually what has been lost in the discourse. But now that now the contradictions are worsening and people are coming to like seek out alternatives on their own, like they find themselves listening to people like myself more and more. So those in positions of power, obviously on the Republican side, they're fucking haters, right? Like they're reactionary, they're awful, they're monsters, they're racist. But even on the Democratic Party side, I see so many people losing their grip of power and reacting with this frustration because they don't want to let go. They don't want to let go of their seat of power. They don't want to. They don't want to
let go of what they think is normal.
They don't want to. They don't want to lose it. They don't want to lean into it either. Like, because there's something you can do in that situation. You can just give the people what they fucking want.
But that requires.
Well,
yeah. Sexy as hell. Appreciate you.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. Thank you. It's good, right?
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate you so much, bro.
Hey, appreciate it.
Until next time.
Yes, sir. Until
next time. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate all of you. Nice to meet all of you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one, guys. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you. Oh, you want to take a photo? Yeah, let's do it.
But yeah, no, I feel it though, because I feel think about how much it's changed.
Actually, I was Bernie Sanders producer.
Hell yeah.
Johnny, big fan.
That's the selfless aspect.
All right, what's the move?
We're waiting for the Uber. Just give me 10 minutes. Yeah, I called it. What's up, man?
I'm a fan. I've been watching you since you had that studio apartment. I wanted to give you that. You like Jujutsu Kaisen, right?
I do.
Yeah, I just won that today at an arcade, so.
Oh wow!
Spent like $50.
You want to take a photo?
Yeah, sure.
You gotta hold on.
You don't need to give this to me. You can keep it. It's just, okay.
I don't like Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, you don't like Jujutsu Kaisen? All right.
Oh, that's what's his face in Jujutsu Kaisen? You don't like
Salmon. It's all right. It's good. It's just not for me. It's just not for me.
So what's your one? Like, what's your favorite one then?
I can't say it. I'll be a degenerate. No, it's the Neon Genesis Evangelion, but I've watched that when I was like in high school.
That's not degenerate. That's fine. Bro,
it depends though.
This one's he's such a dweeb though because he's got like an asthma inhaler. That's his like.
Oh yeah.
Because he has to fix his voice.
It's a throat medicine.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work. I really appreciate you. I've been watching you I think 6 years.
Hell yeah. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
But yeah, that's
on the west side.
That's the reason why they're chirping. Wait, so is this normally the area that people call South Side? Like outside of Chicago?
It's out west side. Yeah, so South Side is more where we came from.
South Shore.
Yeah. But he came from Austin and out here West Side. Even Josh Doss came out from West Side too.
Yeah.
So like, it's nice community over here. I really like rock with y'all come in and just getting to like chill because I mean it is Chicago. Chicago's always chill, but also like embodying that spirit of kind of pushing those politics forward. Like I see it, and it's weird because as I'm paying attention to like the elections here, you see just how many candidates, like they all Democrat. You see how many are bought out, how many are corrupt, how many X, Y, Z. And it's like it's a flashpoint. You know, the generations are here. We're kind of ready to have our say. So it's like it's either you get out the way or you join in and get the people what they want.
Yeah, bro. It's so fire because to have that conversation, you got to come to places like this, like on the ground.
Yeah.
Really show people.
For real.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead, man.
But nah, that's lit.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he wanted to say something. That's why.
He did. Yeah, he wanted to say something. Brandon Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, you got paperwork right here.
didn't give you the paper I sent that.
No, I got my paperwork right here. I'm fucking trying to get away.
Yeah. That's how much. Please, because I hear so much. Yeah, I hear so many news stories like all the times about how much like CPD got to shovel out for settlements when it comes to that harassment and assaulting people.
I don't want to point the camera at strangers chat. That's why I'm not.
Shit, they almost hit us with their car.
Yeah. Okay. We're about to get picked up.
Who are you off to after this?
Just back to the hotel to keep covering the news.
Oh yeah. It's a lot of all the stuff.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
You still be live when you go back?
Yeah.
I'm about to like find a way to start live streaming, man. There's so much news,
so much
coming
shit.
out.
He does it already.
No, he be going every single night.
I gotta make a clip when I get back because we were talking about Iran and we were talking about the escalations. I was literally telling him yesterday how the U.S. is escalating like the fight in that regard, and then I refreshed the page like Instagram, and then that was when the bomb threat came through on the bomb threat, not for Zohran, it was for the plane.
Oh, the Southwest.
Yeah, the Southwest plane. And I was like, bro, it's like we're gonna see a lot more of that, bro, because Iran is, especially because Trump and them are trying to portray it as like they giving up, they surrendering it. Bro, Iran is not going for none of that,
but
bro.
the thing is, this is what you should be on the lookout for. So like, what will probably happen is now the FBI is not collaborating, apparently, according to some sources, with the local law enforcement on like terror threats, like pushing for terror threats. Because I do feel like there is not a lot of appetite for this right now. Because most people are like, well, the fuck are we going to war?
Especially all the shit that's happening now.
Yeah, and it's like, and obviously the MAGA base is like 85% on board because they're fucking cattle, but
Colt, yeah. Same niggas that was like, no new wars.
Yeah. They very quickly, right before Iran was bombed, they were polling them, and they were at like 30%.
Because they're like, terrifying how fast they will shit.
And then one day after, immediately 55%. 2 days after, 65%. Right now, it's at 85% support in the Republican base.
That's ridiculous.
That's why
crazy how
over.
That's why, and the word is, anybody who's saying that we should be siphoning off Republican votes as an election strategy is an unserious human being. 85% support.
You can't get those guys. I mean, you can get those guys by just being like, look, man,
like,
you know, all this stuff is crazy, but like, do you want healthcare or not? Like,
that's like,
you know what I mean? Because there is no like, oh, I'm gonna bring Liz Cheney onto the fucking main stage, and we're just gonna be like 35% less racist than they are.
Even with Gavin, I'm like, gang, if you hope to get that constituency, that's like, they gonna go for a Republican anyway.
All you do is teach your guys, like your centrist base, your Democratic base, that like, there's legitimacy in the argument that the opposition is making.
When
literally
there is
none.
We were at the teachers union. Shout out, bro. But we was at the teachers union, and the dude was like, a heckler basically came. It was our first live show. Heckler came up and was like, y'all shouldn't mention neoliberalism because we supposed to be working together with everybody. See, y'all be using them terms and segregating people. And then we're like,
after the show, he went up to us and he was like, I don't even identify as black.
Yeah, he was like, I don't even identify as black.
So,
I wasn't sure where bro's political affiliation was.
It was so funny because Josh was about to move on. And I was like, nah, we gotta say something about this. So I was like,
I don't identify as black is crazy. Because it's like, it doesn't matter. The person with the gun, the police officer identifies.
You think they gonna be like, he not black.
He a human, man. But the broader point that he was bringing up, and it was priceless to me, the broader point he was bringing up, he was like, y'all, because he said like the Nazis are at the door. You're trying to find common ground with people who are like Nazis. And he's like, and he goes, well, you know how the Nazis came about? It's because they was labeling. They was labeling, and they was. I was like, I said the word neoliberal. That's how the Nazis happened. Are you sure?
You know what the Nazis was doing? Like, that's why we have labels.
Fuck the concentration camps and shit. They was labeling, gang.
Who could forget Adolf Hitler when he wrote in My Struggle? He was like, they kept calling me a Nazi, so I became one.
That's how it happened.
Yeah, that's how it happened.
It's like, no, but what it does do is really how it came about is when you suppress the conversations you need to have about the real political matters. That's how you let people come in and scapegoat brown people for it.
Yeah,
That's how you get the Nazis. So I'm like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, because when you play,
it's
you play the middle, you get comfortable. It takes the blame away from the people that's actually causing damage.
You can't, when you play middle with the people who was no war 1 second ago, now they 85% war, that's just the right. That's not the crazy. That's just the right.
I'm not saying like don't talk to those guys.
Of course.
I think there's people that do a really good job of like communicating with those guys. But they don't give ground on like trans issues, for example. They don't give ground on like social policy at all. Because it's utterly immaterial in the grand scheme of things. You're never gonna win that argument anyway. If a guy has like made up their mind that they're gonna be racist, they're homophobic or transphobic, you're never gonna like win them over by being like, okay, we're gonna be more reasonable in our transphobia. More reasonable in our homophobia. Just distract them.
What did he say? What did Gavin say? You talking about?
He was like, what? No, I'm trying to think of his exact words. What was
it? He said we need to be culturally normal.
He was like, let's stop the pronouns. He criticized himself for being far out ahead on gay marriage.
Yeah,
what do you mean you're too early on gay marriage? That's a fundamental.
No, he was though. He was when he was mayor. He like put himself out there as like the mayor that defended gay marriage.
He was for universal healthcare.
Yeah, which is crazy because that gave him so much prestige.
Yes.
Like he leaned into that for years and years, and now he's like, now that I want to be president, you know, maybe we shouldn't let these fucking gays get married.
Like that's crazy.
I don't think it's. I genuinely, we were just talking about. I don't understand the rationale behind understanding that only in the entire general election, it's like 130 million people, but on both sides, right, between Republican votes and Democratic votes, like 130 million people. Why? There's 400 million people in this country. Why the hell are we trying to like?
The plurality doesn't vote.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah, literally.
And sure, like the Electoral College plays a role in that too. But like the reason why most people that could go out and vote, that could potentially swing votes in favor of one party over the other, they just don't see like a significant policy disagreement that changes their life, or even if they see the marginal differences, they're like, this is not, like they're not gonna push for it. My life's gonna suck anyway. And when you see the uniparty principle on things like Israel, on things like endless war, endless militarism, no free healthcare, no money for education, only money for bombs. Like when people see that, no matter how stupid we consider the average person to be, they are kind of woke on that shit. They see it. They're like, okay, what am I supposed to do?
Y'all bullshit. It's theater.
Literally, it's theater. I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work every morning. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, like, this is not gonna change my life. I'm not going out to vote. And people get real mad about that. They're like, how dare you? You're engaging in
how people was mad at you. I'm not voting for Gavin.
You're doing voter apathy. I'm like, no, I'm trying to fucking light a fire under the asses. Of people, because I understand where that voter apathy comes from.
I'm gonna say, I'll tell you, that's the number one driver of voter apathy, is that
they take a while to get out here, for sure.
Traffic.
This is a minute.
Y'all got a minute, we got 12. Damn. That's that traffic.
I'm about to go right in this beverage.
I'm about to go to that food truck.
I'm that Baskin Robbins.
About to light this blunt.
He said Baskin Robbins.
Gotta go get some ice cream, boy.
I haven't been a Baskin in a minute.
Hey, hope you enjoyed it though.
It's
great. Chicago, you gotta come out here in Cheyenne, man.
Cheyenne. He's gonna come in the summer. It's so dope.
See the water.
This is our first warm week in like a couple months. So when it get hot,
65.
When it get hot, it get crazy out
here. And they're gonna drop right back down to 42.
Cause I swear we had one hot day and then it started snowing. Shit don't make no sense.
Midwest.
It was dope though. We appreciate the invite as well from all of y'all.
We appreciate y'all coming through.
I love that the mayor fucks with you guys heavy.
Bro, it is so crazy. It's so much love.
He doesn't fuck with me. He's like, oh, the Jam Boy's gonna be there?
He judged your shoes and shit.
I'm like, damn, on your ass. He a real Chicago nigga for sure. For real,
That's funny as hell.
But nah,
it's really unique getting the opportunity to kind of like, be a part of the conversation. Hope try to inspire some people. And the fact that him and Edmund rock with us, I'm like, all right, bro, that's a year right there.
And then they also rock with you enough to even have you here, though.
Yeah, of course. Let's go. My car's over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Parked in there. All right, bye, guys. See you, man.
Which one is it?
It's the Chevy.
Bye.
Okay. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right.
7012,
No.
right?
No, 8. Oh. This fine.
8012?
7812.
7812.
Oh, this is a pin.
Yeah.
And the Langham, right?
No. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're gonna be in here for a minute. Like 20, 30 minutes.
Okay.
20, 30 minutes. All right, chat. How did you guys like that interview? Was that good? Did you appreciate it? Was that enlightening?
All right, fire up the reacts.
All right, I'm gonna do that in a second. I'm gonna fire up the reacts. All right. Did we like it? Loved it.
I think they were vibing.
That was good. That was good. I forget that when you're the mayor, you have a limited amount of time to like chop it up. You know, I was thinking we just like sit down, and that was crazy. There was like police everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw it. I purposely was body blocking the mayor. I put myself in between.
Right.
No, I did. I was thinking like, you know, if someone's gonna open up, I'd rather take the bullet than the mayor, you know?
It's so kind of you. Wow.
Yeah, W security. Quite possibly the best interview in the history of mankind.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, maybe a little bit glaze right there. Also, he's in a tough election, so limited in what he can say. I know. He's also under fire right now. The ADL wants to do a freaking Mayor Mamdani Watch style situation for him too. Unbearable. This is partially what I'm talking about when I say like we need to stop. Like we as a society need to stop caring about these institutions that are very clearly working at the behest of a foreign nation. It's just frustrating. No more super PACs. Move phone from mic? What do you mean? The phone is not near the microphone. Or what are you talking about? Death toll up to 7 with like 12 more varying injuries? Yeah, last night. I forgot to mention that. Last night we saw an NYPD officer that had a medical incident. He passed away due to a medical incident in Kuwait, which is crazy, and calls into question. It's something that I was talking about before, where I think they're gonna try to actively chop up and hide the true casualty numbers.
That could have been anything.
A medical incident in Kuwait? Come on, bro.
Could have been anybody.
Anyway. We gotta send Asmongold to the front lines, man. I think we gotta send him to the front lines. Like, look at this. Asmongold.
Israel and America bombed a school. Someone's going nuts about a school getting bombed. Oh, a school got bombed? Yeah, I didn't see that. I mean, again, any time that I hear somebody trying to cry and get upset about like, oh my God, Israel and America bombed a school, Iran killed thousands of their own.
We gotta send his ass to the front lines, bro. That's it. You talk like this about a school getting bombed with our tax dollars. You're not pissed off about that. You go. Let's send you, instead of bombs, let's send Asmongold.
People, and nobody was really talking about that at all. So yeah, I mean, if a school gets
Nobody was talking about the Iranian protest. Okay.
Kids get killed, it's sad. It's obviously a tragedy, but it's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And number two, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America. Like if
this is the problem that he runs into when he's like so Reddit and so incredibly embedded in the like Nick Fuentes circles that he doesn't know how to like communicate this kind of stuff, because this is vulgarity beyond what Donald Trump has even demonstrated, right? Like even Trump wouldn't go this far, right? Like the energy is there. The energy that Trump represents is also this exact same thing where it's like, sucks to suck, tough titties shouldn't have pissed me off. I have the power to fucking nuke your country if I want to. But he doesn't know how to dance around these issues. He doesn't know how to like communicate on these issues well enough. So he just says the most honest thing that comes to his mind. And that's why he comes across like a fucking psychopath. An absolute fucking psychopath, which he is, obviously. I mean, it's just so nasty, it's so stupid, it's so vulgar. You're just like a bad person. And you think that being a bad person is getting you clout for the time being. But I don't think people will forget. I don't think people will forget how you spoke about these issues. No accountability? I mean, yeah, I don't think Twitch is gonna offer any accountability yet. Just wait for the fucking midterms to come around. If the Democrats actually start winning again, all these other corporate entities that previously were terrified of like a Trump administration reaction, if the midterms happen at all, will turn around and start taking action. I mean, his talent agency decided to no longer work with him. He co-founded this talent agency, and that's, it's one step. But he said it's valid to kill medics. Yeah, he's disgusting. He's a disgusting monster. And I think that there are a lot of people that want that monstrous commentary. We talk about people radicalizing and coming to my side on these issues, coming to our side on these issues, people realizing that, that anti-imperialism is the correct path forward. But then there are also plenty of people that see the vulgar ways in which Donald Trump talks about imperialism and go, yeah, I kind of like this. I actually like it. It's the dynamic between people being able to say the N-word openly, right? Like, some will say, oh, it's good that they're saying the slur because now we know their position. It's very clear, right? But I always warn you that politeness, that veneer, also causes people to not feel comfortable enough to express desire such as that, right? That social nicety also plays a role in the way that we organize. The social nicety also plays, those social rules also play a major role in the way that we approach subjects like race, or in this circumstance, subjects like war and death and destruction, and the unlimited appetite that America has for murder. Caroline Levitt said Trump might institute a draft. These freaks won't stop. Oh, I will say, while the draft is devastating and it will be mostly poor Americans that suffer as a consequence of that, I think the draft would make this stop much faster. The draft would force the hand of every American to all of a sudden realize that they do have a stake here. It's not just when their burgers are more expensive or gas is more expensive. All of a sudden you have a real you have a real role that you're playing in this. You have you're putting your body on the line, and I think that was part of the reason why people were much more aggressive in Vietnam in their anti-war movement, and that politics was far more radical back then than it is now. I will say, like, the poverty draft function, like military as a profession, has kind of created this really damaging environment for the third world, to the countries that we dominate, and that damage is over there. We have this total separation from the death and destruction that we cause. And even like the people that go there and they get fucked up and then they come back, and 22 veterans a day are killing themselves and whatnot, like even all of that stuff is kind of brushed under the rug. You can't really do that if you have a draft. That becomes very real for every single American under the age of 35. All of a sudden they're like,
I'll serve crack before I serve this country.
yeah, I mean, you can do a conscientious objection and go to prison potentially. But yeah. Grabbing voting records to only draft them voters. I think if they kick-started the draft, people would radicalize very quickly when all of a sudden they have to go and fight. Oh my God, we're gonna forcibly conscript you to fight for Israel? That's a fucking argument you're gonna make to goddamn Americans in the heartland? Are you fucking kidding me?
Send Baron.
You think, dude, white Americans will do 9/11s every weekend if that's the case, okay? They will literally, I can't even comprehend what a future like that would look like, because like, we're not even talking about Vietnam era now, we're talking about like literally, we are talking about a country that's already unstable, a country that's very polarized, a country that's very frustrated, a country where material conditions have diminished. You're gonna tell a fucking rudderless guy living in a town with like a dead-end job that has no other options, now he has to go and die for Israel in Iran? Fuck no, he's not gonna do that shit at all. Send Baron.
Send Baron.
Yeah, we're doing a draft, then every senator's child has to go to war. Yeah, that's the only draft I'm for, okay? Put those who stand to gain the most in the front lines, all the kids of the Goldman Sachs executives, all the kids of, and the Goldman Sachs executives themselves, BlackRock, put those motherfuckers on the front line. It works in Russia. People don't understand. Yes, Russia is a hyper-nationalist country that has is still licking their wounds of the dissolution and the illegal dissolution of the USSR. Russia used to be a fucking economic powerhouse. There's no comparison between the United States of America and Russia. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a galvanizing principle for many right-wing Russians in general. That's ultra-nationalism that already existed in Russia. That's like, it's perfect grounds for the disillusioned masses to focus singularly on a goal, an irredentist goal, an irredentist agenda. That is entirely different than the United States of America. Americans are far more comfortable. They've never had that same like foreign wound, with the one exception of 9/11, I guess, and maybe Pearl Harbor, where it would be, there's no comparison to like the nationalistic fervor in Russia to the United States of America when you're telling them you have to go invade Iran, thousands of miles away because Israel said so, and they're not sending any of their fucking troops, It's just you're sending your troops. Are you fucking kidding me? No shot. You know what I mean? Like, you can't, I understand your statement when you say, well, you know, Russians are very right-wing on the Ukraine stuff. Like many of them are going and joining, and they have similar deteriorating material conditions. But reactionary sentiment and ultra-nationalist feeling in Russia is a far bigger motivator for Russians that in their not so distant past used to be this incredibly powerful nation. This is like this is for them it's galvanizing because it makes them feel like they're seizing that power once again. It's part of the reason why, you know, Putler is adamant about seizing Ukrainian territory too. Like, aside from the national security concerns that they might have, national security concerns that, you know, Putler might have. Putler, I love saying that. There is a very real, like, wound. So what about the farmers that really aren't farmers anymore, just farming landlords? Do they still avoid conscription? Fucking send them too. Update of Leave It talking about the draft.
Play it. Live react, baby.
And the president had an interesting exchange on Air Force One over the weekend, Carol. I want to get your take about this idea of troops on the ground. Mothers out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign up until now.
It has been, and it will continue to be, and President Trump wisely does not remove options off of the table. I know a lot of politicians like to do that quickly, but the president, as commander-in-chief, wants to continue to assess the success of this military operation. It's not part of the current plan right now, but the president, again, wisely keeps his options on the table. But as commander-in-chief, there's no greater priority or responsibility to this president than, of course, protecting the American people and protecting our troops and our bases in the Middle East, which Iran has been threatening for 47 years. They have killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers.
It's not true.
And President Trump was not going to allow Iran to
Like, when they say Iran has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers, this is the new meta. I mean, everything is a lie, obviously. Lying is OP. There's no way to combat it, really. And no one, especially no one on the Maria Bartiromo show, is going to combat the lies coming from this administration. But, like, that's been a fascinating development in American propaganda, where they just have decided that every Al-Qaeda, every Taliban, every ISIS death is actually still Iran. It's fantastic. It reminds me. Yeah.
How is she 28?
Now, when she says, like, Iran has been responsible for deaths, it's true. It's just they've been responsible for deaths in this bombing campaign, because ever since America and Israel started bombing Iran, Iran started bombing back, and that's when they killed a bunch of American troops. So it's crazy. It reminds me of what they did with the fentanyl deaths, where Trump was like, oh, all the immigrants are responsible for, you know, tens of millions of Americans dying, and they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, well, they did fentanyl. Immigrants did fentanyl. That's what I'm saying. It's like, no, that's not how that works at all. It's overwhelmingly American citizens that are trafficking fentanyl from regular points of entry into the United States of America. So no, you're fucking stupid and you're wrong. I mean, he knows he's lying. But yeah, it is crazy that she's only 28 and she looks like that. A million Pablo Escobars at the border. There was the Beirut bombing. That's a separate thing. It is. Yeah, that wasn't Iran. That was Hezbollah, and it was literally, once again, triggered by American military action. Yeah, she's 28. Yeah, evil ages you. Her husband is also like 60. Yeah. So maybe that's why she's just trying to look age appropriate for her boo, right?
Normal age gap.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of those instances where I think like I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm not gonna sit here and act as though her husband groomed her or something. You know, she knows what she's doing with that decision. I have no respect for her. Yeah, she grooming him. Someone said maybe he just lay pipe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's what it is.
Chicago really is so beautiful.
Hate ages you, man. Don't do it. Don't do it, not even once. Looking?
We're looking.
I don't know.
Just showing them the pretty sights there are to see.
Jeff Bezos has started to follow Hamas atrocities. Weird timing. What the fuck? Big tech alert. Jeff Bezos has started following Hamas atrocities. Oh, brother. Powered by Kalashi. Everything sucks. Yeah, Hamas atrocities is someone underneath is a Hassan Piker Twitch ban incoming. I'm cooked, I guess. Time to go to YouTube. Anyway. Grand Ayatollah Sistani has broken his silence. He has issued a fatwa decreeing that the defense of Iran in this war and attempts to sow chaos and divide the country and topple the Islamic Republic is a religious obligation. Sistani has been at odds with the Islamic Republic for some time. Now he has thrown his full weight behind the resistance, and at a time when a new supreme leader is about to be announced. This is the most influential Shiite cleric, Grand Ayatollah Sistani, who resides in Iraq, has issued a fatwa on the Iran war. I think Sistani's the one that the Pope met, right? The former Pope. There's like a really funny picture. What picture? Please update podcast, Hassan.
What?
I don't know what the fuck this person.
Sorry, I just seen appropriate. Just trying to lighten the mood a little.
They loved it, bro. They loved it.
Man of the people, what can I say?
Okay, child, my husband said my Hasanabi scream time is up on International Women's Day. Ugh, I have to go, people, bye. It's International Women's Day. You can watch as much as you want. Queen. Don't listen to him.
Shout out to women, man.
Shout out women. Oh, here it is. You found the photo. Pope meets Iraq Shia leader al-Sistani. You see?
That'd be one of my favorite genders. Nice.
Yeah, it's a good one. Out of all the genders, I'd say this is a pretty good one. It's a pretty solid one. Shout out women. W women. First warm day here. Think I'll go check out my Kanat and get some sun.
Nice.
Israel's attack on the 30 oil depots was not backed by the USA. Oh my lord. First of all, I have a hard time believing that. But Axios, I assume Barak 82 Unit 8200 Ravid wrote this. Israel's strikes on 30 Iranian fuel depots Saturday went far beyond what the U.S. expected when Israel notified it in advance, sparking the first significant disagreement between the allies since the war began 8 days ago, according to a U.S. official, Israeli official, and a source with U.S. knowledge. I'm gonna flip it to the other, because we're almost there. So I'm gonna flip it to my desktop. Let's see.
Something playing.
Yes, I hope something is still playing.
Yeah.
Oh, he put the ENFJ. Oh, that's
And then if you scroll up, it's interesting because he gives context on the photos that we didn't need.
Is he gay?
No.
Oh.
Can you zoom in? I can't read.
He said, like the dog, bio could be better. He says, I'm single, live alone in a gorgeous home in Silver Lake. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to see it someday, winky face.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I see that. I'm like, I'm trying to fuck this guy.
It says, nice fit, mask is fun, great view. Was a photo shoot with Ariel for our dating profiles at a school fundraiser. But nobody needs to know that, which is really weird because Ariel's his ex. Love this one. I tried kite surfing in Greece this summer. Little goofy, shows something extreme. He gives it a 6 out of 10.
No.
Hulk costume Halloween 2022. When I was in treatment, stress, anxiety, depression, had my weight down to 155, which is way too low. 170 is better, but my abs look defined and I'm painted green.
Not the 4-year-old picture.
Yeah, hot tub, mountain man. I don't know. Probably should delete this one, but the sunset was nice.
Not the Austin Powers chest hair.
Yeah.
Girl, baby, very good.
This one's nuts and way too costly from the Eras tour, but the beard was strong and whatever. I'm a single dad on a dating app out here living my life. 2024.
Oh, he had kids?
Wedding ring. He's wearing a wedding ring. But hey.
He had kids?
It's Feldco. Half the people are poly.
You didn't tell me that.
Yeah.
Follow me
She
for
did.
more divorce dad unhinged
She
energy
mentioned
or
that.
whatever.
Oh,
or
she did?
follow me. I don't care. Hope this gave you a laugh. I want to know who the Ned writers are, like right now. Can we look at the replies a little bit? Like, is there anyone
No,
in there
I don't think there's anyone nice.
Keep going, Ned. Like, who are the people that liked the post that were like,
No, Hassan, you have to understand, Ned is not sufficiently right-wing enough to have that type of audience.
true? Oh my God, you're so right. Why didn't he pivot?
Yeah, if he would been a right-winger and he would have pivoted and grifted to the right, he would have a fucking huge opportunity to
They're so stupid.
Yeah, they love cheating men.
So
as long as it's at the expense of women, Republicans will go.
That's true.
How did this make you feel? How do you want to resolve this topic?
I don't know. He posted, there's a power in not giving a fuck. Do I wish my kinky dating profile had not been leaked? Yes, of course. Given it was, am I grateful I can now just be myself? Yes, absolutely.
Wasn't he just being himself anyway before the profile leaked, though? So it kind of feels like he is giving a fuck.
Well, look, I think at this point, this guy is just, it's too far gone. He clearly has no idea how to manage a crisis.
What would you do in that situation?
You just, first of all, you don't fucking cheat to begin with. And if you're going to do it,
do it in private.
you do it in public.
I think you're supposed to do it in public, is what I gathered
First
from
of all,
this.
this is what you do. You go to your wife and you say, wife,
Can I cheat?
No, you don't ask her for permission. You just say, look, if you're going to cheat, end the marriage. If you're not
You
happy,
say, can we spice things up?
Yeah.
And if she says no, say, I'm
cheating is
missing
never
that.
the answer.
Yeah.
Communication is key. All right? Don't cheat at all.
Right.
And by the way, I just want to make everybody clear. I am firmly against cheating.
Brave.
Firmly. Here at the Fear Ad Podcast, I and my fellow co-hosts are firmly against cheating. And we do not take our advice to those who cheat poorly as a
What? We don't take our advice to cheat. We told him not to cheat.
Don't cheat. But I'm just saying, don't do it. But like, how fucking stupid to do it in public.
Especially
you
in
know what I mean?
public. Yeah, right.
Especially in public. Right.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
I
moving on.
I guess my takeaway is, how would you handle your kinky sub dommy mommy looking for a bratty sub
Pivot right.
dating profile be leaked?
Yeah.
Pivot right wing.
Pivot to the right.
You'd pivot right wing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, that's how I do it too. Yeah, I'd pivot to the right.
Good to know.
Yeah,
All right, that was a 2-minute fun time for you guys. But we're back. And I am Okay, we're gonna use the dog shit audio and the dog shit camera for a second while I literally have to update my fucking Rodecaster. Wonderful timing for the Rodecaster to like.
You want some treats?
Not right now. Fantastic timing for the Rodecaster to just like decide not to fucking work. Isn't that cool? Dad is mad? No, I know that you know, shit's always gonna break. Xbox mic time? Is it really bad? Is it that bad?
It's not terrible.
Don't unplug anything.
I'm just adjusting the camera so when it comes back, it's actually right.
Bro getting angry too easily. It's just disappointing. We have this we have production issues all the time for no reason.
Oh. We're doing it live.
You missed the mayor. Hold on. All right, we'll just do this. Wait, oops.
This app does suck.
Yeah. I'll take it though. Because the app sucks, but the thing is, sure, the app sucks, but
U.S. Military Central Command has confirmed that a 7th U.S. service member has been killed in action during operations against Iran. Let's cross to Washington, D.C. Heidi Jo Castro standing by for us there. So, Heidi, what more do we know about this latest development?
Well, according to U.S. Central Command, this 7th U.S. service person was injured initially on March 1st. That was the day after the U.S. launched its airstrikes against Iran. And the service person was wounded in the strikes in Saudi Arabia targeting U.S. troops. Now, reporting at the time showed that that was when Iranian missiles and drones targeted the Prince Sultan Air Base, and what appears to be a communications building was destroyed in that attack. This is just emphasizing that although the number of U.S. fatalities from military members is at 7 now with this latest update, there are still about a dozen who were seriously injured in these retaliatory strikes that Iran has waged. And just yesterday, President Donald Trump received the bodies of the first 6 who were killed in Kuwait, also on March 1st. And so as this conflict ramps up, we are seeing the increase of U.S. casualties. This is something that the U.S. public has been very adamant that they do not want to see, and potentially quite damaging to Trump as he continues to wage this war against Iran.
By the way, I don't personally give a shit about policy or process, but him wearing a hat here is insane. Like, for the people that do care about that shit, I can't explain to you how psychotic it is that as a civilian, he was wearing a USA Trump merchandise hat, bro. Like, if Barack Obama did this, they would kill him. The amount of shit you can get away with being white and being a Republican is unlimited. Donald Trump could literally wipe his ass and put dookie stains. Okay, now it's good. It's initializing. Hello, hello, hello. It's still not picking up though. I don't know why. Look, see, it's not picking up any audio. I'm gonna turn it off and then turn it on again.
See if see if we can get camera pass through. We can take a second.
You might have to reset that source. Deactivate engagement. There you go.
Oh yeah, camera's working. Oh yeah, wait. There's a brief moment where audio worked too.
Swap to it, see if it picks up in OBS. Pete, do you want me to troubleshoot for you?
No, it just doesn't. It's not gonna work because it needs to pick up here. But yeah, you hear me, but it's not the mic.
You can try HDMI pass-through in the meantime.
No, it's not picking up anything. See?
Well, the HDMI is all the way down.
Where?
On the left there.
Well. Oh wait, what the fuck?
So that's giving you something.
So it's this.
Not necessarily.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's this. It's like the Rodecaster is not. Wait, oh, it's working now. Okay, I fixed it.
So
all right.
We need a new guy here then.
All right. Yeah, write that down. Write that down. Okay. Oh, sorry. That might have destroyed your ears. I'm so sorry. It was the cable, yeah. Will do. All right, we fixed it. Oh, yeah, perfect. It'll be hold on. Let me fix my audio real quick. Speakers real tech.
Tiny J. Castro,
boom, boom,
the
boom.
7th U.S. service member killed in action.
So one of the craziest parts about this is that Fox
During
News
Phoenix
used old footage. Does anyone have the link? Fox News used old fucking footage when showing Donald Trump at the what is it called? The ceremony, like the because he was wearing a fucking hat, Fox News used different footage when covering the incident.
Your headlines, President Trump for
Oh, god damn it, it broke again. Fuck. Oh, God, I have to go pee. Dignified transfer, yeah. God damn it. Hold on one second. I'm going to pee. I'm sorry. Bro, I need a new computer. Actually need a new comp. Unbelievable how busted this shit is. It's just like
well, turning out.
I thought this was actually like I thought this was good, you know? I thought this was a good fucking PC. And it's not good enough at all. It's fucked up how bad it is. Sorry.
Your headlines, President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Secretary...
Yeah, please subscribe. I need a new compy. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Just kidding. You don't have to do that. But your voluntary subscriptions do actually help me maintain my editorial independence. I will be getting a new computer. You don't have to subscribe for that, though. I definitely need a new laptop. This is fucked up. Yes, Ayatollah Khamenei's son. Ayatollah Khamenei's son is now the new Ayatollah Khamenei. They're keeping the name, boys. They're keeping the freaking name. Anyway, let's watch this, though. The dignified transfer and what Donald Trump... So earlier you saw Donald Trump wearing a fucking hat during the dignified transfer, which is incredibly disrespectful. I don't give a shit personally. Obviously, I'm not like a fan of this kind of military fanfare, military process. I don't give a fuck at all, right? Like, I'm just being super honest with you. I don't necessarily care. You can't make me. But Trump's base does care about that shit. As a matter of fact, I would say that they care more than even libtards do, which is precisely the reason why Fox News, knowing full well how people would react if they saw how Donald Trump
a dignified transfer.
Fucked up the dignified transfer. Notice how Trump sparks outrage on social media after wearing a baseball cap during the dignified transfer of 6 U.S. soldiers killed in the Iran war. What you're supposed to do as a civilian, you have two options. You're the commander-in-chief, so you can either salute, or if you are a civilian and you have a hat, you can put your hand on your heart, or you can put the hat on your heart. That's the process. Trump just kept the fucking stupid ass hat and hit the salute. Not allowed.
To honor the final homecoming of the 6 U.S. service members killed in Kuwait. The solemn ritual returns the remains of troops killed in action. It is considered one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief. President Trump promising the nation that they will all be remembered as heroes.
Also, he looks like shit there too, which is kind of funny. Anyway, then before you say who fucking cares, clearly Fox News does. They care about us so much that they literally put fake footage. Because Fox News knows their audience cares.
Jeffrey O'Brien.
And then, classic Fox News fashion, they come out and they later on, engage in ass covering to go, hey, sorry, we accidentally put the wrong footage up.
Adam, thank you very much. Before we move on, we want to acknowledge a mistake made earlier on our program. During our coverage of yesterday's dignified transfer, we inadvertently aired video from an older dignified transfer instead of the ceremony that took place yesterday. We deeply regret the error and extend our respect and condolences to the service members' families. We honor the sacrifice of those 6 American heroes. They are Captain Cody Cork.
Yeah, I don't think you do, though. CENTCOM out of Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, MacDill, AFB announced 7th death 2 hours ago. Yeah, I know. Another one died.
Sergeant First Class Nicola Moore, Sergeant First Class Noah T. Chens, Sergeant Declan Cody, Major Jeffrey O'Brien, and Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzon. All.
Yeah, they play this in like a random hour where no one gives a shit. And most people just saw him and were like, oh my God, my president is honoring the war dead. Is so wonderful. Fox's new dignified transfer footage completely excludes Trump.
President Trump and the First Lady joined grieving families at Dover Air Force Base yesterday to honor 6 fallen U.S. soldiers. These heroes lost their lives in a drone strike in Kuwait, marking a somber moment in the conflict with Iran. Here with the significance of the moment, wounded special...
Oh, man. Well, was he there? I can't tell. I can't see it. It's like zoomed in. It's zoomed in super close. Was Trump even there? Pinnacle of BURGERREICH bomb threats. Man on the verge of explosive shit causes panic while simply trying to give people in the men's bathroom advance warning of the diabolical do he's about to drop. He was being neighborly to the other stalls, and this is how he's repaid. Shaking my head. Police did some investigating and learned the bomb threat came from a man in the bathroom stall warning others about the severity of his need to use the restroom. CBS affiliate KW. No. Y'all need to get out of here because I'm fixing to blow it up, he was heard to say. What? No shot. That's not. That's fucking fake. I don't believe that. There's no fucking shot that is real. Did I say restroom? I know. I'm sorry. I read it stupid because I am stupid. All right. Another bomb threat outside of Gracie. Police have asked for the blast zone to evacuate. NYPD evacuates buildings after new suspicious device found. Another bomb threat. It's real and it's super old, actually. Oh, what the fuck? It is real? God, America's so fucking crazy, man. All right, here's actually a competent leader. Here's what a competent country looks like. And by that, I don't mean the United States of America. I'm talking about China. The Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi on the Iran war.
Phoenix TV. The U.S. and Israel have again launched military strikes on Iran, and the conflict is spreading to the entire Middle East region. What is China's view on the Iran situation, and what solution does China propose?
This is an issue that everyone is concerned about. It is also the focal point in the current international situation. China's attitude is objective and impartial. We have stated our principled position on multiple occasions, which can be summarized into one key message, that is, to bring about ceasefire and end hostilities. Ancient Chinese wisdom warns that weapons are ominous tools and should not be used without discretion. Seeing the Middle East engulfed in flames, I want to say that this is a war that should not have happened. It is a war that does no one any good. The history of the Middle East tells the world time and again that force provides no solution. An armed conflict will only increase hatred and breed new crises.
China can say this all day, every day, but let's be real, okay? When push comes to shove, sometimes you got to take military action, okay? And I don't mean like on the American side. I mean like the Iranians are showing that reality. Because America is hell-bent on death and destruction around the globe. They're not going to fucking stop. Like, it is what it is. You have to provide a counterbalance. Bro, you look 2 years younger today? Really? Is it because I just changed my glasses?
Once again, China calls for an immediate stop to military operations to avoid the spiraling escalation of the situation and prevent the conflict from spilling over and spreading. China is of the view that to find the right and proper solution to the issues relating to Iran and the Middle East, the following fundamental principles must be observed. First, respecting state sovereignty. Sovereignty is the cornerstone of the current international order. We believe that the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Iran and all countries in the Gulf region should be respected and must not be violated.
Why is China saying impartial actor, etc., when they're supposed to be Iran's ally? Because they're pussies.
Second, rejecting the abuse of force. Might does not make right. The law of the jungle must not return and rule the world. Willful use of force does not prove one's strengths. Civilians
You said law except Taiwan? The fuck do you mean? They don't do shit to Taiwan either. What are you talking about? They're always trade maxing. That's it. They have said more than AOC liberal. That's so funny.
Innocent and should not be victimized. Third, non-interference in internal affairs. The people in the Middle East are the true master of the region. Middle Eastern affairs should be determined by regional countries independently. Plotting color revolution or seeking regime change will find no popular support. Fourth, promoting political settlement of hotspot issues. China always believes that peace is the most precious. All sides should return to the negotiating table as quickly as possible, resolve differences through equal dialogue, and make efforts for realizing common security. Fifth, major countries should play a constructive role and use their strength in goodwill.
Dude, this is the funniest chatter. Can you turn this AI? Can you turn off this AI slop narration? No. First of all, it's not even AI. It's a real human. Secondly, even if it was AI, I don't speak Chinese. The fuck? And neither does anybody else here. Like you hit the double. You hit the double where you, one, falsely claimed something was AI, and then two, got mad at like one of the only instances where like AI is kind of valid. You know what I mean?
Another ancient Chinese adage reads, when benevolence and justice are not practiced, the position of strength shifts. Major countries should act in the spirit of justice and righteousness and contribute more positive energy to peace and development of the Middle East. As a sincere friend and strategic partner, China stands ready to work with Middle Eastern countries to implement the Global Security Initiative and restore order to the Middle East.
The reason why China is saying they're an impartial actor is because they also obviously fucking play a major trade role with Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf countries that are getting bombed right now. Even though it's the American bases that are getting bombed, they can't just be like, we love Iran. We're with you, Iran, all the way. Because they're trade maxers. That's why they're not, leaning into it aggressively. I'm sure they're probably still helping Iran, but they're not. Like they're obviously offering political cover to Iran, which is necessary, and it's totally valid. I will say that 100%. Iran, in this circumstance, is the harmed party. Israel and America are the party doing the wrong, doing the illegal act of waging war against a country for no reason, a decapitation strike on the leadership. All of that stuff is completely illegal. And it doesn't really matter that the rest of the world disagrees with it. Obviously, the rest of the world doesn't mean anything. When America wants to do something, they do it. And it turns out increasingly other regional powers also have that level of influence and also that level of like rule breaking as well. We saw that with Russia and Ukraine. And no one can really stop it. But China still plays this role of diplomacy and stability in the global stage because they think like they will be the true safeguard of the United Nations in the future. I think that's silly, but I'm sure they know better than I do.
Restore tranquility to the people and restore peace to the world. Thank you.
Bizdeki İran nefreti nereden geliyor? Abi, a Turkish person in the chat asked me, why do we hate Iran? Like in Turkey, they're Shia, they're a dominant power, they're a regional power. Turkey is a regional power, and that's the reason. It's literally as simple as that. There is a very real, dare I say, idiotic Sunni fear that exists in many countries. Countries that have like a significant Shia population especially, but countries that don't even have a significant Shia population, where there's this idea that, Iran wants to make the entire region Shia run with like Ayatollah, like under the guidance of the Ayatollah. This is the major difference in how Shia countries are run versus Sunni countries are run, And that is like a big point of contention between a lot of the Sunni majority and Sunni run countries. I think it's silly overall. I think it's ridiculous. Like at most you can have like a competition, I guess, for power in places like Iraq. But outside of that, like, and Bahrain, outside of that though, like, I don't think the Shias are going to run Saudi Arabia anytime soon. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous on both sides. But as far as, like, that's one of the reasons. The real reason is because these countries want to be great powers. Saudi Arabia is the economic engine of the Gulf. It's the most powerful nation in the Gulf. It's same with Turkey. Turkey is a major force in the region as well, and so is Israel. So is Iran. So these guys are constantly at odds with one another, even if they are all under the umbrella, with the exception of Iran, even if they're all under the umbrella of America and Western powers, they have their own regional ambitions, and that's why they're constantly at odds with one another.
News agency. The Laiqingte authorities have been claiming that Taiwan is a sovereign, independent country. And
Saudi Arabia has no defense and borders Israel. They're delusional. Zero leverage if Iran falls. No, they know that. They know that. That's why I don't believe the Wall Street Journal reporting that like Saudi Arabia was actively petitioning to destabilize Iran. I don't think they want to destabilize Iran. I think they like that Iran was defanged and the axis of resistance was destroyed, especially in countries where Saudi Arabia wants to also, you know, maintain Sunni control or have some level of influence, right? However, Saudi Arabia did not. I don't believe that Saudi Arabia wanted this. I would go so far as to say that Saudi Arabia wanted the opposite of this. Not only because it would obviously provoke a response from Iran and Saudi Arabia would get bombed in the process, but also the reason why they didn't want it is because, yeah, they have no leverage against Israel. Did you listen to Saudi Prince's interview? He shit on Iran? No, that stuff doesn't matter. That's just posturing. No, Saudi Arabia wants a weak Iran. Saudi Arabia hates Iran. This is true. But Saudi Arabia doesn't want no Iran, or certainly not like a collapsed Iran, because Saudi Arabia also benefits from Iran's existence. As long as it exists, Israel can't go too far. Okay? Now, there's also another side of the story. And the other side of the story is the United Arab Emirates. So the United Arab Emirates, in an effort to gain more leverage in the Gulf, more influence in the region, totally backs Israel to the hilt, okay? UAE decided in the last decade that they're just going to be Israel. They're going to be Israel, but Arab. They're going to be Israel, but Muslim. They're Muslim Israel, if you can even call them that. And basically, the UAE decided we're just Israel. We're going to very openly defend Israel's interests. We're going to very openly engage in influence peddling, for Israel. And we're going to be the most spiritually Israeli. We're going to build the most spiritually Israeli city of all time, Dubai. Saudi Arabia doesn't like that either. Okay? Saudi Arabia also doesn't like that. That's why there's been a separation between there's been a split between the Saudis and the Emirates, the United Emirates. So that's another fear for Saudi Arabia as well. Like the UAE coming to the forefront and just like totally backing Israel all day, every day. Saudi Arabia obviously has the Abraham Accords. Like all these Gulf countries are still down to play ball with Israel, but they also want to keep Israel at arm's distance for domestic concern, issues that relate to domestic pressures, but also because they are still very much fearful that Israel can do to them what it did to Doha, or what it does to Lebanon, what it does all around the region. It's like being in the neighborhood with a fucking mutated pit bull that has no leash whatsoever any longer, and the pit bull has rabies. The UAE has decided that they will also become a pit bull themselves. Everyone else, on the other hand, is like, I don't want the fucking rabies, dude. They're going to bite me too. So they're trying to create regional pressure, or they're trying to maintain regional pressure.
That the Taiwan question is not China's internal affairs. The Taiwan question and the cross-strait situation have become more heated, and the PLA's drills are getting closer to the island. What do you make of the risk of conflict breaking out in the region? And does China have a timetable and roadmap for reunification?
Taiwan has been an integral part of China since ancient times. It never was, is not, and never will be a country. Its return to China is a victorious outcome of the Chinese people's war of resistance against Japanese aggression and the Second World War. Its status has been definitively fixed by a series of international legal instruments, including the Cairo Declaration, the Potsdam Proclamation, Japan's Instrument of Surrender, and the Resolution 2758 of the UN General Assembly.
It's so funny. Dude, I'm sorry, there's nothing funnier to me than like Iran and China and Russia and all of these other like quote unquote foreign adversaries constantly leaning into legalese. And I'm not saying that as like, oh, these guys don't actually operate within the confines at all. I'm not doing that like Western chauvinistic bullshit. They do actually try to maintain some semblance of rule-based order. Obviously, they violate it. I mean, specifically, Russia has violated it by invading Ukraine. But even within that violation, they try to like operate within the confines, even though there are obviously war crimes that take place like Bucha and shit. Like, but that's the reason why there's a difference between the way that like Russia has waged war in Ukraine, or even like population transfers, things like that, right? Russia has done a lot of war crimes. Russia has violated a lot of like rules of war. But there's still a very significant difference between the way that Russia is waging war in Ukraine, still unjustifiable, still bloody, still unacceptable, versus what Israel has done in Gaza. And that's the point that I'm making, which is these guys literally still think that like international law matters at all. They are operating as though we are not in a totally new world that is basically the same as the old world, but they've also dropped any fucking any interest or investment in abiding by the international rule-based order, right? Wow, nice seeing you see their hypocrisy. Wait, what do you mean? Who is their hypocrisy? If you're an American, you have no leg to stand on to call out any of these fucking countries. Let's be real. When has America abided by international rules? Like, what are you talking about? We wrote the rules and we violate those rules over and over again. It's ridiculous. I'm saying it's so fucking stupid that these guys will still be like, excuse me, here are the many different reasons why, according to international law and previous analysis, that, Taiwan actually is a part of China. They don't care. They don't give a shit at all. Like, no one cares about the paperwork, man. Like, Americans don't care about the paperwork. The UN is a toothless institution. I'm sorry. There is no real paperwork. Now, do I prefer this? I do. I prefer the, even if it's just purely symbolic, I prefer that they're still trying to do this thing where they're like, well, international law dictates that Taiwan is a part of China. Most of the major powers in the world understand that, Taiwan is a part of China, including the United States of America, all this stuff. But like, I hope they're well aware that no one else on the other side gives a shit, right? Like, I'll say this sincerely. While there isn't any serious appetite in Taiwan as it stands for unification, right? They want status quo. They want status quo. That's what they want. Overwhelmingly, they are in favor of status quo. But let's say in a hypothetical scenario where Taiwan decided that they wanted to unify with China democratically, you think America would let Taiwan go? I'm asking sincerely, if every single Taiwanese was like, oh, we're Chinese, I want to be a part of China, I already work in fucking China, my family works in China, my family lives in mainland China, I want to be a part of China. You think the United States of America would allow that to fucking happen? Fuck no. Don't be fucking delusional, man. It's just not. That would never happen in a million fucking years, because America's goals in Taiwan is not the liberation of the Taiwanese people. This is the same delusional nonsense that people constantly fucking present to me. Okay? It's delusional. It's completely fucking delusional. Taiwan is a military base 100 miles off the coastline of mainland China. That's all it's worth. And also they make chips. But even before the chips, Taiwan was a military base, a thorn in China's side. Okay? I don't know why there are still people who have this like idiotic notion that America cares about human rights anywhere. Like, what the fuck? How many countries do we have to fucking bomb for Americans to finally come to that conclusion that, like, no, we don't give a fuck about people in Taiwan. We don't give a fuck about the people in Iran. We don't care. We've never cared. Some of you are delusional enough to believe it. But with the new vulgar imperialism meta that Donald Trump has demonstrated, people are basically coming to that conclusion regardless. Yeah, I don't give a fuck who we kill. Who gives a shit, right? That's basically the way that a lot of Americans, like a lot of hogs, are approaching the subject matter. So you got to figure out real quick which side you're on. You know, are you on I'm going to delude myself into thinking that there's some sort of like liberation at the end of this, at the end of American interference in the affairs of other countries? Or are you actually going to wake up to that reality and say, I oppose American imperialism. I oppose Western imperialism. The problem with this take is that there's an implied notion of international law ever having existed or being normative. The truth is the norm has been Holocaust after Holocaust after Holocaust from the moment the U.S. attained hegemony in 1945. The UN has been since a Genesis tool to wash the same imperialist violence of Britain after colonial power slipped. I don't disagree with you. That's why I said America sets the standard after World War II and has been utilizing the UN as a tool, utilizing international law as a tool to do their bidding. And whitewashing their obvious savagery while simultaneously really bringing up the casus belli to engage in interference overseas by pointing to international law when our adversaries are doing it, or nations in the periphery are doing it. Yes, that is the truth, and it's something that I acknowledge all the time. However, my assessment is I'd rather have an international governing body that doesn't just believe in the theory of conflict avoidance, but actually does have some power to stop conflict from taking place. That's the whole point of fucking multipolarity, right? That's what's supposed to happen. It hasn't happened. It didn't even happen in the Cold War, but at least it was like, I would say, less chaotic, and maybe it gave countries in the global south more room to breathe and have successful liberation movements, because there was another pole that armed them when they were doing anti-colonial, anti-imperialist actions. Many of these countries would be worse off if the USSR had not existed. Cuba is a great example of a country that would absolutely look like Haiti right now. Cuba would be worse off if the USSR didn't exist. Look no further than two different countries that have, different modes of development, but one is much more diverse than the other. But look at India and China. Okay, Look at Indian development versus Chinese development. The major, albeit this is reductive analysis, but there's a major difference between Chinese development and Indian development. Look at where India is at now. Look at where China's at now. How do you think that happened? Why do you think that happened? It was Malcolm X who said something really interesting, where he was like, I mean, this is far before this development ever even took place, but Malcolm X was asked about Nehru versus Mao. Okay. Here, I'm going to read this to you. And I don't want anybody to get offended or get mad at me for this is Malcolm X's own opinion, not mine. Okay. But I think it's it helps you identify something here. Malcolm X, I think that Nehru probably was a good man, although I didn't go for it. I don't go for anybody who's passive. I don't go for anybody who advocates pacifism or peaceful suffering in any form whatsoever. I don't go for it. What about Jesus Christ? Malcolm X does not even respond to that question. Continues, I go for Mao Zedong because I go for Mao much more than Nehru because I think that Nehru brought his country up in a beggar's role. Their roles, the role of India and its reliance upon the West during the years since it got its supposed independence, has it today just as helpless and dependent as it was when it first got its independence. Whereas in China, the Chinese fought for their independence. They became militant right from the outstart. And today, even though they aren't loved, they are respected. Though the West doesn't love them, the West respects them. Now, the West doesn't respect India, but it loves India. I see your distinction. Can you see my distinction? I do indeed. Malcolm X says, I admire the stand of China and the stand of Mao Zedong, but I can't admire with respect the stand of Nehru in India. I just can't do it. Hold up, y'all are unironically communist? Applies here. Bro, that's the same one. Yeah, the U.S. won't give India the same kind of economic advantages it gave China, which allowed that country to emerge as a major competitor, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau said. This is also bullshit. They make it seem like America made China. Like, that's also fucking Western chauvinism of a different order, but do you see... I mean, India is far more diverse, obviously. And there have been other setbacks. India's starting point is different. The caste structure, like there's a lot of cultural forces and reactionary forces at play. Low key, maybe in spite of the excesses, the Cultural Revolution might have actually played a major role in purging some of the rightist elements within China. Who knows, right? I can't make that assessment. I don't know. I can just look at the results, right? I can only look at the results. But it does feel to me like a communist India would probably fare better than what India looks like now. Now, the reason why I say that is because there is a communist India. It's called Kerala, right? And they are literally the best region in India. They are doing better than everybody else. That's gotta mean something, right? Like, because India, in spite of the fact that it's, you know, it has like this Western liberal democracy that is that keeps voting for this fucking fascist Modi. India does have robust and very large communist movements. Not just in Kerala either. But my point is, especially for developing nations, like, highly recommend communism. Can't recommend it enough. That's all I'm going to say. Like, I can't recommend it for Americans because we just don't have that base. Like, we don't have material conditions that resemble places where successful communist movements have launched. Americans are too fat and too comfortable in the imperial core to ever entertain such things. But if you're India, I mean, it's right there, man. It's right there for the seizing.
Any attempt to create two Chinas or one China, one Taiwan is doomed to fail. The DPP authorities' obstinate pursuit of their separatist agenda is the root cause. And
a communist India wouldn't be worth the Great Famine and Cultural Revolution and not having democracy? Brother, what do you mean? We're talking about India. This is like during the time frame where communism was being developed, India was already going through tremendous famine anyway. India also still experiences famine from time to time. What are we fucking talking about? What? What the fuck? That's crazy to say. India from the beginning has been very socialist. Leaders would compete on who's more socialist. We had a very radical land redistribution reform. No, I know. I'm saying, that's why I was saying, like, it should have went all the way. There weren't famines before communism, buddy. Go to history class. India, China, and Russia never experienced famine historically before communism. That's funny. I know you're being sarcastic.
Undermining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. It has been proven time.
The craziest part about it is that, like, famine under imperialism unironically was made worse by colonial powers, as opposed to, like, famine under communism you can still attribute to, like, state mismanagement, okay, where they fuck it up big time, and, you know, a lot of people die as a consequence of, like, this great collectivization initiative, and it's horrifying, but it's still different than, like, direct famine as a consequence of British rule, right, in Ireland. Like, that's or the Bengal famine, right? Like, there are instances where, like, famine is directly brought about by a colonial entity that is just destroying the population because they want the fucking supply for themselves.
Again, that the more the international community stands against Taiwan independence and upholds the one China principle, the more assured peace and stability will be across the Taiwan Strait. The Taiwan question is China's internal affair. It is at the core of China's core interests, a red line that must not be crossed or trampled on. Taiwan was recovered by China over 80 years ago, and we will never allow any individual or force to separate it from China again. The One China principle has overwhelming support in the international community. More and more countries are standing with China, not only reaffirming their commitment to the One China principle and recognizing Taiwan as part of China, but also taking a clear stand against all activities for Taiwan independence and supporting the cause of China's reunification. This is irrefutable proof that opposing Taiwan independence and promoting China's reunification is the trend of the times and meets the expectation of the international community. Resolving the Taiwan question and realizing the complete reunification of our motherland is a historic process that cannot be stopped. Those who support it are on the right side of history, and those who defy it shall perish.
Thank you, NBC. Respected Minister Wang Yi, you have spoken of China-U.S. ties as most consequential relationship over time, with strategic choices that will shape world history. So, given all the happenings, would China accept the J2 format cited by some, including President Trump himself, as a framework for China and the U.S. to hold the...
What? Bad take Haas, the argument you're making is colonialism is bad because of intentional famine versus communism, where it's unintentional famine. You're ignoring the fact that famines were due to historical failure to keep up with agricultural methods and the famines communist states went through were the last they ever had as they rapidly... This is my favorite fucking take of a chatter who literally just summarizes literally what I just said, but slaps bad take in front of it. You just straight up said what I just said. Yes, I said it's mismanagement. It's not being able to keep up with agricultural technology, or agricultural technology is not advanced enough for collectivization. There's a reason why there's no more fucking famine in China. Yes. I don't even understand what why did you just repeat the same point?
Joint responsibility in addressing global challenges. If not, what alternative framework
What are you eating?
propose?
Kasama. It's a Pinoy Gang Michelin star rated breakfast place. And it's treats that March got me, and it's so bomb. It's the best pastries I've ever had in my life. I swear to God.
To prevent confrontation with the United States and assure the world that China's rise is not aimed at overturning the existing international system. Thank you.
美国全国广播公司凌晨表示，中美关系是当今世界最重要的双边关系之一。中美两国的战略选择影响世界历史的演进方向。中方是否接受包括特朗普总统本人在内的人提出中美共治的框架，共担责任，应对全球性挑战？如果不接受，中方将提出何种替代方国？
There is no doubt that China and the US have a significant impact on the world, but we should not forget there are more than 190 countries on our planet. World history has always been written by many countries together, and the future of humanity will be forged through the collective efforts of all nations. Diversity is the inherent nature of human society. And multipolarity is what the international landscape should look like. Looking back in history, great power rivalry and bloc confrontation have invariably inflicted disaster and pain on humanity. Therefore, China will never take the beaten path of seeking hegemony as its strength grows, nor do we subscribe to the logic that the world can be run by major countries. China has inscribed in its constitution that it follows an independent foreign policy and is committed to pursuing a path of peaceful development. Chinese leaders have often declared to the world that no matter how the international situation evolves and how strong China becomes, it will never seek hegemony or expansion.
Boo.
As for how the international...
I don't know. People don't believe that when they say this, but they just don't do it. They don't do it when they should. They don't do it when they could. I've said this over and over again. Like, even from their own self-preservation, there are so many instances where they could just engage in like militancy, engage in actions that offer them a much better position in the global stage. And they just don't do it. They just sit there and they expect fucking Western nations to come to that conclusion on their own that like China actually has no, imperialist ambitions. China doesn't want to destabilize the world. China wants stability. China wants trade maxing. And Westerners never will believe them.
international landscape should evolve. China's proposal is to build an equal and orderly multipolar.
I mean, they're a massive trade partner to Israel still. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
World. Equal means every nation, regardless of size or strength, is an equal member of the international community and can find its place and play its role in a multipolar world. Orderly means all countries should uphold the widely recognized international rules, namely the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and the basic norms of international relations. Building an equal and orderly multipolar world should be the common responsibility of all countries. With more resources and capabilities, major countries should be more generous, shoulder more responsibilities, and set an example of observing rules, honoring commitments, and upholding international law. China will continue to play a constructive role in reforming global governance and work with all countries toward a multipolar world. Thank you.
Now, we've just got some breaking news that's just come into us. Iran has named the new supreme leader. It will be Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the slain supreme leader who was killed last Saturday in a...
That's right. The Assembly of Experts done did it again, boys. They brought in another Ayatollah Khamenei.
Israeli-US strike on the capital.
Oil futures just opened up. Shit hit $111 GG. Oh, great, dude. That's great. That's fantastic. I mean, what do you say to that? Winning. So much winning. We're going to win so much. We're going to win so much. You're going to say, please, Mr. President, no more winning. And I'll tell you, we're going to keep winning.
Tehran. He was killed in his compound, and his son has now been named as the new supreme leader by the Council of Clerics in charge of selecting the new supreme leader. This will be the Islamic Republic's third supreme leader since it came to power in 1979. 56-year-old Mujtaba Khamenei is known to be close to the Revolutionary Guard, who were apparently pushing for him to be the front runner. He is a mid-level cleric who studied...
Now I feel like they want the names to sound so similar to confuse the West, bro. Because the first guy is Khomeini, then the second guy is Khamenei, and then now the third guy also Khamenei. It's like, bro, you couldn't throw a different name in the pile? What are we doing? Nah, we just got to stick with the naming convention. It's too difficult. We don't want to etch out the the names in the directory. It's gonna fuck this. It's gonna fuck the whole thing up. Brother, you think hamburger cunts see a difference between Persian names? I mean, Khomeini and Khamenei are pretty fucking similar, you know?
In seminaries in Qom, and for the past at least 20 years, his name has been...
Wait, the third? Like they killed two already? No. Khomeini is the first Ayatollah. At the time, Ali Khamenei is the president. Then when Khomeini passes, Ali Khamenei is selected by the council, just like this selection process took place now amongst clerics, and he is selected as the supreme leader. That's how he becomes Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Mojtaba is his son. The guy that we just killed on the first day, Ali Khamenei, has well, he has multiple kids, I think, but this is one of his kids, Mojtaba Khamenei. Mojtaba Khamenei is his son. He's also a cleric, a mid-level cleric, which, you know, kind of disrespectful. Why are you saying Khomeini, lol? Wait, what? Because the first... I'm explaining to a chatter.
Floated as the potential replacement to his father, but there was also much discussion and controversy around that because this Islamic Republic is not a hierarchical system. So there was some reservation about Mojtaba Khamenei taking over from his father, but he has now been named as the supreme leader. And in the last few days, when he was believed to be the front runner, the Israeli defense minister came
I'm gonna keep it a $150. This is nepotism.
The supreme leaders, all those.
That's nepotism, straight up. I'll say it. I'll say it, bro. They gave him for the name recognition pick. That's what they
named
did.
As a potential front runner, or anyone who was named as the supreme leader would be fair game and would be targeted. And we will get much more reaction.
This is a real LeBron James Bronny situation. You know, Bronny Lakers trade. I'm calling flag on the play. We got to get the commissioner involved. Okay. Nobody's going to respect him. Everyone's going to say he's a Nepo baby.
To the naming of Mojtaba Khamenei as the new supreme leader. Now, in a moment, we'll get reaction from Washington with our James Matthews. But first, let's go to our Cordelia Lynch in Tel Aviv. And Cordelia, I'll get to my interview with the Qatari Prime Minister.
These two are low-key my favorite anchors at Sky News, which isn't saying much, but they are like... at least they like have a tendency at times to recognize the humanity of those who were destroying the lives of.
Minister in a moment, but we've also now heard that the new supreme leader has been named the son of the slain supreme leader. And of course, Israel has
a powerful mid-ranking cleric. Damn, bro, they keep calling him mid. Mojtaba Khamenei, 56, has long opposed reformist groups advocating engagement with the West. His close ties to senior clerics and the IRGC, which dominates Iran's security forces and the economy, give him leverage across the state's political and coercive security institutions. He amassed influence under his father as a key figure within the security apparatus and the vast business empire it controls, operating for years as Ali Khamenei's gatekeeper and, in practice, a mini supreme leader, analysts say. The U.S. Treasury sanctioned Mojtaba in 2019, saying he represented the supreme leader in an official capacity despite never holding elected or formal government office. A Gulf source familiar with the regional government said, thinking of Mojtaba's appointment, this tells Trump and Washington that Iran will not back down. They will fight on until the finish. Salem of the Middle East Institute likened Iran's trajectory to Iraq under Saddam Hussein after 1991 or Syria under Bashar al-Assad after 2012. Governments that survived years of war and isolation but steadily lost control. They're doubling down on the hardline, Salem said. Internally, it's terrible and deeply destabilizing. Okay, maybe it's not so bad then, because I felt like when these guys say that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was a hardliner, I don't think he was. I think there are hardline in terms of what? Because they wanted to fucking negotiate with the West. Khamenei wanted to negotiate with the West. I don't think that's a controversial take at all, especially because they did allow the JCPOA to go through. They followed through on the JCPOA. They were nowhere near as aggressive as they're presented in the West. Now, his son might be different. I don't know. But this guy said, being Islam is radical. Being Islam. The IRGC pledge allegiance. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says they are ready to follow new Supreme Leader Mojtaba. A middle finger to Israel from the regime, but like his father, it will take years for him to consolidate power. For now, expect the informal council to continue running things. The president, parliamentary speaker, judiciary chief, and reps from the IRGC and regular military. Yeah, most likely. Well, we just killed his family, so maybe it might be different. I don't think these guys give a shit, bro. I think that the real pressure is going to come from within. Because the IRGC has been waiting for this moment in some respects, and they cleaned up all the older ranks. Like for the longest time, I kept repeating over and over again, if you recall, that Ayatollah was the most restrained figure that we would deal with in the West. Okay, restrained to a fault. Strategic restraint was the name of the game. I think it caused Western forces to feel far more powerful. It made them think that Iran had no capabilities of withstanding American bombing campaigns. It created a sense of weakness to a fault. It is precisely the reason why the multiple decades long initiative of building a serious axis of resistance fell apart, because one of the major red lines in said axis of resistance, especially in the last decade, was that if Israel actually put boots on the ground in Gaza, that they would pummel Israel. Now look at the amount of weapons they have at their disposal right now. If Syria still existed, as it did post-October 7, and Hezbollah had not been decapitated and diminished, and the Houthis are just still the Houthis. Obviously, that doesn't really change that much. And the IRGC still had its Quds forces in both Syria and also in Iraq. And they mobilized against Israel very quickly after October 7 for Israel's violation of said red lines. You'd be looking at a very different calculation in the region, which is what I think Yahya Sinwar wanted to do. Right? Like that is no, that's not a lot of ifs. That was literally that's not a lot of ifs at all. That was the whole ball game. And what I'm trying to say is Iran's restraint at that time over and over again, when Israel kept violating more red lines and kept slowly but surely, alongside the United States of America, took out Iran's axis of resistance in the region piece by piece. And then Syria fell entirely. It was over. From that point on, Iran was much more diminished in its reaction or its retaliation to Israel. I don't know if you would have seen a different calculation or you would have seen a quicker U.S. intervention. I mean, think about the U.S. intervention that's taking place right now, though. Think about the U.S. intervention that's taking place right now. Now imagine a much more powerful axis of resistance that wasn't destroyed over the course of the last 2.5 years, very successfully, mind you. I don't think if the United States of America right now can't withstand and can't successfully defend its own assets in the region, can't defend its most powerful ally, the only country that they care about, Israel, successfully, Israel's defenses have been deteriorating. Israel cannot even do early enough warnings for its citizens right now. I don't think, like, if they waited a couple months and then they were like, all right, you've gone too far, and they came in and reacted, we'd be looking at a very different calculation, which I think was that was what Yahya Sinwar thought would happen. Wouldn't that make Iran look like the aggressor? Brother, it doesn't matter. Oh, guys, please stop. You place far too much emphasis on how we feel about Iran or the IRGC or Hamas or Israel or Palestine or Palestinians. We are not a part of the calculation. America doesn't operate in a democratic manner. How is this confusing for you? When it comes to foreign policy, there is no fucking democracy. Okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. What are you talking about? Look around. Do you think there's tremendous appetite to blow up Iran right now? Fuck no. Has it stopped America one bit? No, it hasn't. If you can recognize that here, and I think you have the capacity to recognize it, I think those guys know it over there too. The only part of this calculation that may be different is like maybe the U.S. and Israel would have invaded if Iran had reacted more strongly to 10-7, probably. But once again, my point is a much weaker Iran with no significant network of resistance is still capable of doing this much damage. Now imagine how much damage Iran could do if it still had the axis of resistance. My point is, Ali Khamenei was incredibly restrained, and that is the reason why Iran is currently getting bombed. Because Iran getting bombed is an inevitability with Israel being in the region. And if it's an inevitability, you got to strike while you have, well, the iron is hot. You got to strike while your opportunity is like when you have more leverage. You got to strike when you have more assets. You didn't do that, and then they destroyed your capabilities of responding and reacting. You still have tremendous capability, tremendous force projection. But my point simply is, like, I think the calculation would be very different because America is basically operating not like full force, but pretty close to full force right now. They're slowly but surely going up the escalation ladder as they would. And boots on the ground is not going to be as successful for the American side as the Americans think it will be. Actually, I suspect that plenty of generals are actually opposed to that as well. That's part of the reason why they haven't done so. Anyway, but the reason why I brought all this up is not so I can get clipped to be like, see, Hasan is like so pro-Iran. He's saying Iran should have fucking retaliated, whatever. The reason why I brought that up is because there was one guy who was against that. There were forces within Iranian military that were for it, certainly. The IRGC being the hardliners, the real hardliners. The ones that were much more pragmatic and understood what was necessary. But the Ayatollah was not one of those guys. He was the final setback. He had the final say. He was the one who kept repeatedly saying, no, we can negotiate. We can negotiate. Obviously, like the civilian governance side, the president, foreign minister, those guys are all moderates. They're always moderates. That's more so to throw a bone to the public, to be like, see, we're listening to your demands. We can say this in hindsight, but Iran's actions indicate that they cared about their people, which undermines their nonsense regime take we hear from everyone, including progressives in the West. Diplomacy meant less of their own people died. Otherwise, the logic of Sinwar makes sense. There's no negotiating with Neanderthals. What are you talking about? No, that's my argument. My argument is literally that, like, this is an inevitability. So you have to, my argument is, if it's an inevitability that your people are going to get slaughtered by American forces, as we're seeing it happen right now, then you have to strike while you have more leverage. If you don't actually take the opportunity to strike when you have more leverage, clearly diplomacy doesn't fucking save lives at the end of the day. They're not always moderates. Ahmadinejad and Raisi weren't moderates, sure. You call the regime all the time too? Yeah, but I call the American government a regime as well. I don't think regime has the negative connotation that that people present it as. Like, it's just, I think it's, it is what it is. I also say the Iranian government all the time. I use it interchangeably. Weren't they still building up their military capability in the proxies? Iran wasn't sitting idle. Wait, building up their military capabilities? Brother, what are you talking about? They got like 50,000 drones. They've already built it. What, you think in the last 2.5 years they really escalated their manufacturing capabilities? That's crazy. You just added 2.5 additional years into the stockpile, but you didn't add like a tremendous amount, I don't think. They've been building their military capabilities. No, but their gamble was that this wouldn't happen. We agreed they were too moderate, but had struck it first. I feel like your agitprop would have been that they're partially responsible for the deaths of their own people. Just keeping it a buck. What? I mean, it would have made my life much more difficult in the West to help people understand like where this other side was coming from. But I still would have done it regardless. Even if I was successful or not, it doesn't matter. Because what matters at the end of the day is results. Western attitudes on this issue are unfortunately for the time being utterly inconsequential. Do you understand? Like, that's why whenever post-October 7 people are like, why won't Hamas just release the fucking hostage? I was like, you're stupid. You're a stupid person. Like, it would make it much easier to defend Hamas. It's like, what are you talking about? What is this? My sister-in-law is an aeromedical evac flight nurse. They just had 200 nurses get deployment orders. She said, this is the most AE deployed since before 2010. Indicate boots on the ground is guaranteed. Fuh. I don't know. Doesn't this kind of delegitimize the Islamic Republic? Looks more like a monarchy now. How can you say Western attitudes don't matter when we are bombing the country currently? Okay, do you like that we're bombing the country? No. Does the majority like that we're bombing the country? No. Now you understand why Western attitudes don't amount to anything, because democracy is a fucking lie when it comes to foreign policy. Do you understand? At most, no, but I matter. Okay, well, good luck to you, chatter. If we're talking about states, if we're talking about like state versus states, the politicking and the way that certain states should operate, it's just a totally different ballgame. If you're talking about like how much easier it is to defend a perfect victim, then yeah, sure. Western attitudes matter if and only if they result in political change. Exactly. Will people be thrown out of office based on their foreign policy takes? Don't want to bring up recent drama, but even leftists are eager to cover over NATO supporting warmongering if it comes in the right package. Yeah, I know. But again, it's utterly irrelevant regardless. Whether people are pro-NATO or anti-NATO, it still doesn't fucking matter. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, you and I agree on this. It only matters if we can actually make this change. It only matters if we can create enough pressure, enough domestic pressure that the administration has to back away. So in some ways, when like my haters or our haters are like, you're doing the bidding of Iran, it's like, it's true, I am. I'm doing the bidding of the Iranian people that don't want to be fucking killed. Okay? Not the Iranian government. It's the Iranian government's bidding as far as the Iranian government cares about making sure that the Iranian people survive. But yeah, I'm anti-war for that reason. I'm anti-war because I don't want to fucking kill Iranian people. I don't want to destabilize this country with 93 million people. I want to reduce harm. I want to avoid harm. I want to stop this senseless bloodshed. Stocks down, oil price up, down no longer 50K. Crude oil surges 20%, hits $111 barrel, stock futures fall. Can you please explain why the nepotism won't delegitimize the Ayatollah? Brother, what are you guys talking about? It's literally fucking a bunch of, it's a closed door meeting of like 80 clerics that pick who the Ayatollah is anyway. What are you like a Shia cleric? Like what? It's so funny. Chatters are like, excuse me, as a Shia theologian, I have to tell you, this is really rubbing people the wrong way. at the Islamic Institute of Ali in Tehran. No, white Californian law. Won't that shake Shia support if it doesn't look as godly? What? No. The British government is really undermined by the nepotism of King Charles. Okay. The amount of control that King Charles has over the British government is negligible in comparison to the amount of control that the Ayatollah has over the Iranian government. The Ayatollah has final say on everything, and it's not symbolic. Okay? That's a little crazy. That's these things do matter for sure. Like, obviously, the Ayatollah is not like, you know, Ali Khamenei is not sitting in a fucking bunker hitting all the missiles. I know they used the king to coup Australia before. I know they have some power, but that's like, it's, again, they're not as involved in the day-to-day affairs. They're not as involved in the day-to-day affairs of you know, British governance as like the Ayatollah is. Khamenei just got younger, alhamdulillah. A phrase widely circulating on Persian channels. Khamenei just got younger, alhamdulillah. Oh, that's funny. Public celebrations around Iran tonight. So loud, fuck. Someone needs to inform these guys that there's a white Californian who has concerns about nepotism. Regime supporters in Iran reacted to the news that Khamenei's son has been chosen as supreme leader. Conveniently, they don't even have to change their chant. Allahu Akbar, Khamenei Rahbar, meaning God is great, Khamenei is the leader, though it's unclear how long that will last. Why would they elect a man on International Women's Day? Don't they think about the optics? Oh, damn, chatter. Someone needs to ring him up. Meanwhile, Persian hogs in
There
LA.
was also the 150 school girls that were killed. I mean, ultimately, you see this as worth it. Like, yeah,
100%. 100% is worth it. Yes.
There was that school in Iran that was bombed, 150 dead. But you see this all as worth it. I mean, you think we should go to the end.
Yes, yes, it's worth it, and that's why we are here. We are gonna protest, even if it's.
Bro, these guys are my neighbors, dude. It's kind of crazy. Like, they're also super pro-Israel, by the way, which is probably not shocking. You know, reactionaries of all different sorts. You know what I'm saying? They're on. They're like, oh, bad policy? I fucking love that. I'm about it. I'm about that lifestyle. Just in, a Patriot missile malfunction over Bahrain and hit a residential area. Right after the news about the oil price surge, reports of Fujairah being targeted. Oh, shit. Bro, I feel bad for Bahrain, bro. That is crazy. They're the ones who are just eating it from both ends now. Jesus Christ. This is old. No, Patriot missiles have misfired before, but Bonzer Berry is pretty on it with this shit. Usually, the leader of Iran can recommend a successor to the Assembly of Experts, and the members take it into consideration when voting. Imam Khomeini recommended martyr Imam Khamenei. However, Imam Khamenei did not have a recommendation and left the decision completely up to the Assembly of Experts, who independently from all institutions, parties, and figured, chose and voted for Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. So it's not like his son succeeded him in a monarchy system. He was elected through a complex and thorough voting system. I mean, I don't know if this is, you know. It's not true that Khamenei did not have successors in mind. That's wrong. I mean, that account, take what that account puts out with a grain of salt, okay? Let's just say they're very, very pro. They're a little bit, you know, they're a little bit biased and have gotten things wrong quite a bit. As a matter of fact, they kept repeatedly saying that the Ayatollah was not dead, that Ali Khamenei was not dead for like the entire day. He was like, "Oh, my cousin told me," you know. Like, he's wrong. I know he's wrong. Khamenei put forth 3 suggestions. Because he said, like, oh, he didn't put any suggestions before his passing. That's wrong. He did. And he didn't even do it this time around. He did it in the 12-Day War. Before the 12-Day War, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei got together with the council and gave them his 3 suggestions for who could be a successor. Mojtaba's selection comes against his own father's statements and actions in life, against hereditary succession as a concept. Yeah, I don't know if his son was one of the 3, but what I'm saying is wrong is he gave 3 suggestions. They were private, obviously. We don't fucking know whose suggestions are. Having apparently once intervened in the Assembly of Experts years ago, the shut down consideration of at least one of his sons as a future leader on this basis. America forced the hands of clerics choosing Khamenei's son from an AJ analyst. This kind of act of defiance, telling the Americans and Israelis, you wanted to get rid of our system, well, in your face. This is a more radical person than his father who was assassinated, said Rami Hori, a political analyst at the American University of Beirut. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have enough opinion on this. I'll be honest. Guys, I don't fucking know. Okay, I don't fucking know about what kind of leadership the new Khamenei will engage in. Okay, what kind of leadership roles he will be taking on, where the country will go. Sorry, that's a little bit outside of my fucking pay grade. I'm just a situation monitor. I know some things. This is not one of those things that I know.
Not an Islamic regime missile. It was worth it. Very, very worth it.
And sorry, you are accusing the IRGC of genocide.
Yeah, they killed around 32,500 people.
It has been like 2 months that we lost like over 50,000 people got killed.
In January, in 2 days, they massacred people, 90,000 people.
90,000.
90,000 people, and some people are still in the prison. Some people, they take out their eyes, and it's in 2 days.
You would support Donald Trump, for example, sending troops or sending more airstrikes to Iran?
Yeah, whatever Trump is doing, it is helping us, of course, 100%.
There was also a report today that he was considering sending troops to Iran, and you would support that?
Yes, I would support that, yes, because I believe he's doing the right thing.
Donald Trump has been looking at more options, airstrikes, but also sending troops to Iran. Would you guys be supporting that?
Yes, we will.
He's considering sending troops in as well. Is that something you'd support?
Actually, that's what we want.
Yeah. And I also see a lot of Israeli flags here. I mean, this is also to protect Israel from Iran as well, yes?
Exactly, exactly.
Thank you to President Trump and Netanyahu for standing with people.
If you had Donald Trump's ear right now, you were in the Oval Office, private room, what would you tell him to do?
President Trump, please bomb my people more. President Trump, I love the bombing of my people. President Trump, standing with Israel.
Please finish the job. Just finish it, whatever it takes. Honestly, I haven't been back to my country over 20 years. I'm not planning to go back. This is my country now. America is my country. And I know this is the best for Americans and for Iranians in Iran.
You're not planning on going back to?
No.
And thank you, President Trump. You are my brother. You are my father. You are everything for myself, for my country, for my people. And thank you, Bibi Netanyahu, for supporting Persian people. And thank you, the soldier they killed in this war. And
Bro, I swear to God, I'm about to see my like dentist or some shit in here. It's like I can't. Like when I tell you, like, one, this is my neighborhood, like literally my neighborhood. I think they're in downtown LA, but like they all live in my neighborhood. They're all my neighbors. Okay, when I tell you like restaurant owners, dentists, you know, small business owners all around, people who sell furniture, people who sell rugs, like car dealership owners, like every single person that I live around is this person, okay?
the 6 people, American people, and thank you, and thank you. I wanna say thank you to their family.
It feels like a psyop. So many of the Iranian diaspora doesn't want war, but this is the type of people the diaspora is being mainstreamed. So no, this is gray zone. Gray zone is just making a point about how fucking silly the diaspora is. But like, the thing is, even before this, the diaspora is not this bad. Okay? The diaspora is not this bad. Like, the majority of the diaspora still doesn't want bombing to take place, no matter how much they fucking hate the Ayatollah. The problem is American media loves going to these guys because they're trying to, you know, create an environment of permission. That's it. That's the reason why that crazy haired lady was like on CBS, CNN, ABC, also turning around and being like, President Trump, please, I beg of you, President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, I love you, save me. Trump says this war isn't about freedom. Hexas says this war isn't about democracy. Rubio says this war isn't about liberating Iran, but somehow the Iranian diaspora steadfastly holds the notion that Iran will come out of this war better and freer. No, I live with the people. They are my family. They actually believe this shit. They're all like this. No, I'm saying there's literally fucking, there's polling on it. It just, people get polled on this stuff. The diaspora Iranis get polled on whether they think like American bombing campaigns are good or bad. And they were polled after the 12-day war, and 56% of Iranians in diaspora said no. Also, those guys don't want democracy either. They just want the Shah. Like, that's the other side of the story. They don't want democracy. They want the Shah. Some believe the Shah will bring about liberal democracy. They're delusional. But those guys, they just want the Shah. They're extra delusional. Sina Tusi says, as I said days ago, senior fellow at CI Policy, Center for International Policy, the other good think tank, for the record. Mojtaba Khamenei becoming supreme leader once seemed highly unlikely. His selection now appears largely in response to the assassination of his father and family, a defiant message to U.S. and Israel. But it's also a major gamble by Islamic Republic's deep state. Until recently, Mojtaba was a long shot, practically no public profile, deeply divisive where known, and closely associated with the security hardliners. His selection reinforces that the Islamic Republic system is now willing to cross previous restraints and taboos, even at cost of further alienating society and sidelining its own centrist and reformist wings. For years, Mojtaba was seen as an unlikely successor precisely because dynastic succession risked undermining the system's revolutionary legitimacy. Even his father had reportedly ruled out his son succeeding him. For the regime's radicalized base, another Khamenei may feel like continuity and toughness. For most of Iranian society, it offers little. It also raises the stakes of Iran's future trajectory, potentially pushing the system further towards a North Korea-style model, nuclear weapons, tighter security rule, and a revolutionary state that increasingly resembles a hereditary monarchy. Okay. California Chatter vindicated? No, he's not talking about... No, California Chatter was talking about the like legitimacy as far as the base. No, the base loves this shit. And the people who don't like the fucking Ayatollah anyway also don't give a shit because they hate the Ayatollah. This just makes it even less likely that they will be on board with the Ayatollah. Diaspora talk stealing your jokes.
Hello guys, we are not Muslim, we are white. We are not brown. We are not brown, Kazi.
Yeah, we are not brown, we are Persian. I am Persian. I am not Muslim. I hate Muslim. I am Persian.
We are Iranian people. We love Tehran. We love Israel. We like Israel us.
The Islamic Republic's base appears elated tonight at the announcement of Mojtaba's ascension, likely in part because they know this is the outcome Trump is most unhappy about. A more moderate successor would almost certainly have been framed as a regime bending under pressure. The younger Khamenei comes to power after not only his father, but much of his immediate family, including his wife and son, were killed by the U.S. and Israel. Have we checked on Patrick Bet David? He's really sad right now because he thought the Council of Elders would have chosen him.
Mourir et quelqu'un vient prend votre main, vous va prendre ma vie dehors de.
Watch a heated exchange between former French ambassador to Washington Gerard Arad and an Iranian opposition activist. When the woman argued Iranians would accept outside help to escape the regime, we'll give our oil. We want our lives. Arad replied, yes, but he's coming to take your oil, not your hand. Yeah, it's so funny. And then they'll do like standpoint epistemology where they'll be like, sweetie, an Iranian is talking. Why don't you listen to him? Okay, well, some Iranians can be stupid, you know? What do you mean? This is a stupid idea. Because I'm sorry, you're just not paying attention to what the fuck's going on. Okay? Like I feel for you, but also at the same time, like, you know, this is a stupid thing to say. Notice that only works in one direction? Yeah, if someone is like, I'm Iranian and I don't want to be bombed, everyone's like, shut the fuck up. We're not listening to what you have to say. The volume of crude production that Iraq has already shut in is larger than the peak of feared but never realized Russian supply loss in early 2022 that spiked crude prices above $120 per barrel. And that's just Iraq alone? Nice. Breaking, Israel's now claiming they will try to assassinate the new leader of Iran and murder anyone involved in appointing them. It is impossible to overstate how deranged these people are. Oh my God, bro. It's like, I'm telling you, it's like a fucking rabid dog. Like, it's like having to live with a mutated pit bull with fucking rabies, dude. It's insane. They're just like, meow, I didn't get my wishes across. It is a lunatic state. Norm is right. It is truly a lunatic state. This is lunacy. Oh my God. Oh. So cool that they have nukes, by the way. And not only do they have nukes, but they also basically fucking dominate American politics as well and get the most powerful hegemonic superpower in the world to do their bidding. Fantastic. Good group of guys to give, you know, our foreign policy over to. This is your most normal Israeli politician, President Trump. The Israeli military warned it would continue pursuing every successor of Iran's next supreme leader. In a post on X and Farsi, the Israeli military said it would also pursue every person who seeks to appoint a successor for the slain supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, referring to the clerical body charged with selecting Iran's next supreme leader. It truly is like an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Like, Iran's like, okay, fuck you. And Israel's like, we're going to keep killing you. We're going to kill you extra hard. We're going to kill you dead. Uh-oh. Trump saw the oil prices. Wait, Trump now says $100 barrel oil is a very small price to pay and calls anyone who disagrees a fool. Short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA. Oh, they are dumb. Oh, they're stupid. Oh, they're this stupid. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Oh my God. He truly is JD Pond. He truly is JD Pondon. It's not even a joke. He wants the fucking suburbs to scream. He wants to kill every American Treatlerite. He said permanent first world genocide. It's crazy. Nah, this is the one area where the fucking hogs and hogettes will not play around. Okay? They suck his dick on everything. This is the one area where I don't think they're gonna like that. That's why he kept saying over and over again, but the price of gas is so low. The price of gas is so low. Don't you love it, folks? Well, now the price of gas is not so low. He wants the fucking Treatlerites to scream in the suburbs. Midterms over. If they even happen in November, he's a dumbass. I mean, yeah. We'll see how much the cult pour more at the pump, since this was the only thing he could point to whenever people brought up affordability. It's an incredible thing to say. It's an incredible thing to say that you're going to war, your sons and daughters are going to die for Israel. That's one thing. Americans are cattle. That stuff happens over there. It's not my problem, right? But it's an entirely separate thing to say you're going to pay extra. You're going to pay fucking $15. You're going to pay European style prices for oil, and you're going to like it, and it's all because of Israel. I don't think the base will appreciate that. His base defends him being a pedophile? Yes, chatter, because his pedophilia doesn't touch the gas prices. There's two areas where the base is like a little shaky. Affordability is a major issue, and Epstein files. This makes the affordability situation completely untenable. Hasan needs to see this chat is insane. Yes, I saw it. I saw it.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're not, for the record, they're not Sig Heiling. I know you want to say that, but like, no, the Iranians do that. It's like a thing that Iranians do. It's not actually a Sig Heil. Okay. I mean, they're Nazis, but they're not Sig Heiling. Like, when I watch this, I'm like, no, they're fucking Nazis, but not because they're Sig Heiling. They're Nazis because they're saying, thank you, Trump. Thank you, Bibi Netanyahu. Seamus's take on this: I don't think we deserve rights. I'm going to be real.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Holy, what a nuanced clip. I think so too. No, they're Nazis for sure, but not because they're Sig Heiling. Do you understand? They're Nazis because they're supporting Bibi Netanyahu and they're supporting Donald Trump. They're not actually Sig Heiling though. Like, Iranians do that. Don't do that thing where like Westerners always do this thing where they're like, oh, these guys are Sig Heiling. They do it with like the Yemeni too. Like, it's like, I don't know what it is, but it's a thing that people do. It has nothing to do with like fucking Adolf Hitler. Even the Ayatollah defenders were doing that in their celebrations. If you notice, like in the crowd. Oh, brother.
Said anyone named as the supreme leader is fair game and could be and may be targeted.
That's right. It was an expected choice. It is one of a hereditary choice, which has come as a
Yeah, people in Mexico raise their hand that way too.
surprise to some, but it provides them some level of continuity. It also gives them a clear path, a clear direction of travel, signaling the days, the months, the years ahead, because there has...
Chatter just said, what do you think about Persepolis? I'm not taking that fucking bait. Are you kidding me? Go back to Twitter.
There's been a lot of disruption and confusion about some of the messaging coming out of Iran. So I think this now certainly draws the line under that discussion. But as you say, Israel has made it clear that there will be a mark on any successors back, stating their intentions clearly as they continue their heavy bombardment of Iran.
All right, and we want...
Remember, there are a lot of hardline conservative Jewish Iranian Americans, Iranian Canadians, and Iranian Europeans in these crowds. They're like Mark Levin, but speak Farsi. Yeah. All the pro-regime Iranian Jews still live in Iran.
I want to bring you some breaking news now. We have word that the new supreme leader has been announced, and that will be Moshtaba Khamenei. That is the supreme leader's son. Joining us now to talk more about this is Ali Hashim, who has extensively covered Iran and has been following this leadership selection process very closely. Ali, what can you tell us about what we can expect now that the supreme leader has been named?
Well, now, first of all, that Moshtaba Khamenei has been announced officially as Iran's third supreme leader. This is the end of a chapter and the beginning of a new chapter at the time of war. So Moshtaba Khamenei is now supposed to lead the country in the time of war. Of course, this election would have a lot of controversy given the fact that he is...
They're announcing it like it's the Pope. I mean, it kind of is. It's not like completely the Pope, but yeah.
Succeeding his father. There are going to be accusations of family succession. You know, the Islamic Revolution came in 1979 to end the monarchy. So this is going to be one of the issues that he will face as an accusation. Yet he will have to lead the country at a very difficult time. There are security threats to him. The United States, Israel, both are threatening to kill him, just like they did with his father. So there is going to be a lot of challenges facing him, first of all, to lead the country in the time of war, and at the same time to make sure to bring together the Iranians at the time when they are already divided. You know, just a few weeks ago, there were protests in the country. So it's going to be a really very heavy challenge for him.
Do we know much about who he is? I mean, we obviously know who his father is. We know who his family is. But do we know much about him, what he stands for, and what he could stand for going forward, given that we are in extraordinary circumstances?
Wait, this guy also fought in the Iraq War? I guess it makes sense. His dad did too. I guess most people in power did. I mean, Arakshi, the guy that you guys all call handsome, the foreign minister, he also fought in the Iraq War. The other dude, oh, he was 17. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. The guy, the Sayed Mohammed Morandi, I think that's his name, right? Like, he also fought in the Iraq War. He got gassed. Yeah, they had hella child soldiers in the Iraq War.
Well, Moshtaba Khamenei comes from the school of theology that is known to be, I mean, it's described as a hardline school. It's, he adopts the positions of his father with respect to the United States, with respect to Israel. So we are expecting a confrontational leader. We're not expecting any moderation. We're not expecting any negotiation-seeking leader. However, if this...
Yeah, Morandi moved from the U.S. to Iran in 1970 and fought as a child soldier in the Iran-Iraq War, yeah. He still has his photos from back then on his Twitter profile is like,
war comes to an end and he is still alive and he is able to continue running the country, there is going to be a big potential seeing him there at this position to find the new routes for Iran. This is one. On the second side, he is, of course, a cleric that's been teaching the highest levels of religious studies. And at the same time, he is well connected within the country. He's been described as a shadow influencer in the country. And over here, I'm talking about political influence.
Right.
So he has a very good connections with the IRGC, very good connections with the security body of the country.
So these other branches of the country will know who they're about to be dealing with.
They know him very well because he used to be his father's gatekeeper. And any coordination with other power bases or centers in the country used to be through him. So he knows very well the country. He knows very well how things are run in the country. And given the fact his connections with IRGC and the security body, this could give him a lot of leverage. Also, he has his own he's part of the deep state. So he used to influence political changes in the country, and he is well aware of what's going on around him. So given the fact he is coming to succeed from the position of someone who knew how the situation is, he is a continuation of his father's reign for 37 years. We'll see another Khamenei coming to power. However, we're seeing a younger Khamenei, probably with also some new ideas. He's not a copy of his father, but
the influence may be there
still. We've never heard him talking.
Right.
We've never seen him except in some very rare pictures. So we are yet to hear from him, and we are yet to see how he is going to deal with the new status quo. I mean, his country is in the middle of war. How is he going to deal in the situation of war? How is he going to emerge from this war? These are all going to kind of define his own leadership.
And given that we haven't seen him speak publicly, that we don't know much about maybe which track he is going to take, for people who may have been thinking that potentially a new supreme leader could be a route to diplomacy, a route to opening those diplomatic channels, in your estimation, is that likely to be the case?
Well, for now, no. This is a confrontational leader. He comes on, his father's blood was just shed a few days ago, 10 days ago. So he holds this legacy, he carries this legacy, the legacy of his father's blood. So he's the son of the martyr in the eyes of the revolution. And this is part of the legacy, or let me say legitimacy, that he is, or his team is, trying to present him within. So he's the son of the martyr who came to take the revenge for the martyr. This is the revolutionary Iran's point, perspective. Now, how is he going to be received by others? Because inside Iran, of course, there's going to be a pushback. There's going to be those who are going to criticize this selection or this election, because some of them will believe, especially within the other parties under the Islamic Republic, they're going to see this as changing the pillars of the Republic and changing the pillars of the revolution that came in 1979.
So there's many things to watch. I want to bring Mohammed Val back in from Tehran for us, because Mohammed, one of the things that we've been talking about is how Israel has been saying that they will be looking out for who is named the next supreme leader, that person is in danger, that person is in their sights. And so,
like, my attitude is, maybe I'm wrong on this, but my attitude is, it's just the hardliners anyway. They have their support, they have their base of support, and it kind of feels like they've given up on having like a unification pick, like having a unifying pick. It's not like Khamenei was unifying the public regardless. I mean, he was, by the end, there were a lot of people who were very frustrated with him, to say the least. So I think this is just moving in that same direction. So the base loves it, and they only care about the base. So that's it. But we'll see. We'll see how he moves.
So are the people who elected this new supreme leader.
Especially because like that's like domestic policy. That is not something that is relevant right now, right? It's not relevant at all because the country is going to be unified regardless currently because America's blowing it up.
I wonder how do you think they're going to be able to secure him, or what kind of danger he'll be under as of right now that his name's been announced?
Right, that's a very big question here in Iran, and also the election of Mujtaba Khamenei is clearly an act of defiance on the part of the Iranian leadership here, because he's the man President Trump mentioned in name, saying that he's a lightweight, and he's in the position now that Israel has threatened to kill him anyways. So, I mean, it's really a precarious situation for the new supreme leader, and probably the delay in announcing his name has to do with preparations to make sure that he's safe. We don't know how that is going to be done, but we know that the Israelis just 2 nights ago sent 50 aircraft and dropped 100 bombs, according to what they said, on a location that was, they said a bunker that was to be used by the late Khamenei, but he didn't have time to go into it, and that they had information that probably some of the leaders were hiding.
There's something very funny about the way that like Israeli society operates, like Israeli military operates, where they genuinely think that like if you do a decapitation strike, like it's over. And I don't know why they have this attitude. It's just like they already killed Ali Khamenei. It didn't work. So it's very funny to think that they are probably going to try to assassinate him as well. And if they do that, that's just going to piss Iranian society off further, right?
In that bunker the night the raid took place. So the Israelis are really...
it may be projection. Really? Projection? You think... What do you think would happen if Benjamin Netanyahu got assassinated? You think Israeli society would go, oh, we're saved? No, fuck no. They would get extra mad. To think that it would be very... like, obviously, we're not talking about how we would feel in that situation. We're talking about Israeli society, right? Nothing changes.
Serious in their threats. The Americans also are going to be unhappy, according to what we heard from President Trump. Here, the message by the Iranians is that this is an act, a decision that is an act of defiance. The Iranians are not listening to foreign recommendations or foreign control of their country. The country is independent. Iran selects its own leaders according to its own constitution. And also on the part of the new supreme leader himself, it's an act of...
Bernie couldn't call it Netanyahu's war anymore? Yeah, that would be sad for Bernie. What would he say then?
Potential sacrifice. He knows the probable consequences of his election, and he has chosen to go ahead and assume this role. We understand that as per the Iranian political traditions and constitution, the supreme leader in waiting does not present his own candidacy for that. He does not suggest himself. So he must have been chosen by others, but he also has to consent to that. And that is the situation now. The new supreme leader has been announced. It's an act of defiance. He knows the consequences, and the country is bracing for probable assassination also, but the Iranians are defiant.
And Ali Mohammed makes a very good point that, number one, there's no evidence that the American president had any hand in making this selection as he wanted to do. And two, obviously, Khamenei will know now that there is a big target on his back. But I wonder how you think people in Iran on the streets of Tehran will react when they hear this news.
Well, they're already hearing now. So, as I told you, there is going to be a lot of controversy when it comes to this selection. There are those who are going to embrace it, given the fact that Mujtaba Khamenei is now positioned as the son of the martyr and also the father of a martyr, because his daughter was killed in the attack, his wife was killed in the attack, his sister was killed in the attack, his mother was killed in the attack, and his father also. So he comes from this family. This is easier for the system in Iran to push forward Khamenei's name, Mujtaba Khamenei's name, because he holds all this baggage with him. And given the fact this is an Islamic system, and mainly it's the Shia side of Islam that is built upon martyrdom, so this could help him a lot in proving himself at the time of war. Yet, politically, there is going to be a lot of pushback. This is going to probably have its own impact, not now, probably after the war, because now it's time of war. Everyone is caring more on how the country is going to continue. So the debate right now is going to be more at the moment of war on the continuity rather on what happened and how this is really hitting the pillars of the revolution.
And Mohammed, to you, Ali was talking about how the new supreme leader is going to be a wartime supreme leader, and he's coming out of this immediately in this system of war. But there will also be many domestic issues to contend to as well.
Who backs Al Jazeera? Qatar. The pearl of the Gulf. And my #1 funder. This broadcast is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free, or your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or gifted subs. However, the Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the beautiful nation of Qatar, the glorious nation of Qatar, the jewel of the Gulf. Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, keeping the revolution alive. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the People's Republic of China. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, also known as Best Korea. As an Al Jazeera employee, we do in fact fund you, good sir. I've never been paid by Al Jazeera. If anything, they dunked on me last time I did an Al Jazeera interview. It was crazy. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Cuba. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Islamagoshism. Notice he leaves out Russia. I am not sponsored by Russia. That's the one country I'm not sponsored by.
Well, so I wonder what are going to be the main things that he'll be dealing with within the country, not just from a period of war.
Well, the primary on that list could be national consensus over him. He's a sort of unknown figure, even though he's very well known, but he's unknown in terms of his personality because he doesn't speak a lot, he doesn't attend a lot of meetings and gatherings and so on, but he is known to be one of the hardliners, and he's known to be very close to the Revolutionary Guard and to the Basij. So, I mean, for some people, particularly the reformists, they may not be happy with his election because they think that we are back to the square one. We have been trying to change the country to what we like, to the better, closer to liberalism and so on. But now and this is understandable because at a time of war, you need strong leaders. You need leaders who will stick to the line of resistance, of defiance, and so on. And probably the Assembly of Experts have put that into consideration at this particular moment. The appointment of someone, for instance, like Hassan Rouhani, who is seen here as a very compromising leader, who some people even describe him as the Gorbachev of Iran, a person who is very likely to strike deals that might compromise the interests of Iran. Well, I'm just saying what is being circulated here. The selection of that person could be seen inside Iran and even outside Iran as an act of some kind of surrender to the will of the Americans and the Israelis at a time of war. So the Iranis don't like to be seen as showing weakness here. And the hardline approach that has led to the election of this new supreme leader is a result in the minds of many people here of what is going on, of the aggression against Iran, and Iran needs really to show toughness.
And Ali, your thoughts on that?
Well, there is something really ironical here. When Khamenei, the father, was elected at the time when the war was ending, the war between Iraq and Iran in 1989, it was like the beginning of the end. And now Khamenei, the son, is being elected in the middle of a war. So we're seeing two different paths. And this is going also to shape Mujtaba Khamenei's experience in his, this all depends on whether the Iranian security and military will be able to preserve his life, to keep him away from assassinations, to defend him. These are all challenges that the security and military system are going to face, besides what he's going to face. Also, from now on, there is going to be one man taking the decisions in this war. At least he is going to be directing. I mean, there's an institution that helps in taking the decision, but yet we will see his own approach, and how this approach is going to be. Probably within the coming hours, we should be hearing from him. We should be hearing his manifesto. We should be hearing what he is promising the Iranian people, the region, and the world.
All right, Ali Hashem here with me, and Mohammed Val in Tehran. Thank you both for your analysis on this breaking news. Now let's bring in some of our guests to discuss these latest developments. Mark Kimmett is a retired American general and a former assistant secretary for political military affairs. He's in Washington, D.C., and in Boston, we have Rami Khouri, a distinguished fellow at the American University of Beirut. Thank you both for being with us. General Kimmett, I will go to you first. How does the election of the new supreme leader change the strategy of the U.S. and Israel in this, if at all?
Candidly, I don't think it changes anything except for the aggressive talk by Benjamin Netanyahu that he is going to end the theocracy inside the country, and anybody they pick as a supreme leader will be eliminated. But in many ways, this adds a little stability to the situation. And if you're like me, where I believe this war will end at the negotiating table, this is a movement towards stability.
Rami, I want to bring you in on this because I'd like to get your thoughts as well, just right off the top on this breaking news of Iran's new supreme.
Here, let's hear what what Amal Saad said. Amal Saad is a scholar of Hezbollah and the politics of resistance axis at Cardiff University. Amal Saad says the election of Mujtaba Khamenei as supreme leader was not merely an act of defiance of the U.S., but an affirmation of sovereignty whose meaning is inseparable from the conditions under which it occurred. Trump had explicitly declared his candidacy unacceptable, demanded full control over the selection process, and wanted that whoever was chosen would not last long without the U.S.'s approval, hubristically granting himself the right to determine Iran's next supreme leader and its political destiny. I think that's so funny that I'm just imagining him sitting with the council of clerics. Like, he was like, no, I get to pick it. It's so funny. It's so stupid. It's so American. It's just like we are such spoiled children. I mean, we're monsters at the end of the day. We're such a monstrous, bloodthirsty country, but it's kind of funny how stupid we are. Like, he literally is just like, oh, I got one in Venezuela, gonna do it again. Like, that's what, he's like a giant toddler with nuclear first strike capabilities. I can't believe it. Out of all the countries in the world Iran is probably one of the best positioned to defend itself against America and Israel's bombing campaigns. Not only because of its topography, but also because, like, this is kind of how they designed their entire society. He thinks you can just, like, go in there and be like, all right, I bombed you guys a lot. I'm the captain now. I'm the leader. I am going to pick who your next supreme leader will be. Like, that's not how this works, man. These guys fucking bled for this shit. He probably envisioned the new leader as wearing a Trump hat and really liked the idea. I know more about... Dude, he does look Iranian, though. He kind of looks Iranian. He looks like he could be like... He looks like he could be like one of them Armenian Iranians, or maybe like Azadi or something. You know what I mean? It reminds me of that photo with like the guy who made the AR-15 and the guy who made Kalashnikov standing next to one another. And the guy who made the AR-15 is holding the Kalashnikov, and the guy who Kalashnikov is holding the AR-15. And it's really interesting because, like, you look at them and you think, like, it's hard to figure out who's the American and who's the Russian in that situation. Have you guys ever seen that photo? It's giving me, this is giving the same vibe. Donald Trump inside of like this kind of garb. Yeah, see? Eugene Stoner and Kalashnikov. But if you actually look at, if you like, given their outfits, like as soon as he holds, this is the American, this is the Russian. Okay? But because the American is the one that's holding the Kalashnikov, you think he's like he could totally go for, he could totally be like a Russian, like a Russian politician or something. And Kalashnikov's holding the AR-15. He looks like he'd be like a hoorah. It's an M16, sorry, not the AR-15. Shut the fuck up, whatever. He looks like he's like a Japanese American guy. Because he's Turkmen. Yeah. It's really interesting that when you see Donald Trump in the garb, you're like, wait a minute. He could be fucking Iranian, you know? I know more about the assembly of experts than practically anybody. Many people are saying, sir, you would be the greatest member of the assembly anyone's ever had. My uncle, Dawood, brilliant scholar, was on the assembly for years, and he'd look at me. I was young, very sharp, sharper than the mullahs. And he'd say, Donald, you know the Quran like nothing I've ever seen. And it's true, I have a natural feel for Sharia. Some study the Qam for 40 years, reading Usul al-Fiqh, as they call it. And they come out and they don't know anything. It's very sad. Frankly, it's a disgrace. I should be leading the clerics, the council. Anyway, demanding full control over this election process. I like that we sidestepped away here. He basically granting himself the right to determine Iran's next supreme leader and his political destiny. Israel went further, threatening to kill any successor and any member of the assembly of experts who participated in the selection. The Islamic Republic proceeded nonetheless, moving through its constitutional process under existential military pressure. The fact that several members of Mojtaba's own family were killed in the U.S. strikes lends further weight to this argument. The U.S.'s demands for control over Iran's succession was therefore not simply a strategic miscalculation, but a profound failure to understand what sovereign self-determination means for a hyper-independent revolutionary Islamic Shia republic whose raison d'etre has always been the pursuit of sovereignty against precisely this kind of imperial power. Exactly. Their sole point of existence is this. They fought back against Iraq, backed by the Americans. They fought back against America. They fought back against the Western powers. This is literally their whole fucking point. In this context, every statement Trump has made declaring the outcome unacceptable became retrospectively the condition of possibility for the act's sovereign meaning. What the U.S. set in motion is a cycle it cannot break because every supreme leader Iran elects under the threat of assassination will, by the very conditions of his election, become the living embodiment of the sovereignty it seeks to eradicate. Toxic oil-filled rain about to fall on Turkmenistan due to the oil bombings in Iran. Whoa. An extratropical storm over northern Iran, which brought rain filled with toxic petroleum-based substances to Tehran, will move to Turkmenistan. The system will cause the formation of a new ETS over Afghanistan, bringing widespread rain, hail, snow to Pakistan. What did Larijani say? Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei has been nurtured in the leadership seminary. Inshallah, his presence will be source for goodness and blessings. With the teachings he has learned from his esteemed father, he can guide the country. Our wish is that during the leadership of Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei, Iran will be placed on a path of development. Ali Larijani strikes me as he strikes me as a development guy. He would be a CCP guy. Why did the OG Khamenei look white? Brother, why do I look white? It's literally the same reason. It's actually pretty ironic that all the Persians, I am Persian, I am not Arab, I am Persian, literally do not look as white as you know, Ali Khamenei did. Because Khamenei was Azeri. Yeah, this is where Caucasian people were invented by Dr. Yaqub. He's white for an amazing reason. The Talmudic Turk? What a fucking name, dude. Low-key, if you tan a bit and get a cut, you could be Puerto Rican? Hell yeah. Yeah, Larijani is super white. We should also elevate diaspora Iranians like Via who are against this war. Not all of them are Shah's bootlickers. True. All right. A shipping CEO with tankers near the Strait of Hormuz used two words a few hours ago about need for the U.S. to immediately, urgently open the strait. Asked, does the White House understand what is at stake? The answer is no.
Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the former Supreme Leader, being named. What are your...
Donald Trump already gave an answer to that question. Okay, he already gave an answer to that question. He literally said, short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for the USA and world safety and peace. This is literally the worst argument he could present. Okay, you want to know who also presented this argument? Fucking Brandon. And at that point, it wasn't Brandon that had invaded Russia. It was Russia that had invaded Ukraine. And Brandon came out and was like, well, we got to defend Ukraine. There's going to be a price shock here. Okay. But we got to do it to defend the global order. We got to do it to defend NATO. We got to do it to defend our allies. We got to do it to, you know, engage in force projection. Donald Trump is doing the same thing, except worse. Because no one had to invade or bomb Iran. So it's literally worse than even Brandon. Fucking spectacular job, sir. Thank you. And it's not even because like Iran goaded us into it or something. It's because Israel got America to bomb Iran. Like, I can't believe it. It's unfucking believable. Oh, yeah, of course. I know this guy is Walter White, Saddam general. Saddam top Lieutenant Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri. He looks very Irish for an Iraqi man. Yeah. Short-term pain for long-term gain.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers. We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short term.
Short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain. Short-term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
This
Incredible. Yeah, you're going to like it, dude. It's going to be awesome.
And your thoughts when you hear that name?
Also, for the record, there is no fucking long-term gain here. And it's not even going to be short-term pain either. I'm not sure they won't try and push this guy. Oh, dude, yeah. There you go. Reza Pahlavi. Reza Pahlavi. He is the true leader of Iran. I am Iranian.
Well, Riley, I think this kind of confirms what General Kimmett said, and this is a continuation of what Iran has had since 1979. This is the Wilayat al-Faqih, the ruling system, with clerical rule under a supreme leader, with the addition of the IGRC, the Republican Guard, the National Republican Guard, Revolutionary Guards. And these are institutions that are very well established, and the guards are the most important institution in the whole country, probably with the clerics. But they control business, they control guns, they control management of the system in many ways, and they're massive, and they control hundreds of thousands of people that they can bring to the streets. So I think this is a sign of continuity. Whether it ends up pushing for a negotiated resolution of ending the war, what will happen after that will be seen, because it'll be totally different circumstances. How much the Iranian people suffer, how much people keep threatening it. So these are unknown factors. But for the moment, I think this is kind of an act of defiance as well, telling the Americans and the Israelis, you wanted to get rid of our system? Well, you know, in your face, here's a more radical.
Iranians should choose their leaders naturally. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Person than the guy who was his father who was assassinated. And so this is a sign of continuity, and we'll see what that brings.
And General Kimmett, this supreme leader is coming in at a time when we're seeing attacks escalating to different civilian targets, things like oil depots, oil storage facilities. How is this advancing the escalation of the war?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't consider infrastructure targets to be civilian targets. They're part of the economy. They're not civilians. But again, I think if you look at it from the Israeli side.
But sorry, just to ask you on that. So what is a civilian target then? Is it just civilians?
Primarily, yes.
Yeah.
You know, civilian military facilities, civilian, just generally human beings, as opposed to structures. Now, going back to your question about Mujtaba, I think there's going to be a dispute inside the Israeli-U.S. discussions about how do we react to this. Again, as somebody who thinks that
Strait of Hormuz closed, biggest anthropogenic disaster possibly since Chernobyl. Global wars and instability is considered now by economists as stagflation. Job loss in February, 92K in USA. Oil up 38% in a week. Crypto and stocks dipped very hard Friday. Something is coming. It's already here. It's already here. It's not coming. It's here already. Civilian military facility. When he says civilian military facility, he means like Bossage, and he means like the police buildings and shit. He means like IRGC, not IRGC, but like that's what he's talking about. I mean, it sounds stupid when he says it, but that's what he's trying to say.
Negotiations.
He's talking about like Bossage headquarters.
Negotiations that the Iranians have to come into, already providing concessions. This can't happen unless you have a supreme leader make those decisions. And with the stability that a new supreme leader brings, no matter how much you don't like him, at least we might be able to move the process forward.
Do you think that that's likely to happen?
Well, again, Rami knows this much better than I do, but the sensing is that he is closer to the hardliners than the clerics. The clerics did not want a dynasty and are against a dynastic control of the supreme leader's position. But given his hardliner positions, this sort of complements, for example, the bringing back of Vahidi, who founded the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, dusted him off and put him back in to head the IRGC when his predecessor was disposed of. So I don't think you can make any declarative, definitive statements right now. I think we're going to have to wait a few days.
I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be possible for very good reason? Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Welcome back. That's President Trump yesterday on Air Force.
Look at our asses, dog. What the fuck? God damn, dude. God damn. And they're still cooking. It's like, look. Even if you've been told your whole life, you know, Iran is a country led by like barbaric monsters or whatever, you got to kind of look at them as the underdog here, right? Like, it's just impossible not to. Yeah, they're defending the homeland of Israel. Yeah, watch your tax dollars light on fucking fire. Is that all of our fleet? No, it's like around, I think it's like 60%. If we have, for example, right now in this region, we only have 2 aircraft carriers. We're bringing in a 3rd. America has 13 aircraft carriers. Okay? 13. But as far as like our naval assets goes, I think it's maybe it's not 60%. It's probably 50%. It is quite literally why you don't have. We're down to 10 active. Okay, sorry. Well, what are we talking about with respect to like inactive? Is it just like decommissioned, or is the poop machine broken? Because technically that one of them is not fully functional. Its toilets are busted, but they're still there, you know? It's just full of poop. Oh, dry dock.
On whether he would send ground troops to Iran, as the president appears reluctant to do so, but could not rule it out. The war in Iran has been fought largely by remote warfare, including air power, such as
The Nimitz has been scheduled for demolition. It's 50 years old. It's done for. I was on it.
stealth F-35s and long-range missiles and kamikaze drones, cyber warfare and intelligence meant to destroy Iran's military systems from the air rather than occupying territory. The president met with defense contractors on the White House on Friday, prodding them to pick up the pace of production as the war is estimated to cost up to $1 billion a day, with the first 100 hours alone costing $3.7 billion because of the intensity of those missile strikes and air operations. Now, sources tell me to expect the Pentagon to request a defense supplemental package of up to $50 billion in the coming days and weeks. Joining me now in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, which shapes the overall spending, as well as a member of the Appropriations Committee, which decides how money is actually spent. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I think it should all go to Israel. The end. Listen, Maria, now you might consider me to be controversial for saying this, but I think all of our tax dollars should go directly to Israel.
And I want to get your take on all this. $1 billion a day. Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Best money ever spent. Was it worth to America to take down a...
Okay, I was joking, but he literally did do that. That's crazy. I was just joking. God damn. Okay, go on, King.
Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America. That's a really good investment. They're going to fall. It's not if the regime falls, it's a matter of when. And you didn't mention today, and nobody has, quite frankly, we now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they have stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime. So the money we're spending is a good investment to take down a regime that's been the largest state sponsor of terrorism, has got American blood on its hands. And when this regime falls, it's not if, when. We're going to...
I don't think this is convincing. If I'm a Trump cultist and I hear this fucking dickhead talk like this, I'm gonna be like, I'm feeling a little bit differently about the whole process now. I'm getting cold feet. Cause like, they just want to hear Big Daddy say it's good. That's all they care about. I don't think Lindsey Graham is making a good argument here for dumbass Americans to get on board with this shit. But what do I know? I always thought that I understood how hogs move, but they've shocked me even with how much worse they can get.
Gateway to peace, and the next thing that will happen is Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel, and that will be the biggest change in 2,000 years in the Mideast, and Donald J. Trump is the man to make it all happen. He's the first president in 47 years to call the question on the Iranian regime. They're religious Nazis. We negotiated with them. They would not give up their enriched uranium.
You're the most popular news article on Breitbart? Wait, what? What did I do that's on Breitbart? What did I do now that they're coming after me for? Breitbart. Does anybody even look at Breitbart anymore? Hassan Piker articles. Just make fucking drones. Leftist streamer Hassan Piker gives advice to suicide bombers in his audience. That's awesome. 500. Let's see. Can we see the comments? Why hasn't he been arrested yet? Or like drone. Deport him and then drone him. We are going to get a great job flushing the terrorists, subversives, pedos, Satanists out of the woodwork, but then nothing happens. Paging Dr. Bondi. Paging Dr. Bondi. Same thing for companies to hire illegals. Why haven't they been punished? Steve Witkoff said that everyone gets attention on this way and away from how much they absolutely bombed the fuck out of Ukraine last night. Then now that no one's focused on Ukraine, Russia has ramped up destruction of every part of Ukraine. Bombing absolutely everywhere. Over 450 plus drones. Long-range missiles launched into major cities. Yeah, I mean, I told you that this was like going to be very beneficial for Russia. It's not only are they going to escalate their attacks, but then they also literally will be the single... they now all these fucking countries have to go back to Russia for oil and gas. India listened to Trump's demands and restricted the amount of oil that they were getting from Russia. I mean, they didn't completely cut it off, obviously, but now they're totally on board once again. Hassan Piker was a fat nerd in high school. Now he's a gay, middle-aged Jew hater who hangs out on kids' video game social networks trying to convert them to communism. I'm pretty sure it's been a downhill roll. The Breitbart audience, I'm actually kind of surprised, like, say stuff like Jew hater, because I feel like if they genuinely thought I hated Jews, I thought the Breitbart audience would be, like, kind of on board with that. It's kind of shocking. Yeah, I would get all my money from the Young Turks. Now I get all my money from you guys. Being anti-war versus during Biden versus Trump.
About your thoughts and opinions on all matters. So tell us what your priorities are. We actually care.
Okay, great. Yeah, healthcare, cheaper college, cheaper housing.
Okay, yeah, pass.
Okay, can we stop doing wars? I feel like that's a broadly popular opinion, like war is bad.
We can work with that. Hey, how about this? We'll pull our troops out of Afghanistan.
Wait, how long were we in Afghanistan?
Boom, just like that, we're out of there.
Yeah, that's great.
We fixed war. Done with that crap.
Okay, but then let's actually stop the wars, right?
Wow. Wow.
What did I say?
You don't think Israel should be able to defend itself?
I'm saying let's stop letting them do a genocide.
What? Sorry, I'm in a tunnel.
We're letting this happen.
What?
This
I'm
is
having trouble hearing
we're letting this happen.
Tom, that's a great idea. Lunch? Tom, lunch?
I'm against people getting killed.
This sounds to me like Russian talking points, and I don't blame you, but where do you get your news from?
I'm against people getting killed.
What are you actually saying?
Nothing.
Right, let's unpack what the term war even means, like historically in a broader context. What even is war? Oh, that's my time. You've been a great crowd. Thanks, everyone. What's the deal with the old pro-war administration, huh?
I don't know.
We're not into that shit.
What?
Let's go to military engagement with Iran.
Go to what?
Military engagement with Iran.
Sounds like you're just trying to avoid saying.
Ah,
sounds like you're trying to avoid saying war.
We're not avoiding it. That's why we changed the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of Military Engagement. Sorry, we actually changed it to the Department of War.
I thought you guys were all anti-war.
No, we're anti-forever war. We're pro-short, cool, snappy wars. Boom, boom, boom. Did you know when the Civil War started, everyone thought it would take a couple of weeks, and as far as I know, it did. Just like our war with Iran. Sorry, military engagement.
Well, I think that is bad. I am against that.
Oh. Cock pussy.
Okay.
You wish we had the old trans-estrogen Pentagon military, don't you? You want woke helicopters and soy latte rocket launchers. I mean, come on. We're doing war the old-fashioned way, and I don't give a F what your opinion is about it.
Okay.
Please give us $40 trillion.
Yeah, but you see, you're a libtard, so you don't understand. We're doing war the anti-gay way. All the previous times we deployed like Agent Orange, napalm, that was gay and woke. That's why we lost those wars. When we did Abu Ghraib and we were just like literally raping Iraqi prisoners, that was actually woke. We were wokely doing that. Now we're finally doing anti-woke, where we're just saying slurs while we drop the same exact bombs, I guess, which is different. We're also saying slurs in the process. And this will actually hurt way harder. This memo from last week, White House memo to congressional Republicans tries to address concerns about being at war with Iran, saying, oh yeah, Trump, dude, it is literally, this is so Russia. Special military, announced major combat operations against Iran. Special military operation that will last only 4 days. Guys, you don't understand. It's just, we're in Tehran in like 4 days. It's fine.
Would not pledge to stop making weapons that could hit America. They still fund the proxies. When this regime falls, there'll be no money for Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. What is that worth? So the money we're spending to take this regime down.
Like nothing to me. I don't care. I'm pretty sure nothing to most people. Because you guys didn't even do a good enough job of like explaining why these guys are bad. And unironically kind of showed the world why they were fighting because of Israel. Like, it's been 2.5 fucking years, about to be 3 years, dude. At this point, what do you want? You want 99% of Americans to be against it? I mean, no Republican's going to be fully against it, but like, what are we doing? Look, I have obviously always been much more understanding of why militant resistance groups form in the face of Western imperialism. But I never in my life thought that I would have a fucking community of like 40,000 people literally watching chaos unfold in Iran. And there are so few people in here who are questioning what I have to say about the IRGC. That is because of Gaza, okay? That's it. Many of you, if you think back, many of you 3 years ago, if I were to explain to you why Iran should have nukes or Iran has a right to defend itself, many of you be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? They're like barbaric monsters. They're doing maximum Islam, I've heard. And you would be liberally defending military occupation and bombing of Iran. Now you get it. You fucking understand it. The reason why you understand it is not because you're a bunch of selfish Americans who only care about the oil prices, although many Americans only care about it from that angle, but you understand why people would fucking fight for sovereignty and dignity. Why people want to avoid turning into fucking Gaza and who they're fighting against. That's it.
It's going to make us safer. It's going to keep them from having nuclear capability down the road, and we will have a new Mideast where we make money. But it ain't about money today. It's about 6 Americans who died in the defense of our country. Now, to our Arab friends, you're being...
Why? Why did they die? They were there already. Why? Why'd they die? Because you got literally primed by agents of Israel. You got notes from agents of Israel on how to better convince Donald Trump. And then Donald Trump followed along with Israel's agenda. And now it's actually not 6, it's 7. It's probably far higher than that. We don't know the true numbers. It's not going to stop at 7. Let's be real. Now American soldiers are dead because of Israel's ambitions in the region.
Too. Has any Arab country struck Iran? Now, if you want a treaty with the United States, you need to get in this fight. You know, America's not going to the Mideast just to fight alone. So I'm urging our Arab allies to fight back. You're being hit too. So how does this end? It ends with victory. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this regime down. It's going to be replaced by something more friendly to the United States. It's going to open up the biggest deal in 2000.
Google this. How many Israelis died in the Iraq war? What do you mean, 0? How many Israelis will die in this process? Also fucking 0, unless they strike one of the fighter jets. Israel is not going to commit troops, okay? They only commit troops to dumb fuck bullshit, like getting trying to recover the buried body of a dude that died like 41 fucking years ago against the wishes of the widow, okay? Literally for no reason, and like killing 41 Lebanese villagers in the process, and then losing a fucking helicopter and losing a bunch of troops. That's the only time Israelis die, when they're doing some fuck shit like that nobody asked for and nobody understands why they're doing it. It's so crazy. It actually is so like, God, Israel's such a fucking stupid ass country, man. They're so dumb. They're so crazy. They're so insane. They're like, they literally are a Nazi nation. And you can see, like, this is exactly the type of shit that you read about the Nazis. And you're like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. Like, why do they do this thing, right? Where you're like, oh, they believe in like some kind of totally psychotic, esoteric bullshit about the superiority of their genes, and it means a lot to them. So they had to recover the fucking bones against the wishes of the wife, by the way. Like the family of this the Israeli soldier that was buried in Lebanon was like, don't do that. Please don't try to recover the body. It's fine. It's okay. And Israel was like, I'm sorry, what? No, you meant go ahead, right? You meant do a special military operation amidst Hezbollah bombing campaigns, okay, by using Lebanese military, using the vehicles of the Lebanese military to go in and make it seem like we're actually the Lebanese military extracting or engaging in like the digging of graves here, and then get fucking ambushed by Hezbollah. It's just so weird to do that. I don't know. Don't you have other shit to worry about? Like, why are you using special forces for this? I genuinely don't understand it. Yeah, they got killed, dude. 2 Israeli soldiers were killed by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Initial reports indicate they were operating a D9 bulldozer when it was hit by an anti-tanker mortar fire. This is another 2 soldiers that got smoked. That's new. Another two Nazis that got fucking smoked in Lebanon. Also, Al-Mayadeen is citing a source in the Islamic resistance. An Israeli helicopter was hit during a confrontation in eastern border region with Syria. Hearing lots of rumors, waiting to confirm further info. So, Feynor's Jewel, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I'm supposed to believe this is necessary so women can wear their hair out in public. I mean, that's also fucking bullshit anyway. Al-Manar TV correspondent, the Islamic resistance managed to shoot down an Israeli helicopter in the Al-Sharqiya region in the Nabu Shuaib Desert. Qud citing settler websites, a serious security incident has occurred in the north, which is being kept under censorship. Ain't no fucking way. Cuck Tapper defending Israel. Oh, hell yeah. Let's hear what he has to say. Oh, this is awesome. He's such a fucking piece of shit.
It's reportedly weighing Congress to approve an additional $50 billion in funding for these operations. You have said you're a hell no, not just a no, on funding the war. We have seen this movie before. We know that that vote will be cast as, especially if you run for higher office, you voting against the troops.
Oh, come on. I mean, the American people don't want this war. They don't want this war. They have seen what happens when American troops go into place.
Terrible. Thanks, Jake.
Places like Iraq, places like Afghanistan, ultimately we get a lot of people killed. We waste a lot of dollars. The one thing the American people are clear about is that they do not want the United States dragged into another long-term war in the Middle East. If you support the troops, then you should be voting against funding this war so that we get our troops out of harm's way. Virtually nothing good happened from sending thousands of Americans to die inside Iraq in the 2000s. And if we don't learn that lesson, then shame on every single one of us.
So,
Gravity, thank you for 20 gifted. What the fuck? Why y'all peppering me with gifted subs?
The administration.
Send Jake Tapper. Send Jake Tapper. I think this line is more politically popular with his brace than he wanted it to. It's extraordinary that people close to Trump admit these things to the media, even on background, basically saying that Netanyahu maneuvered him into war. Some of us broke mofos need these gifted subs. Hell yeah.
Years where Saudi Arabia and Israel not only recognize each other, they will do business. Trump's a man of peace and business. Finally, Venezuela and Iran have 31% of the world's oil reserves. We're going to have a partnership with 31% of the known reserves. This is China's nightmare. This is a good investment. And we should applaud our men and women in the military who are doing something I've never seen done before, decimating a brutal enemy in 9 days.
Really great points all around, Senator.
Tomorrow, decimating a brutal enemy in 10 days. A month out, decimating a brutal enemy in 38 days. What is this? Another wow mouth? This motherfucker's making videos like crazy now. What's that?
Where to start? Number one, how are you going to better secure the Strait of Hormuz so that we don't see more spikes in the price of oil? Number two, are you telling us you want the United Arab Emirates and the Saudis to lash out and strike Iran right now?
I want them to get in the fight. We sell them weapons. Iran is striking their country.
Impact in Tel Aviv? Oh no. I don't get it. I thought their capabilities are deteriorated. I just don't understand. Did you cover the story of the Kurds that refused to fight compounds being attacked the same night military helicopter landed? Oh, are they punishing the Kurds? I think Trump literally said he would, right? This dude sucks. What the fuck?
Hey, how you doing? Got a microphone, do you? Hello, do you got a microphone? No microphone. Dang, nabbit, Bobby.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, fine. Oh, you got one. Oh, well, thank you for responding. How you doing today?
That's good.
That's awesome. Having a little Fortnite game before school?
I don't have school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm homeschooled.
Oh, well, that's cool. I homeschool my kids, so I know all about it. But you're already done with the homeschooling then? Or you're just taking a break?
I did all my work.
That's awesome. Good job. What grade you in?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just do my work and get it over with.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I feel you on that one.
This is not Burnt Peanut. This is Dr. Chud, whose address was doxed, and now everybody fucking like the meta is just constantly saying what his address is. It's crazy. I've seen so many viral posts. Yeah, this is another peanut. Dude, the funniest one though is like when his address first gets leaked, this image lives in my mind permanently. I don't want to like show you the video because like the video just straight up says his address and I don't want to like dox him any further, but like this right here. Yeah, look. When you say something so peanut phobic, you just got to hit him with a chud stare. If you watch you should watch the original video because there's something so funny about his fucking stupid ass VTuber face. And you can see the fear in his eyes in this where he just looks at the camera like, oh fuck. And then he just says his wife's name. He's like, if that's not where you live, that's where your wife lives. We're here with the address edited out.
I can argue.
Like how you like.
Wait, does this actually have the address edited out? Hold on.
You live at 41 Linden Drive.
Okay, it is. It's not like super edited out. I mean, I can. It's not very well. It's not edited very well. I don't want to play it. I don't want to risk getting fucking banned. Anytime fucking Twitch gets a lot of requests to ban Asmongold, he fucking turns around, like Twitch turns around and bans me instead, okay? So I don't want to fuck around.
I just do it and get it over with. I move on with my life. So I can play some Fortnite.
Yeah.
That's right.
Best part.
Well, what do you want
This guy should not be allowed to talk to children.
to do when you grow up? You got any ideas?
A fireman for a SWAT team.
Ooh, that's cool. Maybe we could work for ICE.
What's that?
Immigration Customs Enforcement.
Oh.
Yeah, they round up all the illegal aliens and send them back to undocumented workers and send them back to, that means that when they entered the country illegally, they find them, arrest them, deport them so they can come back into the country legally.
Ooh, so
Yeah.
people be illegal.
Yeah, I guess it's not proper to say illegal aliens anymore. I don't know the proper lingo, I guess. That's what they used to be called. And it's not that they're bad people or nothing. No, this country's built on immigrants. It's just they say to come into the country legally the right way. Of course we want immigrants in the country. We're made from immigrants, right? Immigrants is a good thing. No, but yeah, it's another form of law enforcement. Like you said, for the SWAT team or the firefighter, it's like the cops for, it's like border patrol, but for the nation,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's such a fucking weirdo, bro. Kids used to watch Annoying Orange and now they watch IDF Peanut. Also, I mean, he was like weirdly woke while also trying to tell this like very clearly a homeschooled child, trying to groom a homeschooled child into joining ICE, but doing it wokely. But yeah, I love this. When the panic sets in. Just go watch the OG video. It's really funny.
Good capability about the Strait of Hormuz. What if they're
He's trying to avoid the racism allegations, which is also why he rebranded. He kept saying the N-word. Wait, what? As a peanut? He was just like, he's like fake Texas. He's fake Texan. He's not actually from Texas. But he acts like he is when we know where he's actually from. You know what I mean? We know where he's actually from.
What if the regime fell? Then you never had anybody in Iran in the future that wants to close the strait. What if you had Iran with people who don't want to build a nuclear weapon to kill us all? What if you had Iran in the future that doesn't support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis? That's where we're headed. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this terrorist regime down. We're going to have partners in Iran, and we're going to open up a gateway to peace. This won't fix itself. Every other president has talked about doing it. President Trump is in the process of doing it. They're going to lose, and we're going to win. Israel and the United States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks meaning what?
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike.
It's so funny that these guys are like, they say death to America. And then turn around and say this.
Anyone could ever imagine. Peace brings prosperity. You can't do it by talking. The Democrats criticize this operation. They didn't do a damn thing. These men and women in the military should make us all proud.
And they have already. Number 3, real quick, are you going to support the president's request for $1.5 trillion budget defense in 27? And will you respond yes to a potential supplemental defense package of $50 billion from the Pentagon?
Yes to both. We need it. We want the strongest military to end the wars quickly. Look what we're doing here. We've lost 6 soldiers. God bless them. We're devastating.
The Economist, for some reason. What? Increasingly, over the course of the 3 decades, Ali Khamenei knew that he was personally in the great Satan's sights. This did not daunt him. He felt always that he had divine rights on his side. What the fuck? The Economist went crazy. That's crazy. It's just so funny because he's so fucking, he was so old that that's his move. Having the paper in one hand and going like this while delivering speeches. Yeah. Unlike the actual Aura farmers, the Gulf leadership flipping their phones in slow motion while walking. That's what we need to see more of. I bet he would not be able to fucking flip his phone like that one Emirati.
I'm not looking for a fair fight. If we get in a fight, I want to win it. I want to
Hassan, please, you promise? I did not promise watching a fucking Dr. Witnesser burnt peanut video.
Quick. I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned. Yeah. The liberation of Cuba is upon us. It's just a matter of time now. You see this hat? Make Iran great. President Trump said the only way to make Iran great is for the people to take over. We're marching through the world. We're cleaning out the bad guys. We're going to have relationships with new people that will make us prosperous and safe. I've never seen anybody like it. This is Ronald Reagan plus. Donald Trump is resetting the world in a way nobody could have dreamed of a year ago. He is the greatest commander-in-chief of all time. Our military is the best of all time. Iran is going down, and Cuba is next.
All right. Well, we'll be watching what's next on Cuba for sure. Got a lot of.
Why do you kind of look like him? Both have big ears, no upper lip, and eye bags. Why are you fucking coming after my soul right now? That's crazy. You just compared me to the great Satan. Jesus Christ.
I want to take a closer look at what the American public is thinking about what's going on.
Holy Toledo.
In Iran. With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Etten. Harry, what are you seeing?
Holy Toledo.
Yes, John. Look, we've gotten a bunch of polling back since the U.S. military started its most recent action against Iran. And you know what? It's a bit of a confusing picture. It doesn't seem like one at first, but it's a bit of a confusing polling picture. Let's just take a look right now at the overall average of polls. Okay, view of U.S. military action in Iran. and you take an average of CNN, Fox, Ipsos, and NBC polls. What you see here is you see that the clear majority of Americans disapprove of the action. We're talking about 51% of Americans disapprove, just 40% approve. And I should note, all these polls came in between February 28th. They started on February 28th and then ended by March 3. Now, you see this 11-point split, but this actually hides some major disagreements between the different polls. Why do I say that? Take a look here. Okay, this is the net approval rating. That's the approval rating minus the disapproval rating. And this is the net approval rating for U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. CNN, our own CNN poll, shows that the net approval rating is minus 18 points. Very similar to the Ipsos polling at minus 16 points. But then all of a sudden you see the NBC News polling, and look at this. You see it at minus 11 points, getting a little bit more popular. And then you'll look at the latest Fox News poll, and that's a split, a dead even split at 0 points. So yes, on average, the polling is showing that the move is unpopular, but that actually hides major disagreements between the polling. And I should note the polling questions pretty similar and all conducted at about the same time. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but there's another reason why, John, you should take these initial numbers with a grain of salt, because I want to go back to the June airstrikes, right? Net approval rating, U.S. military action in Iran after the June airstrikes. Initially in late June, look at this, underwater at minus 8 points. But by July, look at that. After the military option was deemed successful, it became much more popular. Now, we're just going to have to wait and see with this current military action in Iran, how exactly the polling shifts. But right now, I would really take the numbers with a grain of salt, keeping in mind that there's big polling disagreement and the numbers may change down the road. John, back to you.
Harry, thank you very much for that. Yes, polling does often track what people think is a successful or not successful operation.
One of the more interesting splits that we're seeing in the polling when it comes to the U.S. military action in Iran is that between the
It's just carried by Republicans. It's unpopular. Bro, they're comparing you to Khamenei because of this fire writing. Wait. What, you've never seen this before?
overall public and those who are either currently or have served in the military. Take a look at this Fox News poll that came out.
Khamenei used to talk about how, you know, women is a flower, that kind of thing. Woman controls the home.
During the past week, net approval rating of the current U.S. military action against Iran. Look at that. Overall, Fox News shows a dead even split. But look at those who served in the military.
What?
Significantly higher support.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, man. Who gives a fuck? What a dumbass poll this is. Who fucking cares, dude? God, also, fucking troops are such chuds.
The U.S. military action currently going on in Iran at plus 20 points. That should not be so much of a surprise because take a look at how they view Trump's foreign policy overall. Again, look at those who served in the U.S. military versus overall. If you look at Trump's foreign policy...
By the way, the reason why... I think the reason why they're doing it is because they're also trying to manufacture consent. They're like, see, you dumb libtards don't want it, but the troops want it.
Policy overall, the net approval rating on that per Fox News, those who served in the military, they like what's going on average. Look at that. The net approval rating plus 8 points for Trump's foreign policy. But look at those overall. Way, way down there at minus 20 points. We're talking about a nearly 30-point gap between those who served in the military and overall. And this split, when it comes to those who served in the military and overall, dates back to Trump's elections, all the way back to 2016. But let's look at the 2024 numbers. Look at this. 2024 results. Those who served in the military, Trump won them by, get this, 31 points. Kamala Harris actually won all other voters by 2 points. And that means, Johnny Berman, that means that Donald Trump only won in 2024 because of support from those who served in the military.
Whatever happened to Trump when he ran on the campaign trail said that, you know, the whole MAGA thing, remember that? Yeah. Make America Great Again? It wasn't really supposed to be going after country after country after country. I don't recall hearing that much on the campaign trail, but just look at the number of targets.
it's unbelievable that CNN is trying to do like troop polling here because they know, like, the first 4 minutes of this 8-minute video, Harry Enton is supposed to give you analysis, and normally you would bracket it off of Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. Instead, he came in and said, oh, among non-troops, it's unpopular, but among troops, it's popular. That is fucking disgusting. And it's not even troops, it's served in the military, so I assume it just means like vets, chuds. You want to know why they did that? Because it's actually deeply unpopular amongst the independents, it's deeply unpopular amongst the Democrats, it's only popular amongst the Republicans. So they don't want to show it like that, so they're like, well, troops like it. Oh, okay, if the troops like it, it's fine then. If veterans like it, that must mean it's good. Like, the indication here is that they know better than we do. Not the average effete liberal doesn't know that war with Iran is good. So look at our fucking big, beautiful chud veterans.
Military actions in Trump's second term. There was, of course, Venezuela, Nigeria, Somalia. I mean, the list goes on. And now Cuba.
Yeah, he ran as an isolationist. He is the opposite of that. And that's actually why I think he's getting a lot of support from...
This doesn't even make sense. As Trump ran with anti-war slogans, it does make sense. It's only plus 20 instead of like fucking 85-15 because even amongst chud-ass veterans, they're not that popular. It's only plus 20 for that reason. The only group where this is like overwhelmingly popular is Trump's own base. And yes, there are a lot of chuds who are fucking veterans that are also in Trump's stupid fucking base. So yeah, there's a lot of cattle. There's a lot of veterans in this community as well. They'll be the first to tell you. There's a lot of fucking chuds in the veteran class.
On the Hill, because this is this traditional neocon conservative belief of American interventionism, and he's doing exactly that.
And going past, beyond just your
More
typical
than that.
neocon.
Yeah,
that's no question about it. I think a lot of people will be surprised a year ago thinking to see this, what's happening right now.
While the Trump administration is committed to the war with Iran, many Americans are not. Demonstrators gathered in New York City, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and San Francisco this weekend, calling on the White House to end the military action and pursue diplomacy with Iran instead. Some Iranian American demonstrators shared their fears of a prolonged war, worried the conflict would drag on indefinitely. Many voiced their relief that the Islamic regime and Ayatollah leadership may finally be at its end. But others insist that any political change in Iran must come from the Iranian people themselves to be sustainable.
The largest community of Iranian expatriates in the United States is rallying in Los Angeles. CNN's Julia Vargas Jones was there earlier. So, Julia, how are people there reacting to the conflict?
Well, John, like any diaspora, there is a fragmentation of ideas.
Let's find some more Shaw riders, bro. The money is being molested. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time. This is Trump's favorite thing, though. He does love molesting the money. He's like, they won't let me molest the ladies. Okay, I did it too much. Now I'm on the Epstein list. So now the only thing I can molest is money. I love molesting money.
But today, what we saw here in the streets of Los Angeles was a celebration. Truly, people are thanking President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel for these strikes in Iran. They see this as a pivotal moment, an opportunity for the regime to fall. But we have spoken to a variety of people here in what is known as Tehrangeles. Take a listen to what they said.
Almost the same time I'm fighting against this regime, I was an anti-war activist. So that's very complicated. Of course, from the killing of the Khamenei, I am excited. I cannot hide my feeling. War with no Khamenei is better for everyone. But at the same time, I don't like the war.
So you would rather see this be wrapped up and be done now?
Yeah, right now that's already, we are moving forward. Khamenei is dead. That's a good thing.
Enough. Really? Well, kind of feels like your voice didn't matter even from the start. You were just, they played you, big dog. They fucking played you, big dog. They did not give a fuck about what you had to say. You just came out and put yourself out there for no reason. I'll never understand it. Oh my God, there were so many chatters. Remember in the lead up? Every day in the lead up to the armada surrounding Iran, every fucking day, there was like 40 chatters that I had to ban. What are you saying? I am from Tehran. This will be good. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, brother. And I kept telling you, no, this shit is not going to be good. I'm glad that people are much faster now. People are much faster at coming to the right conclusion. I feel like it took a lot longer for the Iraqis to realize that this American campaign was horrifying.
Victorian leap. President Trump, although we're thankful to him, it took him a little bit of long time, and the Iranians lost a lot of lives. And I think now he has to finish it.
I never had so much mixed feeling in my life that I have right now. Because on one level, I want my country to be free and liberated. On another level, I am very sad when I see so many people of my countrymen are killed.
And John, we're here in a street where business after business has signs in English and in Farsi, not even close to a better visualization of how split this community is. Right here, we have pictures that activists say are of people who were killed by the regime in Iran with the word "Stop War" graffitied over it. That's how fragmented it all is here in this enormous community in Southern California, John.
Yeah, it really is very possible to have very complicated emotions all over this. Really interesting to hear from the people that you were speaking with there. Julius Vargas Jones, thank you so much for sharing your reporting.
Oh God, Pete Kegsbreath got a fucking 60 Minutes interview.
With U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran in their second week, tonight you will hear from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. According to the Pentagon, more than 50,000 members of the U.S. military are involved in the execution of what it calls Operation Epic Fury. Our CBS News colleague, Major Garrett, spoke with Hegseth about the war with Iran.
The U.S. military said it had already struck 3,000 targets inside Iran. When we met with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth on Friday.
The Speaker of the House said late this week, the mission is, and I'm quoting him directly here, nearly accomplished by all estimates. Is that true?
Oh, we're very much on track, on plan. I was down at CENTCOM yesterday.
Someone might hear that and think it's almost over.
Well, we're not.
How's that language going to look a month out? We're very much in control. Dude, this is 2003 all over again. Like we'll just be in and out. It'll be a little bit longer. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe 3 months. But by 6 months, we're out.
Flying a mission accomplished banner like George W. Bush on an aircraft carrier. We're not doing that, and we haven't done that.
Yeah, because you haven't even deteriorated the Iranian ballistic missile launch capabilities, dude. They've pummeled all of the American bases. Like, people really undermine this shit on the internet because I see both sides. I see like the pro IRGC accounts that are like, oh, look at this AI video of Tel Aviv getting nuked. It's like, that's not real. What the fuck's wrong with you? But then on the pro America side, which is like most of OSINT, with the exception of like maybe 8 to 10 accounts, This is basically like the fucking Ukraine-Russia monitoring the situation stuff all over again. The American side is like tremendously overestimating the defenses of Ukraine. Oh, the spring counteroffensive is going to come anytime now. Ukraine is actually winning. The Russian side is like the Russian Occidenties, like Russians with attitude or whatever, are like running around being like, oh, we actually totally did a tactical retreat from Kiev. This was by design, you see. We just wanted to see we just wanted to see it. We just wanted to touch the base real quick and then get back and retreat to eastern Ukraine. Now, of course, obviously, if you look at what's going on the battleground, if you look at the battle lines, it favors Russia, right? In this situation, I would say that like the Iranians are outperforming the expectations by a very wide margin. But it's, again, same shit. It's the same fucking shit. It's so strange that like the American side are like, you don't understand, our dicks are so hard. Oh, dude, in and out, dude. What the fuck? It's not that big of a deal. Oh, we've actually destroyed the Iranian launch capabilities. Like, they're done. We're actually destroying their missile silos. They're done. It's like, well, you have no evidence for this. The only evidence presented by the Israeli side or the American side is quite literally whatever we see from the Iranian news, which is like dead children. And the only evidence you have is your drone footage, and your fucking drone footage is dog shit. Like half of them are blowing up like single-use TELs that they have, thousands of. Like, these motherfuckers are whipping these things up in the back of a K-truck. They're putting launchers on the back of a K-truck and then taking it out of the cave systems and just launching fucking ballistic munitions. So it's very strange to posture like this when the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Trump called Politico and said Cuba's going to fall and Zelensky's the obstacle to peace. He added something unexpected before the call moved on. Cuba is going to fall too, by the way. Yeah, he keeps saying it. I fucking hate it, dude. I hate it so much. Now, obviously, we're going to be in Cuba soon. I hope that this doesn't happen. My big fear is that he's going to want like an easy W, or what he perceives as an easy W. And he's going to try to do a fucking, he's going to try to do like a Venezuela style campaign in Cuba. And I hate that. I really hope they have weapons, man. I really, really hope they got enough fucking gear to defend themselves. Please don't. Please don't go to Cuba. No, I'm going to Cuba. Motherfucker, I'm definitely going to Cuba. Unless they start the military campaign, I'm going to go to Cuba. What terrorism Cuba has ever done? Nothing. Nothing at all. Like, there's not even anything you can say that Cuba has done. We've done terrorism to Cuba nonstop. It hurts my fucking soul. They're going to wait until you're there, yeah, and then they're going to fucking kill me. Yeah, Cuba does terrorism by sending doctors everywhere, which the American government literally made illegal. The American government has gotten Jamaica and numerous other countries in Latin America to send away their doctors. They closed the fucking Cuban embassy in Ecuador. This whole like operation, Comprador Shield in South America is entirely designed around like making sure that every single Latin American country has right-wing neo-Nazis in charge. What would their excuse be for Cuba? What would there be that message to the U.S.? Nothing. He's hoping for a decapitation strike, probably. Or, actually, there's reporting on this. He's hoping for an indictment. He went and told the DOJ, find something on the Cuban leadership. And the DOJ was like, there's nothing. Like, there's literally nothing we can do. So they're trying to, like, craft a case, like a fake bullshit case against the Cuban leadership, drug trafficking charges or something like that, but there's no evidence whatsoever for it. Like, nothing that they can lean into. But that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to do a Venezuela by probably try to extract the president. Bro, I was just trying to watch the WBC earlier, and they had some fucking dickhead behind home playing the anti-communism for Cuba sign, but made sure it was on the Fox broadcast. It's true. Both progressives and true America First conservatives should support this deal. Diplomacy and business deals with Cuba is the right path. Restoring America's freedom to travel and allowing Americans and Cuban entrepreneurs to work hard and profit is smart policy. Oh, 100%. That would be awesome. That would be the best. I just don't think he's going to do that. This would be the best. Japan's stock market is plunging. Yeah, that's not surprising. Japan's Nikkei stock plunges more than 6%. Yeah, they're dude. Wait. Where did I read this? Is it true that Taiwan has 11 days of gas remaining in their reserves? Like 11 days. So in 11 days, Taiwan's out of fucking gas completely. That is so crazy. At least Japan has like 200 days worth of reserves for their oil. No, it's nutty. What do you do? New Zealand has about a month. And what do you do then? You're just done? There's just no more gas? Like, okay, no more production. What's happening in Japan and Taiwan? Okay, guys. In order for you guys to understand the significance of the Hormuz Strait, Taiwan calls in one China privilege. Yeah. Taiwan has 11 days of natural gas storage. It will shut down by next weekend. All those China is done in 2 weeks videos were just wrong about which China. There's only one China. Yeah, Taipei Times. Taiwan crude oil and gas reserves above minimum. Taiwan has enough crude oil for more than 100 days and sufficient natural gas reserves for more than 11 days. Both above the regulatory safety requirement. Wait, how is that? What? Am I crazy? So you're just fucked. The UK only has 1 or 2 days or weeks left. Yeah, so without the natural gas, you have no production. It will cripple the TSMC. Yes, because natural gas is used as like natural gas is not just used as like heat or something, right? It's not just for heating. It's used as like a, what is it called? Starter. Like it's used for storing LNG and gasoline is a huge pain. That's the real issue, not crude oil. UK has 2 days. British newspaper The Guardian. The UK has gas reserves for only 2 days. Overall energy supply for this month is secure. The government is continuing efforts to ensure sufficient supply for next month. The ministry has been holding cross-ministry meetings in the executive yuan to ensure stable supplies of gas and crude. Taiwan receives about 30 natural gas shipments each month, of which 10 come from the Middle East, while the remaining 20 are from other regions. State-run CPC Corp Taiwan has implemented a dual stabilization mechanism, including oil price smoothing measures and lowest price principle among neighboring Asian economies to keep domestic fuel prices within a controlled range. Electricity prices will ultimately be decided by the Electricity Rate Review Committee. They got a few months of reserves, man. No way, 2 days. So the reason why, I mean, obviously, depending on what time of the year, you have more need for gas, depending on which time of the year you're in, right, for heating. But in Taiwan, I'm pretty sure you need the gas not just for like heating or whatever. You need it as like as a part of the productive process for the chip manufacturing. Okay, guys, stop sending me the fucking British article. I don't care about that. Strait of Hormuz has been closed for 8 days. Everyone thinks about oil is about what oil becomes. 90% of the world's sulfur comes from refining oil and gas. Close the Strait of Hormuz, and you don't just lose 20 million barrels of crude per day. You lose the feedstock for sulfuric acid, the single most produced chemical on Earth. Sulfuric acid is how we extract copper. It's how we extract cobalt. Without it, you can't make transformers, EV batteries, or the substrates inside every data center on the planet. I don't know how legit this is. Is this legit? Seems like a random PhD, MD PhD in the chemical industry. In the whole written history of the Strait, it has never been closed ever, said JP Morgan Chase analyst Natasha Kaneva. To me, it was not just the worst case scenario, it was an unthinkable scenario. And the mad lad did it, dude. The fucking mad lad did it. It's so funny that they were like, we have to kill the Iranian leadership, because if we don't kill the Iranian leadership, they will present a real danger to Israel by blowing Israel up. And they present a real danger to our Gulf allies by blowing our Gulf allies up. And God forbid, they might close the Strait of Hormuz. Well, congratulations, because you made them do it. You literally pushed them into a fucking corner, so much so that they did that shit. Spectacular W, sir. You, like, for years, Iran never closed the Strait of Hormuz. For years, Iran never pummeled every single fucking Gulf region that had American military bases. You kept pissing them off. They barely did a retaliatory strike on Qatar, on the Al Udeid Air Base. And they did some, they did some striking on Tel Aviv in the tit-for-tat 12-day war. But they just never did this shit. The last version of this, you go up the escalation ladder, and I guess the only thing that remains is blowing up the fucking oil refineries. It's just so weird. And everyone that has been for the last couple of days talking about how, the Gulf nation states are very mad at Iran, they're wrong. Okay? No, they're mad at America because they didn't give Iran billions of fucking dollars. Okay? They gave America billions of dollars. Why did they give America billions of dollars? So what is going on right now does not happen. Twofold. One, Israel doesn't dominate them too hard because now, they are a reliable ally to the United States of America. Two, they get to have American protection from other regional actors, whether it be Iran or even Israel. Both of those things are gone now. It was literally for this reason. And that was a multiple, that was hundreds of billions of dollars in investment into American businesses with the hopes that expats come and run the show over there, which they do. That's the other side of the story. These countries cannot run without expats. I'm not talking about immigrant workers, okay? The racist equation. Expat means white guy or someone coming from a country that is already a developed country, as opposed to like migrant workers. Because you got the nationals in the Gulf and you got the residents. Residents get bracketed off into engineers and also just like, people that work in sanitation and construction, the immigrant workers, okay? Most of these guys that run all of the fucking things that they need, like, the oil refineries and shit like that, are expats. They're like white guys. They're people that come from developed nations to Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf, to Dubai, all these places. They're going to fuck off because they're not going to want to get bombed. So who's going to control the economy at that point? Then you're gone. You're like, okay, well, this was fine. I have a fairly decent life here, but I have kids here. And what is this? And woman, Hassan? Yeah, men and women. Thank you, Qatari Cat. It's true. Men and women that go to the Gulf to work there. So they're going to leave. They're going to fucking leave. Because, yeah, it's Happy International Women's Day. You're right. Bodies in spaces. All of the Hank Hills will evacuate. Exactly. And their wives. So then you have no business whatsoever. So with the exception of like the UAE that basically demanded that this happen, right? With the exception of the UAE that wanted this, was begging for this to happen, okay? Those sons of bitches over there. No one else in the Gulf wanted this to happen, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they're just like, well, what the fuck? We gave you so much money. You fucked us. You fucked us for Israel. We gave you money so Israel doesn't fuck us. We gave you money so we don't get bombed by Iran. Israel fucked us, and now we're getting bombed by Iran. And you fucked us too. You couldn't even defend your own goddamn bases. And you can write as many economist articles that you want to fucking write about how, they actually are petitioning the American government to blow up Iran harder or whatever. That is bullshit. These guys don't love Iran, but they recognize that they have to live with Iran, especially all the other Gulf nations that are not the UAE, because they're also terrified of Israel. And they want at least some kind of sovereign Iran to exist in the region so that someone can push back against Israel when Israel is doing all this fuck shit. Iran just reduced every plant construction in Dubai to a white elephant. Too blessed to be stressed. Expat brunch class are going to be on the first flights out. Oh, 100%. These sweeping residential skyscrapers are currently under construction in Dubai. The twin towers of the Benghazi Flare will rise to 34 stories and 40 stories respectively at Jumeirah Village Triangle. These projects will offer more than 1,300 new apartments when it completes in 2027. Trump is a man who has never seen consequences for fucking someone over. Perhaps they should have seen this coming. Yeah. I mean, he might still pull through because his fucking... Trump quoted to the Times of Israel that the decision to end the war will be a mutual decision between him and Bibi. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's so cucked. What the fuck is this? Oh my God, he literally controls the country. Oh my God, we've given him the country. Trump to Times of Israel, it will be a mutual decision with Bibi regarding when the Iran war ends. President clarifies he'll make the final call to end up at right time. Says he and Prime Minister working together destroyed a country would have destroyed Israel. The president asked whether he alone would decide when the war with Iran ends or if Netanyahu would also have a say. I think it's mutual a little bit. We've been talking. I'll make a decision at the right time. But everything's going to be taken into account. You have a surprising amount of Gulf viewers? Why is that surprising? The closer you are in proximity to Israel, the more you fucking hate Israel. So it makes sense. Oh, yeah, he's so cucked. He's been constantly complaining about Isaac Herzog must pardon Benjamin Netanyahu. Why is the Hormuz essential? Are there not other ports that oil can be shipped out of? No, because that's where all the supply is. I guess you could technically build pipelines. I believe that they have built some pipelines to transport it across to the other side of the Red Sea, but that's where all the refineries are. That's where all the oil is. That's where all the gas is in the Persian Gulf. So that's it. Also, Hormuz is not a port. It's a strait. Some of y'all need to look at a map every now and then. It's not a port at all. It's just the Strait of Hormuz is a choke point, okay? It's a choke point. It's like 20 to 30 kilometers wide from one side to the other. It's a kill zone. If Iran decides to close it, they can close it. They can close it with, they can close it by mining it if they want to. I don't think even need to. But basically, that's where a big chunk of all the oil and gas that transports to the eastern countries, that's where they come from. That's where they have to go through. Yeah, this is where all the oil is, for the record. This is where all the refineries are. This is where Iran is, Big Daddy Iran. And on the other side of Saudi Arabia is obviously the Red Sea. So they could technically create pipelines and transport the barrels of oil, but it's just not as efficient because oil tankers are the most efficient mechanism of transport. It's much, you can put a fuck ton. You can move a lot of oil and gas with a tanker. New numbers in the oil supply shock so far is now 5x the size of 1978. Yeah, the problem is Americans don't eat that as hard. I mean, they do, obviously. It will still reflect in the American prices as well, but it won't be as bad. Because in 1978, we didn't have fracking. We have our own energy independence now. Also, pipelines, just like tankers, are quite exposed against zillions of drones and missiles. Sure. The footage no one will publish, Israel air defenses. This is from the 12-day war. This is old. But yes, they have defenses literally in residential areas. Yes, they don't want to show it. This is one of the only images you've ever seen that of a Lindsey Graham says he was received instructions directly from Benjamin Netanyahu saying they're going to completely collapse and destroy Iran. Oh my God.
Before Trump said you can't have a nuclear weapon, you can't do this. Now we're finally doing something about it. So we're going to stick with it. I talked to Bibi this morning. They're all in. This regime's going to collapse. It's not if, it's when. And the day that happens, the world will be safer.
You see this from reform in the UK and UAE? I know they do this all the time, bro. This is like The UAE is responsible for so much Islamophobia. The UAE literally funds Tommy Robinson. They're disgusting, dude. I don't even want to talk about it. They're psychotic, bro. I don't understand how the other Gulf nations don't just like slap them around a little bit to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Most expensive gas station in LA? Spotted in downtown LA. That's not the most expensive gas station. This is not downtown Los Angeles. This is Beverly Hills. Ironically enough. It's in Beverly Hills. So that all of the people saying, oh, President Trump, thank you, Bibi Netanyahu, thank you. You made my gasoline $8.21. President Trump, thank you so much. You kill my relative in Tehran, but it's okay. You make the price of oil so much. But now I can have Kubi Day in Tehran. Strait of Hormuz also provides the world with fertilizer and will impact food prices as well. It's crazy how they didn't think this through.
In the past couple of days, the war in Iran has rapidly expanded. Instead of retaliating directly, Iran reacted to the American and Israeli air campaign by launching
Kubi'de nedir abi?
attacks.
Ulan Kubi'de nedir mi? Köfte oğlum lan. İranlıların köftesi işte. Onlar Kubi'de diyor, biz köfte diyoruz abi. You are literally repeating shit that's essentially my family saying. It's so fucking accurate and annoying. Lamau.
Military and non-military targets across the region, destabilizing not just the Middle Eastern, but now global economy, with Qatar's energy minister warning on Friday morning that, unless the war winds down very soon, global oil prices could go as high as $150 a barrel, and, quote, bring down the economies of the world. So, in this video, we thought we'd take a look at how the war in Iran is already affecting the global economy, and how much worse it could get. On the night of the 2024 US election, Donald Trump told his supporters that God had saved his life for a reason, alluding to the assassination attempt on his life a few months earlier. In the latest edition of Too Long, we explore how faith-fueled populism from Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin
The fuck is this?
off last week, and especially since it started to look like it might last a while,
TLDR is shit. I know this because I watch it. I mean, they're liberals, but I mean, this is pretty basic explaining.
Surged. Brent crude, the global benchmark for oil prices, has gone from about $70 a barrel last month to over $85 at the time of writing. This sort of
Tel Aviv in utter chaos? Is it? Is this? Is this actually real? I can't, dude, everything I see from Tel Aviv is fake usually. It sucks.
States the severity of the increase as well, because oil is priced in dollars, and the dollar has also surged as investors flock to traditional safe assets to hedge against this new political risk. The so-called dollar index, for instance, which measures the strength of the dollar against a basket of other currencies, has risen by 3 points in the past week or so.
Where my fucking Israelis at, bro? Where my Israelis at? What's happening, bro? What's happening on the home front? Are y'all in the fucking bunkers? What's going on? How's the mood over there? The 8 anti-Zionist Jews that are in the fucking from Israel that are in the community. It's just, there is crazy censorship in Israel, by the way. You have a much harder time getting information, getting accurate information from Israel than you do from fucking Iran right now. Which is wild because like they also obviously don't have internet in Iran either. Big dog, you got 14 in here now. Damn, the number of anti-Zionist Jews in Israel has increased. That's almost double, dude. What the fuck? I used to say 7. Now it's 14. Y'all doubled? That's crazy. Unless it's Mossad. Half is Mossad, half is the anti-Zionist Israelis.
Similarly, European natural gas prices have nearly doubled, rising from 30 euros per megawatt hour to more like 50 euros at the time of writing. Although things are still nowhere near as bad.
Nothing going on here. Sorry, man. No, but like, how has the bombing been? Is it happening? Is it not happening? Because I've heard from some Israelis about how like the response time has gone down to like 2 minutes, sometimes not at all. And oh damn, we got 15 now. Massage.
They were after Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Jet fuel prices have followed a similar trajectory, reaching a 4-year high on Thursday. This is largely because Iran has effectively shut down the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman that is the only sea passage from the Persian Gulf to the open ocean, and thus how most Middle Eastern hydrocarbon exports get to the rest of the world. To give you a sense of quite how important the strait is for global energy markets, last year about 20% of all oil consumed globally went through the strait, with the majority going to markets in Asia. Anyway, when the war broke out last week, insurance costs spiked and traffic fell. But there was still some oil getting through. However, when Iran started actively targeting tankers a couple of days ago, traffic effectively fell to zero, with dozens of oil-laden tankers now sitting idle in the Persian Gulf. Trump has tried to get things moving again by offering insurance backstops and naval escorts, but this hasn't worked so far. To make matters worse, Iran has also started actively targeting energy infrastructure in nearby countries. Earlier this week, for instance, Iranian drone attacks halted all natural gas production in Qatar and forced a suspension of operations at Saudi Arabia's largest oil refinery, Ras Tanura. This has also caused other countries to preemptively stop production, because there's less damage to repair if infrastructure is hit when it's not actively carrying oil or gas. Iraq, for instance, which typically accounts for about 5% of global oil production, recently suspended exports via a pipeline that runs to the port of Ceyhan in Turkey and would have provided an alternative export route. To make matters even worse, the disruption to global energy markets has triggered a wave of so-called energy nationalism, with countries halting exports to guarantee domestic supply. Thailand suspended all oil exports on March the 1st. China ordered its largest oil refineries to halt diesel and petrol exports on March the 5th, and a couple of Indian refiners have also halted exports, presumably at the request of the Indian government. The risk...
Please talk about the farmers, man. What farmers?
Here is that this snowballs. Energy nationalism means more disruption to supply, which leads to more energy nationalism, etc. Anyway, that's energy. On to the second risk that the war poses to the global economy: disruption to global food markets.
This is actually not a bad video at all.
As we learned a couple of years ago, when energy prices go up, food prices usually go up as well, because energy is a significant input in food production. But the war in Iran is extra bad for global food markets, because quite a lot of the world's fertilizer comes from the Middle East. For context, much of the world's fertilizer is produced via a process that involves natural gas, which is why there are quite a lot of fertilizer plants in and around the Middle East, nearby big gas producers, and why roughly a third of globally traded fertilizer passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Disruption to global gas supplies and shipping through the strait thus means higher fertilizer costs, and the price of urea, the world's most common fertilizer, has already risen 25% in the past couple of days. This comes at a particularly bad time for the global food cycle. In parts of Europe and the Northern Hemisphere, March and April are the start of fertilizer application season, and less fertilizer now will thus mean lower crop yields later in the year. Anyway, third and finally, the war presents a risk to the global economy. Of course, there's the general risk that all this geopolitical turmoil triggers anxiety-induced sell-offs in the stock market and other assets. We've already seen this in places, with especially sharp sell-offs in Asian markets. But there's also a more specific risk at play here, namely that increases in energy and food prices push up headline inflation, which triggers interest rate hikes, which could trigger a financial crisis. For context, as you might already know, for the past couple of years, there's been a lot of talk about how, from certain angles, the US economy looks a bit bubbly, and might thus be at risk of some sort of financial crisis. We're not going to go into whether the US economy is actually a bubble right now, not least because that would require another video in itself. But the point we want to make here is that one of the things that's calmed investors' nerves is that, for the past couple of years, the US and other big economies have been cutting interest rates in response to falling inflation. This has calmed nerves, because historically financial crises usually happen when rates are going up, because that effectively makes it more expensive to borrow and thus increases the risk of debt-related crises. It's often forgotten today, but this is sort of what happened before 2008. In large part thanks to a rise in global energy prices, inflation rose steadily throughout the early 2000s, pushing central banks to hike interest rates, which basically peaked in 2007, just before the crisis. To be clear, we're not saying this is going to happen at all. But rate hikes would bring new risks, especially when parts of the so-called private credit market are already looking very shaky. As we mentioned earlier, the latest edition of our magazine
Disunited Kingdom. This is one is real from Tel Aviv.
הם טוענים שכן אפשר לראות פה את הרסיס, אני לא רואה מאומה.
I mean, that's definitely real. It doesn't really matter though, because the Israeli approvals for this is like fucking 80% still. Likely legacy of Operation Epic Fury, global energy crisis, possibly a recession depending on how long it lasts, giving Khamenei martyrdom, having him replaced by the hardest hardliner possible, completely discrediting Iran's reformist faction, driving major fissure among Iranian diaspora, undermining proclaimed leadership role of Reza Pahlavi, undermining Dubai, Qatar, etc. as global destinations for the ultra-rich to move to, massively enhancing argument within Iran's military elite to pursue nukes, by Islamic Republic more years after a terrible period since 2022, prestige enhanced. Just the most appalling political judgment from Trump and his retinue. I just presume he's senile at this point. No, he's just, that's Israel, baby. I mean, that's like, this is best case scenario, by the way, for everyone. This implies that like, America retreated. Worst case scenario is the worst is like nukes. Something beneath the worst is boots on the ground military warfare. Exports being halted, fucking with the farmers already. It's time to sow seeds for the new harvest. No fertilizer, extremely high prices will cause low yields and cause bankruptcy. Farmers have already been choosing suicide over this around the world in light of increasing corporate farming. This will cause global food insecurity in September if the current planting time is missed because of this war and delay in fertilizer exports. There should be an intense global diplomatic effort to make sure Trump doesn't use nukes. He's crazy enough to do it. We'll get frustrated and desperate as this thing drags on. And he has a lunatic end timers in his ear who will encourage him. Yes. Yesterday, RGC Aerospace Force was observed launching missiles from Esfahan missile base. The above ground structure of the base were bombed 3 times during the 12-day war, and the underground tunnels and tunnel entrances were bombed once by F-35s, 2 separate times by B-2 bombers and bunker buses in the past week alone. Yet somehow this base is still operational and continuing to launch missiles just 2 days after it was last attacked. Yeah, this is the thing I don't understand. We can literally see this fucking base, and it just still keeps blasting missiles into orbit. This is one of the fixed position ones, and I don't even understand how, like... I don't understand, like, what it's built with. Maybe they do have, like, unobtainium. super concrete composite?
We can be clear with the American people that this is not a fair fight, and that's on purpose. Our capabilities are overwhelming compared to what Iran's are. And frankly, when you combine our Air Force with the Air Force of the Israeli Defense Forces, it's the two most powerful air forces in the world. The ability for us to be up over the top and hunting with more conventional munitions, gravity bombs, 500-pound, 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound bombs on military targets, that we haven't even really begun to start that effort of the campaign, which is going to showcase even more how we will execute on those objectives.
The President said recently there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. What does that look like, unconditional surrender? How will you know it's real?
It means we're fighting to win. It means we set the terms. We'll know when they're not capable of fighting. There'll be a point where they'll have no choice but to do that. Whether they know it or not, they will be combat ineffective. They will surrender.
Typically, the understanding of a surrender is person to person. Is that what would be required in a matter like this?
Well, there's a lot of different ways. Whether they want to admit it or not, whether their pride lets them say it out loud or not, it's President Trump who will set the terms of that.
The president of Iran said yesterday that the U.S. demand for unconditional surrender is, quote, a dream that they should take to their grave.
There was a very long war between Iran and Iraq, almost 8 years, and they never surrendered in that war. And I'm just wondering if that factors into your calculus or the president's calculus.
I mean, there was a really long fight that I was a part of, and my generation was
Yes,
a part of.
I know that's
in Iraq and Afghanistan, where a lot of foolish approaches were used.
Wait, what? That literally is okay. Iran won the Iran-Iraq war. They remained intact. And Iraq and Afghanistan technically also won their subsequent wars against the United States of America. Neither of these arguments are good for you. Oh, you mean the 8-year-long war that Iraq lost, and then the 20-year fucking occupation of Afghanistan that ended up with a ginormous fucking L?
This is war. This is conflict. This is bringing your enemy to their knees. Now, whether they will have a ceremony in Tehran Square and surrender, that's up to them.
There are varying versions of how and why the war started when it did. Some normally enthusiastic supporters of the president have criticized him, suggesting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pulled the U.S. into a war that, to their minds, did not put American interests first.
Do you want to address that criticism?
All I know is I'm in the room every day, and I see how President Trump operates and what he's putting first, and it's America, Americans, and American interests.
It has been said that the Israelis, through Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, provided on February 23rd key information about intelligence they had developed about the likely whereabouts of Ali Khamenei and many in his inner circle. That the U.S. then checked it out through the CIA, confirmed that, and that was an opportunity that presented itself to the president. And that was the precipitating factor for this war. That's the way it's been reported. Is that accurate, Mr. Secretary?
President Trump's approach has been our interest in advancing those interests from the beginning. And so the fact that intelligence was gathered, whether from Israelis or ours, and always checked by our intel agencies to make sure it's accurate. A lot of times the best way to start operations is a trigger-based or condition-based moment. And you can work together on whether that makes sense. But we were always controlling the throttle about whether or not to go or not go. And ultimately...
Yeah, except he's wrong. The intel's dog shit. And last but not least, literally today, America came out and was like, oh, shit, you guys struck the oil refineries. Israel, by the way. We didn't intend to do that. Why did you do that? You shouldn't do that.
To advance American interests and protect American lives.
Some might look at that sequence of events and say, well, that it was an opportunity more than an imminent threat.
I mean, I think much of that discussion is silly and academic. They've been killing us for 48 years, 47 years. They have unabated nuclear ambitions. And when we obliterated their nuclear program at the end of the 12-day war in Operation Midnight Hammer, they should have come to the table and said, okay, we get it. You mean business. We're not going to have nukes. And they haven't. And as a result, when the president looks at it, generationally, he sees a threat that would continue to gather.
I can't believe this guy was literally the weekend host of Fox and Friends, dude. Like, and now he's the fucking Secretary of Defense. Sorry, Secretary of Offense. Secretary of War.
Despite the administration's claim that it obliterated Iran's nuclear infrastructure in June, international monitors estimate that Iran still has more than 970 pounds of nearly bomb-grade uranium.
Is it possible to achieve the objectives President Trump has set before you if we don't locate and obtain and extract the highly enriched uranium?
There's a lot of different ways we can get after that. They've used a conventional umbrella of missiles that was growing every single day, their production capacity, to try to cover over their nuclear blackmail ambitions. As far as how you get at that nuclear option, we'll make sure that their nuclear ambitions are never achieved.
Unc, your eyes are closing. Go to bed. I am tired as fuck. Oh, you're right, Chatter. I'm so fucking tired. I'm gonna end it here. Honestly, I'm cooked. But I'll be live tomorrow. We got Oliver Larkin coming on the broadcast. Yeah, all the way from Florida. I'll be live in LA tomorrow, though.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Anyway, love you guys. Another half day Hasi.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving greetings grace. Zohran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.